Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
There are two types of kola nut produced in Nigeria: kola nitida, otherwise called gworo, and widely eaten in northern part of Nigeria. Kola acuminata, also referred to as Igbo kola, is of local origin and occupies an important position in social, religious, and sacred ceremonies in Igbo society. It is seen as a vital and sacred fruit in Igbo land and serves as the major instrument of prayers connecting the ancestors. It cements discussions and also the fundamental bedrock of philosophy and proverbs. It is a symbol of welcome, unity, and peace. If kola nut contains one cotyledon, it is regarded as dump kola nut and thrown away. Kola nut with 4 cotyledons represents the 4 Igbo market days: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Nkwo. If kola nut contains more than 6 cotyledons, it signifies blessings and wealth, and it is celebrated. There is also another type of Igbo kola nut called Ojugo, which is referred to as the king of Igbo kola. The reproductive organ of the kola nut is referred to as the tongue, and it is removed after prayers and thrown to the spirit of the ancestors.
Ndo ana atoka onye anaba nke ya no na-agwọ ibe anyị adị no ogologo ndụ arụ ike na ọdụmma ibe eji ene ndụ anya na onye nwere ibe eji ene ndụ anya na ịrụfụta nwere ya ịmara na nsogbu riri ya olise bụ anyị na-ekene gị Chukwu okike onye ogologo ndụ na ogologo anya na-ahụ udo na ọchịchị anyị na-ekene na-ekene maka tata na-ayọ maka echi maka na ọsọ maka ebe echi anya mara na ihe adị ka echi na echi anaghị agwụ agwụgwụ na ihe ya adịrị anyị mma ndị be anya onwekwana ihe ọzọ na anyị enye ndị ichie jupụtara anyị na-ere nke
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, Aneke television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Putemwa, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one Aneke television, the Arcades will your man, the one Aneke television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would ya woe, Nanka, Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You better have you what
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to Aneke TV Business Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. We are tracking a high-stakes Friday on the markets. After a brutal 48 hours that saw over 4.5 trillion naira wiped off the Nigerian exchange, equities are testing critical new floors this morning. On the forex window, a massive 55% surge in official spout turnover to nearly $200 million is fighting to stabilize the naira against mounting end-of-month corporate demand. Meanwhile, global energy markets are recalibrating as Brent crude plunges past its war premiums, bringing a new wave of reality to transit and commodity logistics. From the trading floors to your local retail hubs, we break down the data, the corporate shift, and the critical moves you need to make before the closing bell. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, which extended its bearish run on Thursday, June the 25th, 2026, as persistent sell pressure across heavy and mid-cap stocks wiped 958.5 billion naira off the purse. Nigerian All-Share Index ASI declined by 0.64%, down 1,493.71 basis points to close at 233,580.83 points. Total market capitalization dropped to 149.89 trillion, and making it a strictly negative market breadth, with 34 losers at pacing 14 gainers. market activities weakened across the board. Total volume dropped by 19.35% to 393.65 million shares, while turnover contracted by 88.19% to 19.21 billion naira across 45,813 deals. It's heavily dragged down by the oil and gas index, which lost about 5.22%, heavily impacted by the maximum drop in Aradel holdings. Quickly taking us to the top 5 gainers as of yesterday, where Restaurant Express closed at 24 naira 55 kobo to make a bullish adjustment of 9.60%, followed by Legend Inn, which closed at 6 naira, making a bullish adjustment as well of 9.09%. Nimet closed at 8 naira 30 kobo, equally in the bullish rim of 7.10%. Abi yesterday closed at 8 naira 70 kobo, making a positive adjustment of 5.45%. And then Elalex, equally in the bullish rim of a 4.65%, closed at 9 naira yesterday. And here are the laggards. They are led by Aradel. Aradel yesterday closed at 1,575 naira in the negative rim of 10% bearish adjustment. Deep Cap yesterday closed at 4 naira 5 kobo, making a dip of a negative 10% adjustment. Transfer Express yesterday as well. Yes, Transfer Express yesterday closed at 3 naira 64 kobo, making a dip of a negative 9.90%. And Regalins yesterday equally in the dip as he made a negative adjustment of 9.57% to close at 85 kobo. CNI Leasing yesterday equally in the big dip of a negative 9.48%, closed its trading book at 5 naira 25 kobo. And here is our market outlook for today. Expect a highly cautious mixed trading section to close out the week, following a combined loss of over 4.5 trillion across Wednesday and Thursday. Fundamentally sound blue chip and tier 1 banking tickers are entering attractive entry valuation zones, which could trigger brief bargain hunting. However, any upside momentum will likely be capped. Broad investor sentiment remains heavily constrained by macroeconomic headwinds, notably sticky inflation, high interest rates, and pre-election liquidity anxieties. Expect institutional investors to cherry-pick defensive equities, while retail players continue to take quick profit where available. And now moving to the forex market, where the Nigerian Naira extended its minor depreciation trend against the US dollar on Thursday, driven by an uptick in end-of-month corporate demand despite a substantial bump in official market liquidity. At the official market, the Naira depreciated by 0.12% to close at 1,382 naira 18 kobo against the US dollar, down from Wednesday's closing rate of 1,380 naira 46 kobo against the US dollar. Market volatility stayed tightly managed, peaking at an intraday high of 1,390 naira 50 kobo before settling, while the intraday low touched down to 1,376 naira against the US dollar. Spot forex liquidity saw a healthy 55.56% surge, climbing to 195.37 million US dollars compared to the 125.59 million US dollar recorded the previous day. At the parallel market, or the black market, or street market, whichever one you're comfortable with, the street market held remarkably stable, keeping within a flat band of 1,395 naira against the US dollar for buying and 1,405 naira to 1,408 naira for selling. The premium between the official and parallel market rates remained exceptionally narrow at roughly 23 to 26 naira, signaling strong ongoing convergence and minimal speculation room. And here is our market projection for today. Expect the Naira to trade within a sideways, stable corridors between 1,375 naira and 1,390 naira against the US dollar on the official window. To wrap the week, while typical end-of-month demand from multinationals and importers looking to fulfill obligations will exert mild pressure on the currency, yesterday's strong liquidity injection of nearly 200 million acts as a critical buffer. The Central Bank of Nigeria persistent subtle market interventions paired with steady oil inflows and foreign portfolio injections are successfully crowding out parallel market speculators. Barring any unexpected spikes in demand, the narrow spread between the official and the black market rates will likely hold firm today. And quickly run into the energy market, where the international oil benchmark plunged on Thursday, June the 25th, hitting a pre-war level as the rapid de-escalation of Middle East geopolitical tensions and trade blockades triggered a massive liquidation of war premium contracts. At closing price, the Brent crude futures for August delivery fell by $1.08, that is signifying 1.46%, to settle at $72.66 per barrel. During the intraday volatility, the global benchmark hit a session low of $72.24, effectively wiping out all premium gains accumulated since the onset of the U.S.-Israel-Iran military hostilities backed as of February 28. And then the U.S. Energy Department's confirmation that at least 20 million barrels of crude cleared to pass through the crucial Strait of Hormuz over the next 24-hour window heavily deflected supply shortage fears. Easing shipping congestion coupled with coordinated unmanaged traffic management acted as massive catalysts for the sell-offs. Prices were further depressed by a significant ramp-up in actual fiscal cargo bookings out of the Persian Gulf, alongside expectations of expanding Iranian crude exports following operational reprieve from international sanctions. And quickly, here is our market outlook. The Brent crude is expected to trade within a volatile but broadly stabilizing floor between $71.50 and $73.50 per barrel to conclude the week. The market has swiftly moved past its apocalyptic supply disruption, yes, and is aggressively pricing in a return to full normalization, with shipping lanes reopening faster than anticipated. Look for automated technical trading systems and short sellers to search for a definitive price floor for today. While the continuous flow of outbound tankers through the Strait of Hormuz will keep near-term upward momentum heavily capped, a complete structural collapse in oil prices is unlikely. Ongoing diminished operations in key corridors mean maritime insurance premium remain elevated, keeping a temporary cushion under logistical costs. Expect traders to pivot their focus from geopolitical bags to traditional demand-side signals, particularly refinery crude intake trends and Chinese macroeconomic manufacturing data heading into the new week. And quickly moving to the Nigerian scene, or the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian agricultural commodities market experienced heavy price fragmentation as of Thursday, June 25th. While the onset of the wet season harvest brought minor cooling to grain prices in parts of the north, severe off-season supply drops and rising transit logistics continue to drive up staple food costs across major southern and urban retail markets. And looking at the regional staple food prices, starting from Enugu, the southeast hub, the regional market faced severe seasonal pressure, particularly across perishable goods. Starting with tomatoes, a large basket of tomatoes surged to 125,000 naira. Yes, up from April's average of 80,000 naira, driven by severe off-season shortage. On the retail end, 4.5-liter paint bucket hit 12,000 naira. A bag of pepper climbed to 75,000 naira, while 4.5-liter paint bucket of crayfish held at elevated 13,000 naira. White garri remained among the highest in the country, averaging 944 naira per kg due to sustained high processing and transport bills, moving tubers from farms to urban spots like New Akwata and Garki markets in Enugu. And then moving to the north central of their city, in Abuja, proximity to northern grain belts cushioned structural grain pricing, but urban demand kept retail costs firm. And then quickly looking at grains and tubers, white garri tracked significantly lower than southern average, hovering at 673 naira per kilogram. On vegetables, traditional open market structure saw moderate tomato supply inflows from Plateau State, keeping prices lower than national average. Yes, Plateau tracked lowest nationally at 730 naira per kilogram. And quickly moving to Southwest Commercial Hub, that's Lagos. High transit costs from the Middle Belt and Far North kept food inflation elevated across My 12 and K2 markets. Looking at grains, a 50 kg bag of local rice hovered around 57,000, maintaining a high trading margins. Brown beans remain stable but high, averaging 1,787 naira per kilogram, making the Southwest Zone one of the most expensive regions for pulses this season. And then moving quickly to export grains and cash crops. On the domestic commodities exchange, export grade cash crops and grains saw mixed positioning. Starting with maize, it gained momentum, trading at national benchmark average of 36,000 to 37,000 naira per 50 kg bag. That's Kano spot prices, saw a 4,000 bump to 39,000 on intense brewery and feed mills demand. And then quickly taking a look at soybeans. Soybeans retreated slightly at top loser. Yes, as top loser, down to 35,000 naira per 50 kg bag. That's losing around 1,700 naira per kilogram. On Kaduna spot markets, as processors, paused inventory building. And quickly taking a look at Shogun, it fell by 12.25% to settle at 328.29 per index unit on the exchange as early seasonal substitute eased pressure. And cocoa remained stable but volatile at 6,304.25 per unit, caught between structural regional pricing agreement and shifting international demand. And here is our market outlook for today. Speaking to the commodities, expect food prices to remain sticky at the current high threshold to close out the week with little room for downward retail corrections today. While yesterday's 55% jump in official forex liquidity, speaking to sports turnover hitting 195.37 million US dollars, signals midterm relief for imported agro inputs. The immediate retail food market remains entirely at the mercy of internal transport costs. Diesel and fuel delivery overheads will prevent traders in Lagos and Enugu from cutting prices. Yes. And then on perishables, speaking to tomato, peppers, will likely see continued upward volatility today. While grain markets like maize and sugar should exhibit sideways flat pricing due to steady institutional demand, balancing out bulk exchange flows. And quickly moving back to the foreign scene, starting with the international market, where the global market traded with heavy fragmentation as of Thursday, as a massive divergence unfolded between a technology-led rally in Asia and a highly cautious inflation-wary stance in the West. Let's take a look at the USA Wall Street, which closed highly mixed. The Dow Jones edged up 0.14%, that is to close at 51,920.62 points, led by industrial and healthcare. However, tech-heavy Nasdaq dropped 0.46% to 25,358.60 points, and S&P 500 ended flat on a negative 0.01%. Blowout earnings from Micron on a positive 16% sparked an AI chip rally, but it was completely offset by a 6.1% crash in Apple following product price hikes and rising stick inflation. Worries with PCE hitting a 3-year high of 4.1%. And quickly running across to Europe. In Europe, it maintained a soft defensive posture. The pan-European Stoxx 600 managed an uptick of 0.80%, but broader indices closed mostly lower as investors locked in profit, citing stretched large cap valuations and potential interest rates headwinds. In Asia, it witnessed an absolute explosive rally. Tech and semiconductor equities surged violently following the blockbuster US chip guidance. Japan Nikkei 225 jumped 4.61% to close at 72,366.34 points, and South Korea's Kospi surged by 6.4% to fresh record highs, while mainland China's Shanghai Composite ticked up 0.23%. And now turning to our strategic market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. With the market shedding over 4.5 trillion in 48 hours and the transition to the T+1 settlement cycle, today's game plan requires tactical execution. Therefore, we cash on high-value dips. Deploy cash on high-value dips. The sharp sell-off in heavyweights like Dangote Cement, Bua Cement, and Arade Holdings has pulled fundamentally strong blue chips into heavily discounted valuation zones. Do not panic sell. Really selectively accumulate tier 1 bankings. Yes, accumulate tier 1 bankings and resilient consumer goods. Adapt to the T+1 liquidity flow. Remain, that flat trade now settles on one business day instead of two. This means faster movement of cash and securities. Ensure your capital is well positioned as intraday rebound in liquidity will hit accounts faster than usual during the afternoon bargain hunting. Again, we urge you to hedge with safe haven assets. With inflation remaining sticky and equities showing high near-term volatility, maintain a defensive structural buffer. Allocate a portion of your portfolio to short-term yields like treasury bills to preserve capital while waiting for a definitive equity market floor. Avoid chasing small cap spikes. Avoid chasing small cap spikes. Yesterday's top gainers were low volume, lightweight counters like Resta Express, NIMET. Avoid locking liquidity into highly, illiquid small caps simply because they now show green on a down market day. Liquidity can dry up instantly. Yes, liquidity can dry up instantly. And this is our strategic advice for the Nigerian investors, especially for today. So as we draw the curtains on this market segment of the Aneke TV Business Outlook, we urge you to do well to consult a certified financial analyst before you make incursion into the market. And this is where we'll draw the curtain on this segment. Stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Aneke television. How agribo di egwu nkwazo na ahịa mgbochi ogwugwu kakwa ogwugwu ema. How mbo wa bịa na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu ọgbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezuoru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. Na-emere ogbenye emere amadi ihe. Ụmụ Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mere ebe oge ọrụ etiho mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu agụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site. Ọ dị na
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Aneke TV Sports. I am your one and only sports oracle, Chukuma, bring you what's happening around the world of sports. First of all, I would like to make it clear to you that we have started the day and thank God this Friday. Everyone say thank God it's Friday. And today promises to be interesting with a lot of updates happening in the world of sports. From the world of Formula One, which you know the Austrian GP is this weekend. Talking about athletics, talking about the Tigress. And we have one of the best back to play the game. And he's celebrated all over the place. Talking about this guy, I will introduce to you, I will unleash him so that you will see who I'm talking about. And also we have across the world of FIFA World Cup, a lot has happened. It is one of the events that has shaped the world of sports and has kept people awake all night. And you know, people like Worldwide and the rest of them are awake all night trying to find scores. And at the end of the day, we will bring you the updates in the world of transfers, who and who is going to where and where. And on transfer rumors, of course, that's just the things that these are the things we're going to bring your way this morning.
Yeah, you said thank God it's Friday. I almost first felt like dancing and say, okay, thank God it's Friday. But of course, the weekend is here, and you know, a lot of competition, a lot of sporting activities are coming up. I'm still your wonderful host Worldwide, and I'm saying welcome to
I don't know who said you are wonderful.
I'm wonderful. The viewers always tell me that I'm wonderful.
From being humble, you're humble host.
I'm wonderfully humble. So it's you can conjoin the two.
This guy has touched realms.
I can conjoin the two, so it's going to be a lovely weekend for me because first of all, I'm looking forward to today's match. If you know, you know that is the match against France versus Norway. You know, it promises to be an exciting match where you have the likes of Erling Haaland versus Mbappe. It's just like a headline where you see Erling Haaland, one of the highest goal scorers so far in the FIFA World Cup versus Mbappe, another person that has 4 goals. So these two people are tied on the same goals, on the same number of goals, 4 goals equally, and we just have one person ahead of them. That is Lionel Messi, and that match is coming up to determine who is going to top the group. So it's going. In fact, both of them have qualified already. We are aware they are both on 6 points, but now somebody has to go ahead of somebody. So it's either France are going ahead or Norway is going ahead. So the FIFA World Cup right now is taking shape, and we are going to see what's going to happen. Of course, we have so many people that have qualified. We are seeing the fixtures for round of 32 for the people that have qualified, and the people that have gone home, the likes of Turkey, who just yesterday or early this morning got a win, but that win, I can tell you, was not enough to see them through to the round of 32. Of course, they finished 4th and with 3 points, but at the end of the day, they were so unlucky and unfortunate not to qualify for the round of 32. And Adagula was, of course, given the man of the match for his first goal in the World Cup, but that was not enough to secure any spot for them in the round of 32. So we are going to give you all the updates, analysis as it happened from yesterday to what is going to happen throughout the weekend. Stay tuned and, you know, enjoy the show.
Well, you have to stay tuned and enjoy the show while we are driving. Already we have started the vehicle to push you into where you actually need to be. Now, Wizzy, I want to ask you, what's your Friday plans?
Well, like I said, I'm just anticipating today's match. Of course, we have the boxing matches that are coming up. You know, that will be next weekend where you have open doors. But you see, for this Friday today, let me leave Saturday and Sunday first, but for this Friday, I just want to get home, you know, take a shower, you know, have something to eat, then straight, you know.
Have something to eat? Like,
yeah, of course,
what do you want to have to eat?
I'm going to eat now. Will I not eat?
Amado?
anything that I can afford to, you know, get into my stomach, you know, to keep the digestive system
running.
moving.
Yeah, to keep it running.
You know, these days now
if you drink water, you keep it running.
We're not talking about balanced diet because sometimes it's not balanced, but you have to keep the system moving.
System running.
We encourage you to get balanced diet, but if you cannot get it balanced, but put something in the system and, you know, go out there and see the match. Of course, today is France versus Norway. That's the match that is making the headline today. So that is what basically I'm looking forward to do today, apart from my every other daily activity, you know, work. Then just that in the evening, I'm going to go and see that match live and direct. If I'm going to be in the stadium, you might, you know, call me later in the evening and I'll tell you I'm in, you know, US, you know, watching the match. Then of course tomorrow I'll fly back, you know, to be with you. But for today, if you call me and you don't get me, well, you know that I'm away, you know, enjoy myself.
Yes, I will know you're away enjoying yourself. So what are we expecting to see in the games this weekend? while we are still going to talk about other sports. But what are we expecting to see in the games this weekend?
Well, like I've said, the match that I'm anticipating, of course, is the France versus Norway match. But of course, that's not the only match. We football lovers, we are not expecting just one match. We still have the likes of Senegal versus Iraq. Senegal versus Iraq is coming up later this night. That will be around 9 p.m. where Senegal needs a win. In fact, they compulsorily need to win that match, to secure a spot if they are going to qualify. That, of course, Norway and France are topping the group, but Senegal still have the likelihood of qualifying because they sit currently at the third position, and we are aware that what we call the best losers might probably get to qualify at the end of the day. So if Senegal should get a win against Iraq today, they will finish at the third position with 3 points, opening the door, will I say yes, opening the door for them to be amongst the likely 12 among the third best placed position to qualify. So that match is also a match that we are expecting to see today, later around 9 p.m. So I'm hoping I call them our African champions. You said they might not be the African champions because of what Morocco are trying to say in the courts, but football match is not played in the courts. I don't have any business playing football inside the courtroom. The courtroom should be addressed for legal issues. So if they are going to determine African champion in the courtroom, that is not part of football for me. So if the football has been decided over 90 minutes or 120 minutes, if there's extra time and you're coming to tell me to go to court to determine the winner, to check if this or check if that happened, I am not part of that. I already have my African champion. So they are playing today against Iraq. Is a match that you guys should go and see. Of course, it's taking place alongside France versus Norway. So if it's possible for you to be looking at this match with one eye, I'm looking at this other match with the other eye, you can do that. But if it's not possible, look for the one you can watch. As an African, we are going to watch Senegal versus Iraq. Then you are going to, just try and combine it. For me, as a football analyst, I'm going to try and combine it. Maybe I'm going to watch first half of this and second half of that. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you that I'm going to have to see the two, either by crook or by hook.
Or by hook.
So I'm going to see the two.
Yes, we're going to see the two. Now, let's take a look at the global fight, talking about the fight around the zone. I mean, today's talking about Saturday, that's tomorrow, we're having a global fight where Zaya's per-view boots, that's the fight that is coming up, where a lot of people, the fight night on the zone. We have Saturday, June 27th in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
We have Los Angeles is by 7:30 in the evening for Phoenix. That's still in the U.S. The U.S. time zone is really two cities are together, Los Angeles and Phoenix. Then San Antonio is by 19:30, that's 7:30. Now New York is by just 8:30. Then Toronto, that's Canada, by 8:30. Sao Paulo, Brazil, should be by 9:30. Talking about the fight night. Then you are still talking about Sunday night, Sunday fight, where you will have in London by 1:30, Lisbon by 2:30, Berlin by 2:30, Madrid by 2:30, Paris by 2:30, Rome by 2:30, Johannesburg by 2:30, Kiev, that's in Russia by 2:30. Then you have Riyadh by 3:30, and you have Istanbul by 3:30. I'm talking about New Delhi, India. Then you have Hanoi by 7:30, Singapore by 8:30, Manila by 8:30. Then you have Tokyo by 9:30. Then you have Sydney in Australia. You have Sydney by 10:30. Then Wellington, still in Australia, by 10:30. Now let's take a look at this fight. Talking about Tyson versus Gallagher, Birmingham, UK. The fight is coming up. I've been showing you this fight on Saturday, August 29th. That's when the fight is going to happen. It's going to just be a time where ladies are going to come out to showcase their skills. Well, to now we just have Tyson versus just Tyson Gallagher. She's going to be part of the fight, and she's going to be part of the game. People who are going to have their time in the fight. And still talking about fight, we are now going to look at this. I mean, we are trying to have an overview of what has been happening. You know, earlier on I told you that a lot of fights are coming, and in this fight, talking about the forbidden door is on Sunday, 6th.
The door that is forbidden, you should not go through it.
It's actually on Sunday.
Yeah.
That's the time.
That's next week.
No.
Sunday 6th.
Sunday 28th.
Okay, 28th.
Yes. Yes, it's on 28th.
Oh, that's this coming Sunday,
yes,
right?
It's this Sunday.
Right.
Because if you look at the date, it seems like he wants to confuse you. But I refuse to be confused.
Well, so this Sunday is going to be packed.
Yeah, it's going to be
not
packed.
just football that we're watching this time around. There's boxing matches.
Yes, and there's live pay-per-view too. So you're going to see exclusive. The money is exclusive. $3.99 subscriber-only price. HBO Max subscription required to purchase and view pay-per-view events. Terms apply. Now we're still talking about the fight. We will have Kenny Omega versus Zach Zabri. Kenny Omega versus Zach Zabri. This fight is going to be one of the stardom games that you have to see through. It's going to be a fight that you have to, watch, because a lot of things happen in the world of AEW. Just the lighter weight of the bigger weight is what many people don't understand. This is the junior weight of the WWE.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of less of punch. It's going to be more of drama and entertainment. That's why this fight is very interesting.
This is where you get to see those funny skills, some kind of skills that you will not see it in the heavyweight, the normal WWE, because it's like what we say is kind of experimental. They get to practice. In fact, it's like a practice session. So it's not the heavyweights that will get to see the guys, at the top. But here you see some skills that you don't get to perform every day in the WWE arena or WWF. So that's why sometimes this all elite wrestling is somehow interesting to watch. You get to see the stars as they are in their upcoming stage. This is their upcoming stage where they get to showcase their talent. So you can't afford to miss this stage of wrestling. If you are missing this stage and you're just watching, WWE or WWF, you will not get to see those, other kind of tactics. I call them tactics that you don't see regularly in WWE. WWE, they just come exhibit professionalism and, try to take lesser risk. But here, you can see some skills, some hard, in fact, some bone-breaking skills that you don't get to see regularly from WWE. So I urge you all to go out there, watch this fight. If you are a WWE or WWF lover, you love wrestling, this is the time for you to watch wrestling match, because skills that, in fact, if you are a future wrestler, this is where you learn or, get to see some moves that you would love to, in fact, to take place in the ring. This is some place you get to learn finishing moves that, you can use on your opponent. And if I should watch this fight, if I'm a wrestler, good hope I can tell you that I will learn one or two in this match, and I might use it on you.
I will first of all use my own on you. What do you mean? I will use it on you.
I might get to learn one neck breaker that you will not even know within 4 or 5 seconds. I'll just give you one neck breaker style. I'll just I'll personally take you to the hospital.
Well, I will not personally accept you taking me to the hospital, because it's a fight that we are expecting to see. So it's going to be an interesting time of our lives, and it's going to be an interesting moment where people are going to have the fight. And still talking about this, let's talk about the ladies, where we have AEW's Women's World Championship, AEW's Women's World Championship that is coming up, and it's still Sunday, and all those fights are going to be on the same day. And I'm telling you for a fact that there's nothing you can talk about if you have not talked about the Starlight Kid and Tekla.
This
is not Tekla. This is actually Dekla.
Dekla.
Yeah.
Wow. This Starlight, she's looking like the Rey Mysterio kind of, the female.
She's the Rey Mysterious.
The Rey Mysterious, not the Rey Mysterio.
Yeah,
she's looking like Rey Mysterio. Anybody that wears marks in WWE, WWF, AEW, we always have that legend, that one legend that we are used to, which is Rey Mysterio. That brought us that maxing kind of. It's not when then this guy Kane used to wear masks, but it was not this kind of mask. So the person peculiar to this mask, anytime I see anybody wearing masks, I just remember Rey Mysterio. So this lady, as you have said, Starlight Kid, she's going to be mysterious, and it's going to be a lovely match that we would love to see. Of course, it is the AEW Women's World Championship, so it's a championship fight that is going to take place on the 6th of this month, which is on Sunday 28th, and it's going to be a lovely match to watch. Of course, I have not talked about the other fights that I'm waiting for.
Yeah, the Forbidden Door, the steel cage fight. Before we go on the show break, let's talk about it. The Forbidden Door steel cage match. It's going to be a cage match. You know, earlier when I was watching, when we used to watch, when we were very little, we used to watch the WWE cage games. Cage matches used to be crazy.
Very interesting.
And I don't really like watching those matches because it will be like my body will be shaking because when I'm watching these fights now and I'm seeing how you can't come out of this situation unless you win. I don't understand.
It's either the cage match is interesting. It has so many rules, and sometimes anything goes.
Unless they have upgraded it.
Yeah.
Because even in the because even in normal wrestling, there's this under this place, under the ring, you can go in and get some tools, weapons, some tools too.
In the cage match, you can't afford to come outside except you have to climb up the cage. So it's an interesting match to see that. If you want to win, if you don't want someone to count down when you have to count 1, 2, 3 and you are the winner, you have to climb out of the stage. So what it has to take for you to leave your opponent down, for you to climb out, it means that you are going to have to deliver, will I say, excessive number of beating to your opponent, that he has to be on the floor looking at you, so tired, he's looking so helpless that you have to climb out. So there used to be a time where Triple H or Michael, these guys, they never give up, no matter the beating.
They never give up.
You beat Shawn Michael, you think he's tired, he's down there. When you start climbing that thing, I remember the match Triple H, Shawn Michael, Radioti. You start climbing and you see Shawn Michael will be getting up slowly, then he will go and grab you from that. He will climb the top that you are climbing, he will grab you from there. In fact, wrestlers, they take a lot of risks because having to throw another person from that height down to the ring, I used to wonder if these people they don't used to break their back or something. You throw someone from that height.
The ring is actually not as tough as.
No, it's not tough as the floor, but that height is
actually like a foam, a strong foam.
Yeah.
When you bounce on it, it has to bounce you back, something like that. But there's a way they had to work it. It's a very special kind of thing.
Because that height for me is enough for you to even break. If not your back, you have to break something to fall from that height that somebody will just throw you. Imagine someone slamming you from that kind of height, go on the board, and you'll be like, wow. Later, after 5 to 10 seconds, you still see these guys. They will stand up. In fact, for me, wrestling has been a sporting activities that I never advise anyone to go into. If you must go into something, not wrestling, because the risk they are taking is for me, is just too much. It's just too much for an entertainment where you have the fans will now be cheering you. Meanwhile, somebody is breaking the neck. You have broken your neck. Someone is just they will be there hailing you. Your neck is gone.
Because your neck is gone. Because you need to know that when you have a neck, you will not be. Let's just move on now. Let's talk a bit about the fight that should have happened between
Mayweather.
Mayweather and his guy. And talking about that fight, I have actually asked myself, why wouldn't this fight hold? And this fight has been postponed. Now, that is raising a lot of questions. What is going to happen? Now, that fight is between Manny Pacquiao, that's the guy, Manny Pacquiao, and it will not be happening in September, according to Dan Raphael. The fight could be moved to January. Mayweather has a kind of issue that is going through, like in kind of court case. There is rumor that he actually needed to, get himself together. So I think it's because of that this fight will not hold. And Mayweather, being who he is, has
and it's like his foundation that's even in fact he's the one that is in charge of the match, because I think he was the one that selected his opponent from Mayweather Foundation.
Actually, both of them are looking at like guys who know each other. So it's more like a friendly match, but it's not a do or die affair. I will tell you. No. It's not a do or die affair. When you look at Mayweather, you see Mayweather is ready to fight now or never. He's always ready to fight, even while they have issues. And this is their second fight, and this is actually going to be one of the fights that is going to change the architecture of boxing, I will tell you. And talking about Mayweather and these guys started fighting very early, and they started fighting just the fight is meant to be this September, but they had previously met in 2015 where Mayweather won a lot. He won the fight by unanimous decision. And this for Mayweather, they have actually fought the fight of the century and that was May 2nd, 2015. And then the rematch, we see them both in their late 40s, so they have had the fight before.
They have seen each other very well.
Yes, and talking about Mayweather's last professional match was against Ultimate Fighting Championship. That's Conor McGregor in August 2017 before announced his retirement. So this guy retired.
Long time ago. That was
Yes.
2017 to 2020. So that was about 8 years.
8
that
years
he has
that
not been in the ring.
Yes, and then he has since fought in exhibition. After actually, even while he has retired, he has actually fought in exhibition matches, including the one with Logan Paul. He has actually fought even while he has retired. Then talking about the game in the lead to talk about his upcoming match against Tyson in Congo in April 2026, which was later postponed. So this guy was planning to go and fight Mike Tyson earlier. So we're going to see what he's going to. And Paco himself retired in 2022 after failing to win the WA welterweight title in Yordanes, Ugas. So he actually retired in 2022. Just like we discovered that boxing, they have the privilege to retire, to announce their retirement, and then they come out
you come back
and still fight. It's something that I must say is not ordinary, I will tell you. So
of course, it's not ordinary for you to retire. Then I think they are giving that privilege. You announce your retirement, you come back. You can go for another retirement, maybe second retirement, you still come back. Because for Mayweather retired 2017, you said he fought about 2 or 3 matches or fights again. Then he's coming back again because since that time, I don't think he has been in the ring. Then he's coming back again. Now the match has been postponed again till January. So, of course, that will be maybe due to the legal issues you said.
Yeah, it could be due to the legal issues. Now, let's take a look at the, basketballers. That's the NBA. Now it's in the NBA draft history where we have 11 players with direct ties to an African nation. They have been selected in a single draft.
Yeah.
So looking at this game, I will tell you for a reason that these drafters, that's the Afro-ballers, they have been selected first African pick, and look at the guy, Dave Bansa, has been picked. He's from Ghana. He's from
Jamaica,
and from the US. And this one is from, looking at him, you will see that he's from US and the country. Then you see our Nigerian Ebuka Okori. Ebuka Okori sounds like one Abia State boy.
He's from the East.
From the East.
Yeah.
Then you have Zubi Ejiofor from Nigeria and US. Then you also have this guy from Senegal, Spain, and the UK, talking about Baba Miller. Now you have Jack Kayiu, that East African pick, is from Ghana and from Germany. Now you have Otega Owe, he's from Nigeria and US. Now you have Felix Opara, he's from Nigeria. Then you have Toby Lawal from Germany and from Nigeria. Then you have Lugona Onyenso.
This guy is from Obiagu. This side of Obiagu.
Yeah. He's from Obiagu. He's from down there in the city of 042, where they have Obiagu there. Now we also have in Narcisse Ngoy. He's from France.
Yeah.
Look at that guy from France, and he's from the country. So look at these guys and their teams. You will see that they have really been together to see these games happen. And we're still talking about what has been happening in the world of NBA, where you have Ike Iruebu is back. He is back to play with the Tigers of Nigeria. He is back to play with the Tigers of Nigeria in their qualifiers for the next NBA World Cup. He is back to play their qualifiers. That's talking about Ike Iruebu. Ike Iruebu is one of the guys who has been, who has paid a lot of attention, who actually has done a lot for the world of NBA. I'm talking about the Tigers. So he has actually done a lot to see that he would come out to the place where he should be. Now, talking about Ikenna Ugochukwu Iruebu, is an American-Nigerian professional basketball point guard for Obenjo Metis versus in this Lego basket. Now, talking about a Washington State graduate, he has played in the NBA G League and across Europe, in Germany, Louisiana, France, Israel, Spain, and Italy. He's actually a standout for Nigeria's national team, and he's actually been influential to play his game. And looking at the guy, you will see this guy
is not just a baller. He has been a baller since the day he was born. He was born in March 14th, 1995. And, you know, being an influential guy, he has been called back, and he is back to play for Nigeria. That is something I would love to see, where we have all these guys from the international descent
coming to play for our darling country.
Coming to play for our darling country, and it's going to be amazing. It's really, really going to be amazing. So before we go on a short break, I want to ask you just in a moment, what do you think? How do you think basketball and what are the processes you're trying to use to, you know, estimate between basketball and other
sporting
events? Yes.
Where, you know, when growing up.
You know why I ask this? Because basketball is not always on the talk.
No,
a lot of people
don't get to even hear of basketball.
Yes, don't get to hear of basketball. So what do you think?
I think the last time I even, though my height was not, you know, given for basketball, because
I don't understand. Your height was not given. Was your height given before?
My height, you know, when I was in secondary school was
clapping.
given.
Like,
no, I used to play basketball. I remember I did play basketball.
So what happened?
I not grow to that kind of, you know, they
So
need
what
a particular height.
You are eating about that's why.
Normally, I will eat something to survive. So
to survive, not to,
at the end of the day,
grow.
but I did not get to that height. You know, but
fine.
I used to enjoy. I can tell you for a fact that at least I remember when I was doing those throws, you know, those free shots. I enjoyed basketball then when I was still in secondary school, still playing that. Then there was no much, you know, those kind of issues of heights, because they say we are still growing, so you might still get to that height they needed. But at the end of the day, I played a little before I eventually ventured into football, because at the end of the day, it was now football I had to take part in. But I enjoyed basketball, but at the end of the day, we don't get to hear of basketball often, because, of course, where do you watch basketball? Let's come to Nigeria now. Which station? How often is basketball competition coming up for Nigeria? We know of MPFL, at least for we that, you know, love football. We know of MPFL, we know of, you know, their timetable. If it comes out, you know, maybe when Enugu Rangers is playing, when Eyimba is playing, when Shooting Star is playing, you know these things. But do you have any information concerning, in fact, the basketball league in Nigeria? That's the problem. We don't get the information concerning these things. So how do we, you know, patronize, or how do we then come to support? We don't even know when our own country, you know, basketball team is playing, if there's a tournament that is going on, if there's a, you know, friendly match or something. So these things boils down, you know, to the promotion about information. You know, we need to promote this league. We need to support our own, because of course there are people playing basketball. Nigeria has a national team that plays basketball. Even the Tigress are there, male and female, they partake, you know, in basketball. But we don't get to, you know, hear about these things because they are not being promoted. So how do we get in contact with this sport? So it's something that, you know, we should look into, especially the people that are in charge. You know, always talk about this thing, promote them, let it be on platforms, if possible TV stations, you know, let people get to watch. You know, of course, I know, in fact, there are a lot of basketball lovers. I have some as friends, so they try to do their best, you know, a bit, you know, to play basketball 1 or 2 times, but we don't get an avenue to watch. You know, if I want to watch Nigerian Basketball League now, I don't know where to watch. I don't know the station to tune in. I don't know the platform to get to see these matches. So it's something I can tell you that to compare it with football is very difficult, because I don't even know the players. I can tell you I don't know, but at the end of the day, we'll still seek the promotion. Let's have an avenue, you know, to watch these matches live, if not live, but maybe after the match we can still get to watch it. But we need something. We need an avenue at the end of the day to watch basketball matches, just like football is coming up. We are seeing the World Cup is going on. We are seeing it everywhere. You know, if it's the MPFL, we know there's MPFL Live, the app to watch it. But now, basketball, I don't know if there's a basketball live app to watch. But at the end of the day, you guys have to come up with something. The people that are in charge, you know, the Federation, Basketball Federation, should come up with something, an app or a station where we can get to see this match and support our own country. We have guys, you know, representing us both home and abroad, and we don't get to see them. We don't get to show our support. How do we show our support if not going to source for, you know, information here and there? We need a platform to, you know, watch our own guys play basketball.
Yeah, it's something we need to do. And we take a short break. When we return, we'll bring you what is happening around the world of Formula One and also in the world of football. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now still on Aneke TV Sports, we're bringing you, it's been a year, it's been just 1 year that the movie F1, Formula One, was released. That movie that featured Brad Pitt and the rest of them. I know Wizzy did not watch that movie. He has not seen the movie because he has a
Fast and Furious.
The name of the movie is actually Formula One. It's a movie to commemorate guys who has been, influential in the world of Formula One, and they had to, feature other guys who came to, see the movie, who came to, have made part in the world of Formula One. I must tell you for a fact that it is something that many people have not really seen. It's the movie that Brad Pitt had to, feature in. And talking about that movie, I would tell you for a fact that it really generated and grossed a lot. It really grossed a lot, and it was a change that many people needed. It was a movie that many people needed to have. Now let's go over to the schedule for the Formula One that's coming up this weekend. Talking about the Austrian GP. The Austrian GP is this weekend, where you have the free practices today by 12, and by 3:35, sorry, you have the practice 2. That's the free practice 2. Then on Saturday, tomorrow, you have the free practice 3 by 11:15. Then that same day, you have the qualifying. That's where people take pole position. Pole position is on tomorrow tomorrow by 2:15. That's the time we have here on the schedule. Then on Sunday, we have the race build-up from 12:30. Then by 2, we have the race start. Race start!
On Sunday by 2.
By 2. Now we're talking about where we have the likes of Lewis Hamilton, who is going to...
Sir Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, Sir Lewis. Yeah, thank you very much for that.
I'm just reminding you.
You're doing well now.
It's of course.
Sir Lewis Hamilton is going to, be there to drive and see how many wins he could get. And still talking about Lewis Hamilton, we're talking about the guy who won the last Barcelona-Catalonia race. And it was a sensational moment because that was his first race, that was his first win in red. I mean, red, not Manchester United, but of course, Manchester United wins always.
Not Liverpool.
Not Liverpool, of course. Liverpool doesn't win because they have been, having issues now. But we're talking about the guy who has been the man of the moment and why he's just 41 years old compared to Cristiano Ronaldo. They are on red. Both of them are on red, and both of them are not on WhatsApp because they are not red. Well, that's for the jokes. But I'm telling you that this race is something you have to look at. The UK timing on Friday today, the schedule starts, and by 2 p.m. on Sunday, the race starts. I don't know, what do you think about this race?
Well, of course, this is of course coming up on Sky Sports, but just like you have said, Sir Lewis Hamilton is partaking in the race, but you have forgotten to mention that, of course, Kimi is partaking. you are forgetting to mention that Kimi is partaking in this race.
Okay, yes.
Sir Lewis Hamilton is there. I acknowledge that. You have to acknowledge that Kimi is also there, so that we will know that there's a competition coming up, a healthy competition, as we have said. So for me, as always, I will always go there to support my Kimi, hoping that, like I've said before, he starts and finish the race. There's a problem when you start and you don't finish, when you get to experience technical difficulties or your car gets to break down on the way. So if he should start and he should finish that race, I'm going to tell you for a fact, take it home and come back on Monday that this guy is going to win the race. But if eventualities now get to take part of the race, then of course something else can come up. But likely for me is one of, in fact, the favorites to win the race. But of course, I still have Sir Lewis Hamilton there, so this is a legend in the game that I'm expecting to put up a healthy competition, against the likes of Kimi. Of course, there are other guys there. We are not, excluding the other guys. But for me, these are the two main characters, just like a drama. These are the two main characters for the
these
Formula
are the two
One.
main characters. We're talking about still on the main characters. Let's talk about George Russell, who's set to still drive for Mercedes in 2027.
Of course,
it has been confirmed that he's driving for Mercedes in 2027, George Russell. And this George Russell, it looks like they want to get, Mercedes wants to transfer to their very favorite, one of their favorite, Max Verstappen, wants to drive for Mercedes.
But currently, he's not driving for Mercedes.
Yes, I'm telling you, they were going for.
So they want to sign him.
Yes, they wanted to sign Max Verstappen. So
that would be nice for me. You know, it's just Kimi and Rosé that is in Mercedes right now. So adding Verstappen to it, that's another great guy in the world of Formula One. You know, it's something that, you know, it's going to boost their confidence. It's going to get them good results. You know, where you have likelihood of about 3 of your guys coming out. If not first, you have them either second or third. So it's going to boost. You know, in fact, it's going to be a great signing for me for the guys in Mercedes.
Yes, really. Let's talk about Sir Lewis Hamilton also, seeing how ready he is. I hope you can see his tattoos and you can see his stats, how he is ready for the next chapter of his life. Talking about the guy who has been in the mouth and in the words of people so far. He came out and he has been all fresh and together. You know, last time he drove the race, he did not have any way his hair was made. And now his hair has been tied together and we're seeing that he's going to make it to the next. I really want to ask him one question. What are you listening to? I really want to ask him one question.
No, of course, they are playing. These guys, you know, they enjoy their music. You know, they use music to keep their time going. You know, when they are not driving. Of course, most of these guys, you know, that are into sport, they enjoy a lot of music. You see the footballers, most of the time they are on their AirPod or their earpiece. You see the basketballers when they are coming in, they're wearing their AirPod or earpiece. In fact, almost all. So they just use this thing to keep their nerves down, relax. You know, when you're about to go into a competition, sometimes you might be nervous. You know, that agitation will be there. You know, trying to just keep yourself calm. You just have to play any kind of music that you enjoy. If it's the country music, if it's the R&B, if it's the blues, just to keep the temper down. You know, just let yourself relax and know that it's going to be a competition that you're going to do fine. So for me, it's like a motivation for them. They listen to music and, you know, keep their nerves down.
Yeah, they have to keep their nerves down, but I'm telling you, I want to ask him, what are you listening to, sir? Are you listening to
gospel music?
Are you listening to Chinyere Udoma? Are you listening to, you know...
Davido.
Who are you actually listening to? And we're going to see that later down. Let's take a look and let's delve right into the world where we have been waiting for. Let's first of all see what's happening in the transfer world, where we have the man of the moment who has been signed to Manchester City, talking about Elliot Anderson, who has, you know, been transferred to Manchester City with a record-breaking fee of 116 million euros. This guy is all smiles now. He has been all smiles since the day.
Do you know what it means to sign for Manchester City?
So it's going to be...
From Nottingham Forest. You are coming from the Forest and you are going to the City.
You are good. You are too good.
You are coming from Forest. So it's something that you should smile about. This, in fact, this is good business for Nottingham Forest. Is a club that, you know, almost, you know, at the middle of the table, getting to sign one of their players. You know what they will use this money for? They can get about 3 to 4 other players, if not up to 5, because they get to spread their money. They don't sign those big players at this kind of, you know, 116. Hardly will you hear that Nottingham Forest has signed a player for 50 million euros. You know, it's something that they don't do. They get the younger players, you know, build them, and later sell off this profit, you know, for the owners of Nottingham Forest. And 116 million. Of course, this report, 116 million, we don't know if it's even true or not, because if you get to see Manchester City pay, they said 130 million euros, and now these people are saying 160. So we don't actually know the figure, but of course, it's a record-breaking fee that we are seeing that is taking place in England. And of course, Elliot Anderson will be joining Manchester City. And another person that, you know, is also on the news is Nico Paz. You know, Real Madrid are trying to, you know, activate the release clause. They are saying Como, of course, he plays for Como FC, and if Como she want to buy him, they should pay 60 million for now, 60 million euros. And if they are not going to buy, because they loan him to Como, and Como are trying to get him on a permanent deal, but Real Madrid are saying they want to activate the clause on him. So if Como are interested, they should pay the 60 million. If not, they should return their player. And they have given Como 48 hours. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 48 hours, so we are going to be on the lookout from now till Sunday to see what's going to happen. By Monday, we should know where Nico Paz is going to be playing for, if he's going to go back to Real Madrid. Real Madrid are saying they want him back to offer to other clubs. Of course, they still want to sell him, but they are looking to get a better deal, even above that 60 million they are offering to Como. They said if Como does not want, they should return him. Then they will also consider approaches from other clubs. Of course, the Italian club like Juventus, even Inter Milan are also looking out for him. Even Arsenal are also looking out for him. This guy, I can tell you, is right now is very hot in the market. So Real Madrid are trying to get a better deal for Nico Paz. If other clubs are going to come in for the deal, they are ready to sell. Of course, let's move into the World Cup proper, where we had a lot of actions yesterday from the group stages. Of course, we are still in the last matches of the group stages, where there was a shocking, in fact, I call it shocking because it was shocking for me to get to see that Ecuador actually won Germany yesterday. Yeah, they actually won Germany. When I was talking about it yesterday, I was saying, of course, football, you say never. There's nothing like, there's impossibility in football. They say what God cannot do does not exist. And in football, there's nothing that cannot happen. This is an Ecuadorian side that you might say it's very impossible to get a win against Germany, but they did it against all odds yesterday, defeating Germany 2-1. Of course, Germany took the lead in the first half of the match. Germany opened the scoring through Lionel Sané. In fact, it was 2 minutes into the match that Lionel Sané had to get the first goal with an assist from Florian Wirtz. Then Ecuador had to equalize at the 9th minute through Angulo, where they got the equalizer, and the first half ended 1-1, only to enter the second half and Plata G got the second goal for Ecuador. And what does this mean? This is not just a victory for Ecuador. This is a qualification spot into the round of 32 for Ecuador, because right now they are sitting at the 3rd position with 4 points. In fact, I can tell you for a fact that they have qualified. They have a spot in the round of 32. Germany finished first with 6 points. Ivory Coast, of course, won Curacao yesterday 2-0, with courtesy goals from Nicolas Pepe. Pepe had to Pepe Curacao. He had to go. This is Nicolas Pepe that plays for Arsenal, and he did not have a good time. I can tell you, when he came to Arsenal, it was a record signing deal for Arsenal. They got him from Lyon, but he came to Arsenal and it seems not to be flourishing, and of course he had to be sold off. But yesterday was his day. He was the man of the match. He got 2 goals against Curacao, and of course Ivory Coast has to finish second on that group with 6 points. Then Ecuador beating Germany meant that they are going through to the round of 32. They finished 3rd with 4 points, and of course Curacao ended the tournament. They are going home with just 1 point, and of course it's a proud point for them to take home. It's not something that you expect to see. In fact, I was not expecting Curacao to get a point, but look at them finishing 4th proudly with 1 point, and that 1 point was against Ecuador. So it's something they are going to go home happy about. Of course, that was not the...
They have lasted though.
No, they lasted now.
They actually lasted.
They played 3 matches, they got 1 point, and they tried.
They lasted, like, unlike people that did not attend at all.
There are countries that did not even go to the World Cup.
They tried. Imagine Curacao in the World Cup.
Curacao went to the World Cup. They got 2 goals. They got 1 against Germany. They got 1 against Ecuador.
They will frame the legs.
They are going to frame those goals because, of course, they get... in fact, imagine what they are going to earn for just going to the World Cup. And, sometimes when you score, you get some match bonuses, some goal bonus. So, in fact, they have made themselves proud, and they are going back home as a proud country, earning some, some financial boost for their country and themselves in particular. So, of course, they have gone home, but they did not go home with their shoulders low. They went home with their shoulders high. Of course, that was not the only match that took place. Yesterday, we also saw Japan versus Sweden.
Yes,
that ended in 1-1 draw. That game was very entertaining.
Japan is good.
They have not lost a match in this tournament. Even before this tournament,
yes, they have
it's been long.
Unbeaten,
yeah.
They are very good, I will tell you. And their coach said that they are ready to win the World Cup.
Yeah, of course. It's something that I'm hoping to see. Japan are going to go far in this tournament. They are not just ending in this round of 32. I can tell you for a fact that Japan will skate through I don't know who they are playing next. The fixtures we'll get to see later, but I don't know who they are playing. But I can tell you for a fact that anybody that's going to face Japan has a lot to worry about. Then we saw Netherlands take on Tunisia. Tunisia, I can tell you in this tournament, they have been tuned, you know, they have been tuned, and right now they are going home. You know, they sacked their coach in the first match. Now, I don't know if it's repercussion that is.
You are good. You are good. Another handshake.
I don't know if it's repercussion. They had to sack their coach, and we said in this video that was not the best decision. They took the wrong decision. In football, you lost your first match in the World Cup, and you sent your coach home, brought another coach, expecting what? You know, you played a side that is way better than you in football. You should take the defeat honorably. Take the defeat, regroup, revamp, and, you know, get back to the pitch and do something. But you had to take the decision of, you know, sending your coach away that he lost 5-1 to Sweden. I wonder if you wanted to beat Sweden, but you came into the second match, you lost 4-0. Now you are losing 3-1 to Netherlands. You did not even earn a point in this World Cup. You know, that's a disappointing run for Tunisia. We have Turkey who lost their 2 matches. And this last match they played yesterday, they won 3-2. Adagula was the man of the match. You know, it's something to take home. You have something that you can say, okay, yes, you came out from the World Cup with 3 points. You know, you got some goals, but this is Tunisia not even getting a point, not a victory, not a draw. And, of course, they are going home. In fact, they should be on their way home by now. Then, of course, USA took on Turkey, like I've said. Turkey had to
where Adagula scored his
Adagula was the man of the match and his first World Cup goal. This is a side that they have already gone home even before this match of yesterday. They know they're on their way home, but they played football. They showed that enthusiasm. That's what I was talking about, Tunisia. You're on your way home, quite all right. We are aware of that, but you have to show us that you came to the World Cup. You know, at least even if it's 1 point you get, you know, I take home and tell your people that we went to the World Cup. We were able to secure 1 point. So that next one we are going, we should be looking at securing maybe 4 or 5 points. It's something that was disappointing for Tunisia. So Turkey had to do the opposite. They were 1 goal down. In fact, as at 3 minutes, Trusty scored a goal for USA. So Turkey we are 1 goal down as at 3 minutes. And at the 10th minute, Adagula, of course, had to, you know, reply through an assist from Yilmaz. It was a beautiful goal, I can tell you. That goal was very beautiful. The Yilmaz also had to send in another goal to give Turkey the lead as at 31 minutes. Then, coming into the second half, USA replied with a goal from Berhalter that made the match 2-2. Then, as at the 90, in fact, this was like the last kick of the match, 90 plus 8. Ayan had to score for Turkey, making it 3-2, and, you know, making Turkey like going home with a proud shoulder, taking them, you know, out of the competition, but giving them 3 points, something that they can go home and tell the people of Turkey that we went to the World Cup. No, it was a disappointing outcome, but we got 3 points, and it's something they are proud of as a country, that they got a win out of the World Cup, and the next one they will regroup, you know, to get a better result. And like I've said, we are expecting a blockbuster. I call it a blockbuster match. This match is coming up by 9 p.m. Of course, African time. This match is between Norway and France, and this is going to be deciding the group winner for the group that they find themselves. That is Group I. This match between France and Norway is to decide who is going to top the group. Then, of course, there is also another match between Senegal and Iraq. Senegal and Iraq are on 0 points. France and Norway are on 6 points. So this is like a decider match between France and also between Senegal. France are looking to top the group, you know, to finish the group with maximum points, while Senegal are looking to get, even if it's just 3 points, to qualify as one of the best losers. I don't know what's going to happen today, but I'm going to tell you that today promises to be an exciting evening.
To face Japan. It's Brazil.
Okay, it's Brazil that's facing Japan.
It's Brazil that is facing Japan.
Wow. I don't know how unbeaten Japan is going to remain.
It's Brazil, and it's on Tuesday. It's actually on Tuesday.
Wow.
On June 30th.
Wow. I don't know. I'm wishing Japan all the best. I don't know why.
I really would want them to win.
I think I'm falling in love with the Japanese side. You know, they are playing. You know, Japan is not a side that should normally be a footballing side. We know them those days, you know, to be the kind of fighting side where China, Japan, South Korea, they are more of the kung fu soccer, the likes of Jackie Chan, the likes of Jet Li. They do more of the fighting now. Look at them playing football, and they are doing excellently well. You know, they are doing well, and I'm hoping, I'm just wishing, I don't know, of course I like Brazil, but I'm wishing Japan good luck at the end of the day. If they can skate through from the round of 32 to the round of 16, it's going to be something exciting to see an Asian side, getting that far, in the world of football. Yeah,
it's something that I too want to see. Why the Asian side, they are pushing their best to see what happens in the world. Well, today's prediction, what's a prediction about these games?
I don't know why you want to put me in this hot seat, but France and Germany, there are two sides. Of course, I've said this even before the World Cup started that I'm supporting France all the way, France and Morocco. So I'm hoping that France gets a win against a Norwegian side that likes playing and attacking football. They are not defensive for anything. They are not going to sit back and relax and say, okay, France have more attacking prowess, so we are going to try and defend. No, you have Erling Haaland there, you have Odegaard, you have Damsgaard, you have Nusa. So these guys are also in the attacking side. You have Solot there. So I'm expecting to see, in fact, it's just like the match between Bayern and Paris Saint-Germain. So it's going to be an attacking match. Attack me, attack you. Let's see who gets the win. And of course, both countries have qualified. So this time around, they are just fighting to see who is going to top the group. So it's going to be an exciting match for me. I urge you guys to also go out in the evening by 9 p.m. to see this match and enjoy it. It's going to be an entertaining match. Don't just worry about if it's going to be a boring match. No, this is going to be an entertaining match. And of course, Senegal and Iraq will be also coming up by 9 p.m. So this is all we have for you on this segment of Aneke Sports. I hope you got all the updates, and of course we will come back here to give you the update as it happened during the weekend on Monday, same time, same station. Stay with us, don't touch that down. We are still here to give you other activities of the day. I remain your humble, wonderful host worldwide, saying have a lovely day.
And I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Have a wonderful morning. Bye.
Across Nigeria, from bustling cities to quiet rural communities, one institution has endured the test of time: the traditional leadership. Long before modern governance structures emerged, these institutions were the heartbeat of society, providing leadership, justice, and social cohesion in ways that remain indispensable to this day. Traditional institutions are not merely ceremonial. They are custodians of Nigeria's rich and diverse cultural heritage. From the Obas of Yoruba land, the Emirs of the North, to the Iwe and Obi of Igbo land, traditional rulers preserve centuries of customs, language, festivals, and rituals. They ensure that the stories, values, and identity of their people are not lost in a rapidly changing world. What sets these institutions apart is their organic legitimacy. Unlike elected officials whose authority depends on periodic votes, traditional rulers derive their influence from ancestry, community consent, and deeply rooted cultural norms. This legacy makes them trusted arbiters, moral authorities, and stabilizing forces within their communities. Their position above partisan politics allows them to mediate dispute and guide society with a unique combination of wisdom and authority. At the grassroots level, traditional institutions are indispensable for governance and social order. They resolve disputes, manage land and chieftaincy matters, and act as intermediaries between local communities and government policy. In rural areas, where formal structures are often distant or overstretched, the presence of these leaders ensures continuity, fairness, and accessibility in governance. Beyond mediation, traditional rulers are catalysts for development. They mobilize communities for education, healthcare, and infrastructure projects, while acting partnerships from governments and private entities. Their influence ensures that development initiatives are participatory, culturally appropriate, and sustainable. In this way, traditional leadership becomes a force for progress as well as preservation. Traditional institutions also play a vital role in maintaining security by leveraging local knowledge and community networks. Rulers provide essential intelligence and oversight, collaborating with security agencies to prevent and mitigate conflicts. Their involvement strengthens community resilience and reinforces the social contract between citizens and the state. Equally important is the moral and ethical dimension of traditional leadership. These institutions instill values of respect, integrity, communal responsibility, and peaceful coexistence. In a society grappling with ethical and social challenges, the guidance of traditional rulers remains a vital instrument for fostering discipline and virtue. In a nation as diverse as Nigeria, traditional institutions serve as a bridges of unity. They manage ethnic and cultural diversity, promote dialogue, and encourage mutual respect, while preserving distinct local identities. Through their wisdom, they help maintain harmony and stability across communities that might otherwise be divided. The traditional institution is far from a relic of the past. It is a dynamic, enduring pillar of Nigerian society, a custodian of heritage, a mediator of peace, a driver of development, and a moral compass for generations. To harness Nigeria's full potential, there must be a deliberate integration of these institutions into governance and national development strategies. For in preserving the past, guiding the present, and shaping the future, traditional leadership remains at the very heart of Nigerian life.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. The headlines. 36 state houses of assembly speakers and governors backed the state police bill as constitutional amendment advances. Borno State Governor orders the closure of the Bama internally displaced persons camp over security concerns. On the foreign scene, power outage hits the Russian-controlled Kherson region following reported attacks on critical energy infrastructure. On the business news, federal government hands over the management of Akanubiam International Airport, Enugu, to Aero Alliance Limited. Now the news in details. Resident doctors at the Olabisi Onabanjo University Teaching Hospital, Sagamu, have suspended their 10-day warning strike following assurances from the Ogun State government that all outstanding professional and specialist allowances will be paid on or before July 31st, 2026. President of the Association of Resident Doctors, Dr. John Omotosho, announced the decision after discussions with state officials. He directed members to return to work immediately and resume field clinical services at the teaching hospital. The doctors had embarked on the industrial action over delayed welfare payment, manpower shortages, and security concern within the hospital. The union said the intervention of the secretary to the state government and the head of service paved the way for the suspension of the strike. The association, however, warned against the victimization of any of its members and announced that it will hold an emergency general meeting on August 1st to review the government's compliance with the agreement and determine its next line of action. Governor Seyi Makinde has extended the curfew imposed on 10 local government areas of Oyo State by another 24 hours as security agencies intensify efforts to rescue abducted students and teachers. The extension means the round-the-clock restriction will remain in force until Saturday, June 27th, following the abduction of 39 students and 7 teachers by armed men. Security reports indicate that the victims are believed to be held within the Old Oyo Park National Park, prompting authorities to strengthen security operations around affected local government areas, including Orere, Saki West, and Isheyin. The state government says the curfew is aimed at restricting movement to enable security operatives conduct coordinated search operations and secure the safe release of the abducted victims. The Kwara state government has raised concerns over the increasing influx of unidentified commercial motorcycle operators, warning that the development poses a threat to public safety and security. Commissioner for Transportation Aliyu Korasabi gave the warning during a security stakeholders meeting in Ilorin, where he urged transport unions to support efforts aimed at identifying genuine commercial transport operators. The government directed transport unions to enforce the ongoing resident registration exercise and ensure that commercial motorcycle and tricycle operators are properly documented. Officials say the exercise is intended to establish a credible database that will assist security agencies in identifying legitimate operators while preventing criminal elements from infiltrating the transport sector. The proposed state police bill has received fresh backing from governors, speakers of the 36 houses of assembly and the Labour Party, following its passage by the Senate as part of the ongoing constitutional amendment process. The bill seeks to decentralize policing to strengthen internal security and address growing concerns over kidnapping, banditry, and other violent crimes across the country. It now requires approval by at least 24 state assemblies before it can be transmitted to President Bola Tinubu for assent. While several states, including Benue, Kano, Ondo, and Delta, have begun consultations on the proposal, the People's Redemption Party has expressed reservations, questioning the timing and implementation of the reform. The legislation also provides safeguards to prevent abuse by state authorities, including an expanded National Police Council with representation from the Nigerian Bar Association, the Nigeria Labour Congress, and the National Human Rights Commission to strengthen oversight and accountability. Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umar Zulum has ordered the immediate closure of the internally displaced persons camp in the Bama local government area over security concerns. The governor said intelligence reports are ongoing. Screening exercise revealed the infiltration of the camp by members of Boko Haram and the Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP. He also announced that the Gwoza IDP camp will be closed within the next 3 weeks. Governor Zulum said the decision followed improvements in security across several communities previously affected by insurgency, making it possible for displaced persons to return to their ancestral homes. He also raised concerns over the presence of individuals who were not genuinely displaced but had been accessing humanitarian assistance. The governor said security agencies have commenced profiling affected persons to facilitate the orderly resettlement of verified displaced families under the supervision of the community leaders. The federal government has launched the IPPIS-HR employee self-service application as part of efforts to modernize public service administration and improve efficiency across ministries, departments, and agencies. The digital platform unveiled in Abuja during the 2026 Civil Service Week will enable civil servants to manage their payroll and human resource records electronically, while reducing paperwork and administrative delays. Government officials say the initiative is expected to strengthen transparency, accountability, and service delivery. Also launched was the Public Service Monitoring Program, designed to build leadership capacity and ensure effective succession planning within the civil service. Permanent Secretary, Career Management Office, Mrs. Nkiruka Jones-Nebo, said the two initiatives combine digital innovation with human capital development to improve public sector performance. She added that the reforms have attracted interest from other African countries seeking to understudy Nigeria's public service transformation. The Nigeria Police Force has intensified security operations in Jigawa State to curb cross-border crime and prevent violence ahead of the 2027 general elections. Deputy Inspector General of Police Suleiman Mohammed Abdul announced the strategy during an operational visit to Duse, where he met with traditional rulers, security agencies, and other stakeholders. The Deputy Inspector General said the police will strengthen intelligence gathering, deploy technology-driven policing, and deepen collaboration with other security agencies to tackle emerging threats, particularly along border communities. He urged residents to support security efforts by providing timely information on suspicious activities and promoting peaceful conflict resolution at the community level. Traditional rulers and community leaders pledged their cooperation in sustaining peace across the state. The United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, in partnership with the United Kingdom's Foreign and Commonwealth and Development Office, has launched the second phase of its climate resilience program in Jigawa State. The initiative will strengthen climate adaptation measures in 24 public facilities, including 14 primary healthcare centers and 10 schools, to improve their ability to withstand floods, heat waves, droughts, and other extreme weather conditions. The project includes the installation of heat-reflective roofing materials, improved ventilation systems, solar-powered cooling facilities, and upgraded drainage infrastructure to ensure uninterrupted water, sanitation, and hygiene services. UNICEF says the intervention builds on the success of the first phase and is aimed at protecting essential public services. Local authorities have welcomed the initiative, describing it as a major boost to healthcare delivery, education, and community resilience. The Anambra State Police Command has commenced an investigation into a suspected child trafficking case at a private hospital in Awada, Obosi, in the Idemili North local government area. Police Public Relations Officer, Superintendent of Police Tochukwu Ikenga, said a 37-year-old woman, Angurika Nweme, has been taken into custody in connection with the incident. According to the police, the suspect allegedly gained access to the hospital on June 23rd, disguised as a nurse, and was seen recording videos of newborn babies in the maternity ward. Hospital management later confirmed that she was not a member of the staff. The command said police operatives from Awada Division headquarters rescued the suspect from an angry mob. Investigators say she is assisting with efforts to identify other persons who may be connected with the case, while further updates will be made available as the investigation continues. The National Examinations Council, NECO, has released the results of the 2026 Basic Education Certificate Examination, with over 291 candidates participating across Nigeria and 5 foreign countries. NECO Acting Director of Information and Public Relations, Mr. Aziz Sani, said the examination was conducted between April 20th and April 30th in 12 subjects. The results were approved during the 2026 Bese Award Committee meeting held at the Council's headquarters in Minna, Niger State. The meeting was chaired by the Director of Basic Education at the Federal Ministry of Education, Dr. Folake Olatunji David, who represented the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa. She expressed satisfactions with the conduct of the examination and the process leading to the release of the results. The Council also approved July 22nd and 23rd for the BESA receipt examination in mathematics and English studies for candidates with deficiencies in either or both subjects. NECO said the exercise will enable affected candidates to qualify for admission into senior secondary school 1 without repeating an academic year. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making the headlines. Constitutional amendment on state policing gains momentum as governors and speakers of the 36 state houses of assembly endorse the state police bill. Borno State Governor orders the closure of the Bamar internally displaced persons camp over security concerns. Coming up shortly on the foreign scene, power outage disrupts electricity supply across the Russian-controlled Kherson region following reported attacks on energy infrastructure. On business news, federal government hands over the concession of Akanubiam International Airport, Enugu, to Aero Alliance Limited. We'll be back shortly.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Turkey has pledged continued humanitarian assistance to Venezuela following the recent earthquake that struck the South American nation. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan reaffirmed the commitment during a telephone conversation with his Venezuelan counterpart, Vian Gil, focusing on the country's immediate humanitarian, medical and reconstruction needs. Turkey's foreign ministry sources said Ankara is prepared to provide emergency relief materials and other critical support to complement ongoing international response efforts. The earthquake has reportedly claimed more than 100 lives and left thousands injured. Turkish authorities said the intervention reflects the strong bilateral relationship between both countries and underscores Turkey's commitment to supporting global humanitarian and disaster relief operations. Health authorities in the Democratic Republic of Congo have confirmed that the country's Ebola outbreak has risen to over 1,155 confirmed cases, with the death toll increasing to 304. Official figures released on Thursday show that 37 new infections and 5 deaths were recorded within the last 24 hours, raising concerns over sustained community transmission. Health officials say intensified surveillance, early detection, and contact tracing have improved case identification, while emergency medical teams continue treatment and contamination efforts in affected communities. Authorities and international health partners are urging continued vigilance as response teams work to prevent further spread of the virus within the country and across its borders. A widespread power outage has disrupted electricity supply across the Russian-controlled Kherson region of Ukraine. The Moscow-installed region governor, Vladimir Saldo, said electricity was fully or partially cut off in several areas bordering Crimea following reported attacks on energy infrastructure. The blackout has also affected neighboring Crimea, where electricity rationing has been introduced to stabilize the power grid. Authorities have also reported fuel shortages and temporary disruptions to transport services. Officials say repair work is ongoing, although no timeline has been given for the full restoration of electricity to affected communities. Now over to the business news. Efforts to revive Kwara State's share industry have received a boost through a community-based environmental restoration program supported by the United Nations Development Program. The Hashim Initiative for Community Advancement has launched an assistant regeneration project across communities including Fufu, Akpaola, Ilota, and Igbo Owu, to restore declining shea tree population and improve rural livelihoods. Project coordinators say more than 4,200 shea seedlings have been planted. 4 women-led cooperatives established and modern processing equipment distributed to enhance productivity and value addition. The initiative has also provided solar-powered water systems benefiting over 500 households, while state forestry officials describe the program as a model for sustainable agroforestry and rural economic development. The federal government has officially transferred the management of the Akanubiam International Airport, Enugu, to Aero Alliance Limited under a public-private partnership agreement. Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development, Festus Keyamo, said the concession requires the company to finance, rehabilitate, and manage the airport in line with international standards. He noted that the agreement supports ongoing efforts to strengthen aviation infrastructure and complement initiatives by the Enugu state government to position the state as a major commercial, tourism, and investment destination. The federal government also assured aviation workers that their welfare and employment rights will be protected throughout the concession period, while operational efficiency and passenger services are improved. The Transmission Company of Nigeria has confirmed that a voltage instability on the national grid caused a major disruption to electricity supply across the Lagos power network. The company said the incident occurred at about 8:19 Thursday morning, resulting in the shutdown of some generating units and the tripping of transmission lines serving Lagos and surrounding areas. According to the TCN, the National Control Center directed power generation companies to reduce output to stabilize the grid, while the Minister of Power, Joseph Tegbe, confirmed an emergency meeting with officials of the TCN and the Nigerian Independent System Operators. The company says the Benin-Egbin 330 kilovolt transmission line has been restored, while engineers continue repairs on the Benin-Omotosho line to ensure full restoration of electricity supply. Coming over to the sports news, English Premier League said West Ham United has joined the race to sign Super Eagles defender Chiwike Nwiwu from Turkish club Trabzonspor. The London club has reportedly submitted a €30 million bid after Fulham made 2 unsuccessful offers for the 22-year-old Nigerian international. Trabzonspor is understood to be holding out for a transfer fee of €35 million following Nwiwu's impressive performances since joining the club from Australia in January. The defender has scored 3 league goals in 16 appearances, attracting growing interest from several European clubs ahead of the new season. And on the entertainment news, Nollywood actress Omeche Oko is receiving medical treatment after sustaining a leg injury during a movie production. The actress shared footage of the incident on social media, showing the moment she fell from a moving motorcycle while performing a stunt on set. Expressing gratitude for surviving the accident, Oko urged the public to appreciate the risk actors face while carrying out demanding film production. Several Nollywood personalities, including Toby Makinde, Mofe Duncan, and Nkechi Blessing, have wished her a speedy recovery as conversations continue on improving safety standards during film production. And now to end the news, the main points again. The constitutional amendment seeking the establishment of state police has recorded another milestone, with governors and speakers of the 36 state houses of assembly throwing their weight behind the proposed legislation as it progresses through the amendment process. Borno State Governor Professor Babagana Umara Zulum has ordered the closure of the Bama internally displaced persons camp, citing renewed security concerns and the reported infiltration of the facility by criminal and terrorist elements. On the foreign scene, a widespread power outage has disrupted electricity supply across the Russian-controlled Kherson region, following reported attacks on critical energy infrastructure, with neighboring Crimea also affected by emergency power rationing. And on the business scene, the federal government has formally handed over the concession of the Akanubiam International Airport, Enugu, to Aero Alliance Limited under a public-private partnership agreement. And that concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Oyinyechi Ugu. Good morning.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, Insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military operation. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good morning and welcome to Sunrise here on Aneke TV. It's a beautiful Friday morning and of course the last Friday in the month of June. Welcome to Sunrise. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai saying good morning to you, our global audience. We're here, as always, to refresh, inform, and motivate. And wherever you are, even making breakfast this morning, we'll say thank you for letting us into your space. Mr. Choma.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
I mean, the month is finally over. We've seen the last
You kept pushing for the month to get over with, and here we are. Yes,
of course. It's about to usher us into my favorite month of the year.
Your favorite month of the year? Why is that?
Because July is my birth month, so I love July and I love the weather, the atmosphere, and the feel of the month of July. But then again, June was a good month. June, as much as we've had issues that have occurred in the political sector, in the government space, and of course across Nigeria, it's one month that's one of those months that when you come out of it, you're like, you comfort yourself in the fact that you are trying. You are living through the hardship. You are living through the chaos, the turmoil that plague us as humans. And then you're standing. And then again, you are hopeful for the better days and better months ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you to an extent. What we call issues. Yes. For me, I see them as necessary trajectories that this nation must go through if we are sincere enough to get to nationhood. These things would occur. However, what we call hardship could be relative. There are people who are having the best time of their lives, in this season. So, I remember quite well a number of times when the former president, Muhammadu Buhari, was at the helm of affairs, people would say that things are hard. That is the worst government, and I will look at, why are you saying that? I know people that just became millionaires because Buhari was at the saddle. You understand?
True.
And yes, head or tail, when you look at it vice versa, some people are having their worst period of, and while some people are being elevated from the lower rung of the ladder to the upper echelon of the society. And in all, it's all relative. However, the point we'll continue to make is that, like the religious people will say, oh, thank God we are alive, and we'll keep pushing on.
We are hopeful. Yeah. Hopeful for better days ahead. All right.
However, we're expecting cake, though, right?
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see this morning.
Like political promise.
I mean, isn't that what we are? Or we should be getting used to political promise. No, I'm not. But then again, it's still in the coming week, so we'll definitely see how it turns out. But then again, I'd like to wish you a happy birthday in arrears.
In retrospect. Yeah, we are ushering the July people in.
Yes.
So, being a lady, women are known to celebrate their birthdays. So, that cake should be mandatory.
I feel like you're setting me up.
I know that Okudele, Wisdom, Emma, should I keep mentioning them? Bishop, Kosi, the Aneke family are rearing to go. I think they are watching and listening to us this morning.
I think Miss Tuche is trying to set me up.
The birthday is another birthday, and you know how we do it. So,
well, that day we'll just gather and sing the birthday song, and then we'll move on.
We'll give you the unique Aneke TV birthday. Just bring the cake.
All right. Our quote this morning is from Kevin C. Alike, and he says, "A society that equips its young people with knowledge, skills, and opportunities does not merely prepare for the future; it secures it. Investing in youth development is the most enduring legacy of responsible leadership." I'll take that again. A society that equips its young people with knowledge, skills, and opportunities does not merely prepare for the future, it secures it. Investing in youth development is the most enduring legacy of responsible leadership. We have a saying that the youth are the leader of tomorrow. And Kevin this morning is reminding us that the amount that you are the quantity of knowledge, skills, opportunity that you present with youth is not because you want to waste talent. No, investing in youth because you understand that you are investing in your future. You understand that you're securing a certain future. It is not a waste of time when you see people holding youth development programs or holding skill acquisitions. It's because people understand that the younger generation who are coming up have to have things that will help them forge ahead in the coming days and future.
Yeah, well said. I'm beginning to take a keen interest in the sayings of this young man, Kevin C. Alike. You know, when he speaks, you see a man who is knocking on the door to make changes, the door that things, you know, need to be done in a different way. And this morning, here he is reminding us that, yes, we may have failed in the past to equip our youth, which is why we are where we are today, that we still have the time to, you know, prepare for the future by training the youth of this day. You know, there is a certain discord in our society, being that those who enjoy the base of this nation didn't make provision for those who are coming after. You know, people who have meal tickets in our university system, you know, didn't make provision to maintain that very system that ensure that today they are at the helm of affairs, that they got to the climax of their career. There is a certain discord because there is no provision for those that will take after. We will now see Nigeria transited from a leadership of 29 to 30-something years, where we'll have, you know, grandfathers at the helm of affairs. That's not to say that they are not making or they don't have their own impact, but at a time when they should be resting, relaxing, the youth taking care of them, they are still being saddled with responsibility of making decisions, traversing the length and breadth of the globe just to make things work, when the grandchildren, if they had prepared for them, would have been doing that and taking care of them at the same time. So, in the words of Kevin C. Alike, we should know that the youth are important, you know, very, very important, integral part of a better future for this nation. The more we invest into their development, the better for us. Not the investment in the pages of newspaper, in front of cameras and all that. No, investment that will transform into needed reform, that will empower the youth to now become the real leaders of tomorrow.
This quote is quite apt in a modern day society where you see young people involving in all, you know, forms of moral decadence, the drug abuse, the cultism, the, you know, name it. This is quite important because people are to understand that as much as young people can be very, you know, nonchalant to a very large extent, the onus is on us, elderly people, to educate and mold these young people in the line they ought to go. That's our quote for this morning. That's our quote this morning from Kevin C. Alike. A society that equips its young people with knowledge, skills, and opportunity does not merely prepare for the future, it secures it. Investing in youth development is the most enduring legacy of responsible leadership. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we'll be reading out our weather report for the morning. Do stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the LO can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use the kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and humid, with morning temperatures around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, temperatures are expected to climb to 31 to 33, making conditions feel hot and sticky, especially in Onitsha. Expect increasing cloud cover later in the day, with thunderstorms and moderate rainfall likely before nightfall.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the cold city. The day in Enugu begins cool, calm, and refreshing, with temperature ranging between 22 to 24 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will rise to 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, remaining relatively comfortable. Expect cloudy skies and scattered thunderstorms by evening.
Good morning, Ebonyi State. The day in Ebonyi begins warm and bright, with morning temperatures of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will reach 31 to 33, making it one of the warmest states in the region today. Expect heavy cloud buildup, gusty winds and thunderstorms later in the day.
Good morning, Imo State. Thank God it's Friday, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. The day in Imo State starts mild and cloudy, with morning temperatures of 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, temperatures will peak around 30 to 32 degrees Celsius, accompanied by humid conditions. Expect isolated thunderstorms and rain showers from late afternoon into the evening.
The day in Abia State opens warm with patches of cloud, as temperatures hover between 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will rise to 30 to 32, with humidity making it feel warmer, particularly around Aba. Evening thunderstorms and light to moderate rainfall are expected across the state.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. Then remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your other report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
Welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're delving into our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. And the papers we shall be looking at are the Daily Sun, The Nation, The Guardian, The Punch newspaper, and also another story on The Guardian newspaper.
And joining us this morning is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with in-depth insights and analysis on news issues in Nigeria, Mr. S. Aro. Mr. S., a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me this morning.
Has anything changed?
Well, not much. Thank goodness it's Friday. I ironed my clothes before coming to work this morning, so I feel good.
Yeah, thank God it's Friday, but your era is no longer the period where we'll go the other ends for Fridays and all that. It's left for us, and then Ochoma is the agency. She can't get involved in that. So allow me to drive this Friday.
The younger ones are still doing them. They're enjoying themselves. Even with all the hardship that is prevalent in the nation, you still see them jumping around, gallivanting.
I don't know why people think that we are not suffering as well. We have things that we are bothering us as well. We are all in the country, so we have our own level of hardship.
Yes. There are things bothering, but at the same time, your generation has been known to be the ones that do Miri and the rest of it, so things like that. And we think that these are the things that, bothers your generation, just how to look woke and all that.
True. You're welcome, Mr. Rex.
Thank you.
Not all of us like to feel woke anyway.
Okay. The conversation around the jerseys, but let's leave that for some other day.
True. Okay, starting off from the Daily Sun. Our headline this morning reads, State Police pressure shifts to governors, state legislators. With the proposed state police bill advancing at the national level, attention has now shifted to state governors and houses of assembly, who are expected to play a decisive role in the constitutional amendment process. The approval will be crucial to determining whether the reform becomes law. This development places increasing pressure on state leaders to take a position on one of Nigeria's most significant security reforms in recent years.
Well, it is the major subject in Nigeria as we are talking. People are talking about how the state police issue will become a reality. And of course, the process is on. When the process has moved and come to the state legislatures and the governors, of course, you know, the governors have, most of the governors have a very strong influence on their states' houses of assembly. This is because they all lean on the executive for whatever need. And you know, the personal need of humans are primary to the collective need of the society. The personal need of humans are primary, you know, to the collective needs of the society. So people, the House of Assembly lean on the governors for whatever thing they need. And as such influences comes to play. Now it is upon the State House of Assembly to now look at what has been passed by the National Assembly, both the House of Reps and Senate. Of course, the House of Reps passed its own on 11th and the Senate on Wednesday. So now it has not been transmitted. I think the members of the State Houses of Assembly are still hearing, because some of the State Houses of Assembly, through their speakers or spokespersons, have said that until the bill comes before them, they will now consider it and look at it critically and see where it favors them based on the fact that they are the representatives of the masses. If it favors their state, of course, they will certainly vote in favor. If there are gray areas, they shall indicate, and so on. So it is not yet uhuru, because I know that some people, because a lot of criticisms are going on or coming to the fore on the state police. That is, we have three major issues that has really come to the fore. The issue of funding. How are these people going to be funded? Because some states of the federation still find it very difficult to implement the national minimum wage. And then we are talking about a state police. We are talking about a state police under the Minimum Wage Act, which means that the state police personnel shall be paid based on the Minimum Wage Act. Anyway, from my perspective, that is Rex Arum says it is even wrong to begin to pay minimum wage. If we are going to talk about wage, let the Nigerian government go for a living wage. That is a wage that is capable of sustaining a family, that is capable of sustaining a family for a month, that will be capable of taking care of their necessaries. You see, these necessaries are very important. That is the welfare, the basic necessities of life. These are the necessaries. You need them. So present minimum wage cannot afford to, take care of the necessaries of any family. We do know that. So let them even talk about a holistic thing that will make the policing sustainable. Let them do the policing issue to be sustained so that corruption will not creep in. The moment corruption creeps in, of course, the state policing will crash. Then the next thing is about the use of the police, the state police, by the governors as a tool to intimidate, as a tool for a whole lot of other things against political rivals. or political opposition in their states. So these are some of the worries, of course. Then another worry is about when you're going to implement it, how the governors will implement it. Many of them will now begin to put back their political talks, into the state police. And how do you give them a different orientation from what they used to be? Okay, the period of training and how they'll be equipped and all these things. So funding is very important. It's so important that the federal government have been called up or called upon to think about how to fund the policing and security in Nigeria outside what they are doing for the minimum wage thing and so on and so forth. But even if you talk about the minimum wage, it is too meager to sustain a security that will be proactive, that will give you what you want. It's especially with the level of insurgency, banditry, herdsmen, communal clashes, and of course the internal crisis here and there. So the expectation is that government should be able to dot the T's and, cross the T's and dot the I's, make sure that they do everything that is required to put the checks and balances in place. Otherwise, the state police may not actually work. It may not stem the tide of insecurity if these things are not done. That is the argument of those who are criticizing what is. And of course, some critics even said, like from the PRP, they said, you see, that the present administration is not in a good position to bring about such a reform in the society, and lambasting the administration as not doing all it ought to do as a government, because there are certain basic things that government has to do to the society, then people will not believe in such government. So in terms of what the government stands for, before the PRP, the opposition party, it says the government of the day do not have all it takes to put such a major reform in the Nigerian society, especially that which, requires constitutional change or reform. That a lot of problem has been there in actually reforming that constitution. We have had several amendments, yet the basic things that need to be amended, that like the devolution of power, like resource control, and so on, we should have put or nipped in the bud most of the problem, especially where it has to do with mining in the north. If mining in the north is given solely to the north, they will begin to do their mining and, of course, pay royalty to the federal government. And the oil in the south, they'll begin to do their oil and pay royalty to the government. So these things are some of the things that will now make the appendages, the federating units, to work harder based on what they can do for themselves, instead of actually federal government controlling everything. They have shown that they are not good managers in terms of resource control. Where they are controlling the resources of this country, they have not managed it effectively. That is why those indices are still there, that the poor gets poorer. The indices are there that people do not have a meaningful life in Nigeria, where there is plenty of things to actually lean on, plenty of resources, plenty of, from the oil, from solid mineral, in fact, from agriculture, from everything. In fact, one person came in here and said that Nigeria, who was in a program on this TV, that Nigeria is one of the best and the greatest country in the world, that he cannot see such an endowed nation when they said the biblical country of milk and honey is Israel. So where is the milk and honey in Israel? They are living in a desert. They are just, making water out of stone. But in Nigeria, you have everything abundantly, everything you can think of, everything, including the uranium that is sought for by many countries of the world for the generation of power, at least. So I think the issue of policing will have to be well done if it must succeed and work, and if that will help us, because primarily it is meant to help Nigeria to take care of the situation of insecurity. That is exactly why. And of course, they are speedily doing that. And some critics are saying that even the speed upon which it is being done are bound to have errors along the line. That is something that should be calmly done by experts. Experts must have to review whatever thing that has to be done. So let it not be ragtag in such a way, that they did the political amendment of 2026 of Electoral Act. You see, now people are beginning to have a rethink on how it should be done. And therefore, let us not anchor on party, loyalty. Begin to do things to favor the political party. Let them do things that will favor the whole of Nigerians.
All right. Your submission is quite clear, detailed on this, and I agree with you on most parts. But the point I have to start with is to make the fact that I do not see the State House of Assemblies going against this bill. In fact, if there's one thing I am expecting quick passage of this very bill by the State Assembly. Securing the 24 states positive vote on this, for me, should be something I'm expecting I expect it to come in as early as next week in this very regard. I do not see them delaying it. My opinion, that in the life of this administration, this is my personal opinion and not the opinion of the Aneke TV and then the Sunrise, but I am of the view, personally, that whatever Mr. President wants from our national assemblies in terms of amendments and endorsements, even at the state houses, he would get it without the usual rancor that we'll see when the executive wants something from the legislature.
Are you saying,
are you
saying that these assemblies are rubber stamp?
I am not saying that they are rubber stamp, but I am saying that most of the members in this very assembly are standing on the mandate, and I do not see, and I stand to be corrected, that through the life of this administration, I have not seen this assembly stand against the executive on any issue based on substantial argument and principles of separation of the rule of law.
That is exactly what I'm saying. What's the implication
so
then?
The implication I'm saying is that you were of the opinion that maybe the State House of Assemblies could dilly-dally and want to, poll their independent opinion as to seeing if the bill will favor them or not. I'm telling you, beyond the optics, I do not see any state assembly standing in the way. We have majority of the states under the roof of the APC, and one thing over time, and I continue to argue it, which does not mean that I am against the APC. In fact, I celebrate their policies, and I am one person who is so happy with Mr. President when it comes to this very bill or state police. If there's nothing I would pass on to my children, is that under the leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, that Nigeria nudged closer and then was able to bring about state police in Nigeria. In every climb I've been with, most developed nation is a non-brainer. You have it in the United States. You have it all over the place. However, what one would expect, and you've submitted that quite aptly, the modus operandi, speaking to the issues and concern of people. But let me submit that irrespective of divide, irrespective of where you stand on this very issue, there are still merits to state police. And I chose to see from the prism of positivism. Yes, this is the very first consequential constitutional amendment that we are having since our return to democracy since 1999. There's no amendment, no electoral constitutional amendment that gets close to the magnitude of this very one that would change the very dynamics, the structure of the Nigerian state. Having said that, Mr. Rez, I quite celebrate this president for his courage, because a lot of presidents, a lot of people in the past has mooted the idea, but none has had the courage to advance it beyond. When a man has the courage to begin to, release and relinquish some part of his power, it tells you that by and large, this person means well for the nation. Having stated that, the issue of state police at the state's House of Assembly, I expect every governor under the leadership of the APC to be able to whip their state assemblies in line with haste, endorse and I pass this bill. Having stated that, we're talking about the merits of this very bill. Yes, you've raised the dangers, which has to do with funding. We may get to, if we do not get our acts right, begin to create another, insecurity, in the sense that if abused, we may begin to equip thugs. Over time in Nigeria, we were thinking that we've passed the era of thugs. But with this, we may come back to having thugs empowered one more time, which is why most people who are speaking against this very bill, have and sit on that ground to say that we need to be careful when we are beginning to empower and, back state police. But we cannot, in good conscience, not make the argument that given the state of policing in Nigeria, the Nigerian police force is understaffed. The Nigerian population is exploding, such that you have one policeman manning over 200 Nigerians. That cannot be submitted. Yes, when you have what's the number of the police workforce in Nigeria? It's less than 300,000. The Nigerian population, humbly submitted, is exponentially higher than 230 million. So do the math. When you do the arithmetic, you see that policing in Nigeria, when it comes to police strength, they are understaffed in this regard. And then, while we may be continuing to advance, like the IG of police has submitted when he visited Enugu State, that he has received the mandate of Mr. President to increase the workforce, that they are in training, recruiting and in training as well. However, bringing about state police will help in many ways. And one part I want to celebrate that people don't look at is that if we do not form and empower state police, the same resources that we complain, we do not know where they are being sent to, will continue to be frittered away. Then when you create an institution like the state police that will create jobs, I am looking at a minimal of 36,000 jobs that will be created if we are being very, frugal in our recruitment and spending. I'm seeing at least 36,000 jobs that will be created. 36,000 families that will have additional source of income, being that salaries will be paid. And I'm beginning to look at how this will impact the economy positively. Yes, when people argue where the fundings will come from, there are questions. But my submission is, if we have borrowed in the past for recurrent expenditures, if we have borrowed in the past for white elephant projects, let us go back there. Let our children, when they come, know that, yes, they are cured, the debts we are accruing in order to make the nation safer. That's my submission. Those who would move money away from the nations may have little now because they have more burden on their neck. However, that does not shy away from stating the fact that some states are insolvent and then asking about how they will generate the funding. But the fear is, let us not make the mistake, like you rightfully submitted, equip thugs that we cannot fund, equip men in the name of state police that we cannot cater for, because we will end up arming them to begin to commit more crime. Better that we continue where we are, manage our situation, than create more insecurity through people who know the looks and cranny of every state So how do we now sleep when we are talking that we'll have one eyes open while sleeping? This time around, we may end up having two eyes open because it's no longer dealing with people who come from the Sahel. You will now be dealing with people who know the back of your house and all that. So in all, let us not, on the altar of fear, not pursue this good policy, because Nigerians should look at it. Whatever good or bad, jobs will be created. Whatever good or bad, it will impact positively on the economy. But in all, we urge the national assemblies and everybody involved. Let us, like you rightly submitted, let us sit down and frame these things very well. Ochoma.
All right, moving on to the next story. It's on The Nation. It says CBN orders freeze of accounts linked to terrorism financing. CBN orders freeze of accounts linked to terrorism financing. The Central Bank of Nigeria yesterday has directed banks, payment service banks, and other financial institutions to identify and immediately freeze assets held by terrorism financing suspects. This move followed measures imposed by the Nigeria Sanctions Committee and the United States Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control. And the accounts or the designated persons and entities are Mukhtar Mohammed Adamu, Babangida Mohammed Adamu Hamajam, Abdullahi Usman, Ibrahim Abubakar, Adamu Shiroma, and Yakubu Ogirima Ibrahim. And also the list of the currencies and the accounts to close are Generation Currency Bureau de Change Limited, Manhattan Bureau de Change Limited, 99 Exchange Bureau de Change Limited, and Abal Bako and Sons Bureau de Change Limited. These are the names and the Bureau de Changes that these financiers, as announced by the United States, and the CBN has directed all banks across the country, both financial institutions, to freeze all their accounts, their assets, so as to help curb terrorism and streamline these finances are linked to terrorism and banditry in Nigeria.
That is the beginning. I think it is a move in the right direction. But I want to say, because this information about the release of those who are involved in funding terrorism has come earlier, and such a freezing of accounts should have followed suit within 24 hours. We may have seen if those people are not apprehended or are not, being detained by the security services. Some of them may have moved some of these accounts, moved some of these monies to certain places, but it is a move in the best direction to ensure that these funds do not go to where it's supposed to go, from where the terrorists operate, get their ammunition, buy these things, logistics and all this. The moment you cut off these things from them, that's the beginning of the attack, real attack on terrorism. Because the moment terrorists have access to their funds, access to equipment, access to whatever thing, because they also have intel, intel systems that gives them intelligence. They know the various military camps and designation and the military movements and surveillances that sometimes each time there's something that will tell you that there was an ambush. How do they know? How do they ambush these military personnel that are, roving around to see those who are trying to cause mayhem on people? How do they know? It is through their own intergathering. It is through those, the informants amongst us, amongst the Nigerians that keeps giving them. So these are some of the, and these informants are paid, well paid by the terrorists to give them information on what is happening. There are some of these terrorists inbuilt into the security services. There are some, a very few, and undercover, inbuilt into them, and you difficultly find out. That is why when the Americans came the first time, they intended to go into Sambisa and gas the entire place. But do you know that The moment they did a surveillance through air, through a drone, they found that they all had gas masks on them, which means that there was an information that leaked. And that was why the Americans now went back before this second coming. So it is a beautiful thing to do. It's not just about, sealing or freezing these accounts. It's also about ensuring that some of the places their account goes to are followed through the banks. So banks should be ordered also not to, close accounts of certain persons. There are people who just rush into the bank, they want to close their account. This is because that account has been involved in some illicit dealings, and they want to close it so that there won't be traces of such thing. And the bankers are also collaborators, because when they close accounts that are involved in illicit dealings, and the people are free, the criminal has gone free as a result, because there are no solid evidence that could be presented as before a court to indict such person. So that is exactly why I said that corruption that has permeated into our system has grown from strength to strength. It has become systemic because every other system is involved. So the banks, the bank managers, and so on and so forth, even the laws, the central bank rules about finances and banking, withdrawals, putting in money and so on. You call some bank manager and say, hide this money for me, they do it. They still do it today, and nothing happens. This is because they know the nitty-gritty of some of these things to find out. They hide it from even the central bank from actually knowing, and they'll be dropping the money into the accounts gradually until all of them goes in. So I think the central bank has done what is good, and let them continue in that manner. If we make more findings, let the accounts be sealed. In fact, even before we make the information public, let these accounts be sealed so that none of these criminals will get out of the box they are put into, or the hole they are gotten into.
All right, so very well submitted. However, we've been on this issue, and the CBN's directive, for me, is an indictment on the Apex Bank itself. Why do I say this? I know that there is an existing rule in the banking sector where banks are mandated to file in suspicious transaction reports, in the sense that you are able to, against all odds, monitor and know the level of transaction such and every customer is involved in. Leading me to ask the question, what has the Financial Intelligence Unit of the CBN been doing all this while? Because, yes, National Financial Intelligence Unit, what have they been doing all this while? They should have been able to trace and know about these nefarious activities when it comes to money laundering, when it comes to funding illicit organizations and transactions of this nature. Leading one to rightfully agree with you that in the words of T.Y. Danjuma, that we collude. Because when Danjuma was speaking about collusion, he was talking primarily about military collusion and leadership collusion. But in this instance, we've seen that it's not just the military that are colluding. By negligence or intention, we collude in seeing that terrorism continues to fester in this climate. A number of times I hear rhetoric as to what we plan to do to curb insurgency in Nigeria, how we'll bring it to the barest minimum, how it will not happen again. I've heard a lot on how we're going to bring back the Oyo children, yet they are still in captivity. And you will see that a lot of our actions and inaction continue to embolden and empower the insurgents to operate. Having said that, we are talking about an individual that owns 3 British change companies, operating them simultaneously one in Lagos, one in Kano, and the other, I think two in Lagos, one in Kano. And these are in prime areas. Go to Triumph in Kano. Then the other one, you know, in Agege, which is known for, you know, the black market transaction of foreign currencies and all that. Then, how come this individual has been able to, you know, source forests and has been dealing with forests all along, one individual? What happens to policy? I am quite aware that no one individual is allowed by law to own 2 banks in Nigeria as of today. How come the CBN, in their oversight functions, we are not able to bring about laws that will prohibit one individual from operating 3 licensed bureau de changes? And then what are the monitoring mechanisms to see that this bureau de change over time, bureau de changes in Nigeria has been, when you see money laundering cases against a highly placed individual, side by side, you see either a bureau de change operator mentioned or certain bureau de changes mentioned. How come when we are seeing all this, we have not formulated policies that will seem to emasculate such behaviors around money laundering and funding of terrorism network? We just uncovered one through the help and assistance of a foreign government. What are we doing for ourselves as a nation? You know, I keep over time, keep pleading for a Nigerian solution to our security challenges. We cannot continue to rely on foreign assistance to be able to solve our security challenges. And if we do not look inward and begin to look across our system and rejig them, then curbing terrorism in Nigeria may linger far beyond our expectation. Unfortunately, our actions and inactions has led to children being in a condition we cannot tell in captivity. We cannot speak retrospectively of those who were free from Kebi. We cannot talk about Borno State. And when you begin to bring these things together, you keep asking, where is the funding coming from? When we talk about funding, we look across the border thinking, wow, through, you know, foreign exchange means, but these things happen before us. And I tell, if our government can be bold enough, if our institutions can be bold enough and beam their satellite inwards, through the military, through the police, through the financial system, you will see collaborators. The saints that will praise baby before televisions could be those like Nicodemus at night, walking tightropes to see that this situation do not abate. So for me, when the CBN is giving this order, yes, celebratively, encouragingly, but they are complicit because they should have been able to have a proactive law that will make it difficult for the likes of Mukhtar Damoun Mohammed to own 3 BDCs, to be able to operate them. We're talking about a young man at 35, and names have been mentioned. Ogrima is from Kogi, in this instance. These are just the ones who were covered. How about those who are under? And for each and every one of them, there are equally 10 enablers. When are we unmasking them? When are we bringing them to face justice? So, beyond giving orders and all that, I do not think, and I submit boldly, that we are not ready yet. We've not mustered the political will and the courage to prosecute insurgency, terrorism in Nigeria. When we are ready, things will change. But for now, our dancing step is such that the music is still sounding strong, and we do not want to look elsewhere. Having said that, one may continue to plead before it is too late. When we are looking at the north, when we mention insurgency, now we've been warned that they've started migrating towards south. When we are talking about this, I remember quite well that the northern governors, in their submission, having met with the Arewa Consultative Forum, did advise that government should stop mining for at least 6 months. And one may want to ask, what is the connection between mining and insecurity? big further is not staring us in the face. Some villagers are in IDP camp. Miners are in the coal mines, mining. They can't go home. They can't go to farm. But miners are working as we speak. So, when the governors who man these territories advise, why are we not hitting it? On the author of making more foreign reserves, why sacrificing the lives of Nigerians? And then each opportunity will sing and then give counter orders and all that. It leaves a lot to desired. And I keep insisting. Bello Turji is acquiring more weapons, training his men, on equipment handling and all that. And we saw our police force saluting terrorists who were passing by the road, even though they've come out to say that they were, what I don't know. They should have said that it's AI. It would have been easier. Like others, people are submitting. It's quite a sorry state. And we're busy campaigning. And I'm looking to what will people talk about security when they come to the town hall? Yes, Mr. Reyes.
No, you were talking about the police saluted terrorists.
Oh yeah, I saw that video as well.
Yeah, they didn't say it's AI. They said it's something else. But at the same time, if they were terrorists, what would 3-4
policemen do with that
for that number?
They'll
be mowed down within a short while. Within seconds, they will be all mowed down alongside any other person around them. So it is even better that a policeman sees such a situation, will do the camouflage of saluting, and possibly
so he can go home that day.
Yeah, so he can go home to meet his family, then and possibly tell them that so many of these people have passed our way. Those who should mobilize so that we can go after them. When we have enough people to move against them. But when you are 3 or 2, what will you do? You say, "Oh God, thank you, sir," and pass your way.
We are
So
not
you were blaming the police saluting.
The point is this: even excited. We're not saying that the policemen will have
done anything.
They will have committed harakiri, in this very instance. But what we are saying is, at least, it's even more courageous that they were saluting than removing their uniform and scampering into the forest or something. But again, outside the humors, it tells you about the sorry situation of things in Nigeria.
Yes, of course.
Because you are talking about ill-equipped policemen.
True.
And you are talking about lack of intelligence. Let me tell you.
And those people are bold.
There are certain places I do not want to go to. But there's no way in any same climb that number of persons could travel a kilometer where intelligence is working.
Without passing.
The question now is, the policemen that we are saluting, let's not talk about their ammunition in terms of their personal security.
Yes.
Do they have radio?
To radio the
they
next
will have
spot.
wired the next station?
Or the next 2-3
or the next 2-3-4 miles away to alert them about the possibility of encountering
those people.
These ones may be lucky that those guys are in good mood. Maybe by the time they will go 3-4 kilometers and something happens on the road,
they will want to stop.
Their mode will change, and whoever they encounters, they will mow down. You understand?
Yes.
And I've witnessed this migration, though usually when they are migrating like this. And it's always on our express roads. Don't think that what you were seeing could be in some villages, some hidden, expressway. And I've witnessed it when they migrate like this in numbers. So what I'm saying is that it begins to point to the level of our intelligence network, our readiness to combat insurgency. There will have been ways. Are you getting me? When you see this level of migration and the policeman was able to just radio, and then the police formation across will radio, now you can alert the next military formation. There are ways to track. You can scramble just a fighter jet to accompany them. You can activate your drone network to monitor where they were from and where they are headed. That's intelligence gathering. We've had occasions where, let's not get to a certain line.
Another sad incident. All right, moving over to The Guardian. Posers over ex-governors push for legislative seats. Posers over ex-governors push for legislative seats. Now, with the National Assembly, especially the Senate, already branded a retirement home for former state governors, another nomenclature is in the background, calling it a strategic sanctuary for some high-profile suspects. Questions are being raised over the growing trend of former governors seeking seats in the National Assembly, whilst being investigated by anti-graft agencies for their alleged sleazy conduct while serving as state governors. Critics have argued that the development could limit opportunities for new political leaders, while supporters maintain that former governors bring value experience to lawmaking. This debate has intensified ahead of future elections, with concerns about political dominance, representation, and concentration of influence in Nigeria.
Yeah, of course, most former governors, the moment they are winding the administration, they seek for a ticket to the upper legislative chamber of Nigeria, the Senate, most of them. And somehow, sometimes, some of them fail in getting through to the Senate. We have had here in Enugu State, about 2 governors have sought to go to the Senate. They did not. The immediate past governor of Enugu State, for instance, lost election. Then the one before him did not even get the ticket to go to the Senate. He couldn't secure the ticket of his party to go to the Senate. So we have seen situations like that. People vote for whoever they deem that is good enough to represent them. So the fact that they are being investigated does not actually make them, criminals or culprits. The law says they are still as innocent as any other person. They are still as free as in heaven, very free. They're innocent. They're deemed innocent until there are challenges or litigations or, arraignment before a court of competent jurisdiction. So they have the right, it is their constitutional right, to seek for election into the Senate, House of Reps, as the case may be, Vice President, presidency, as the case may be. So that other people are interested in becoming senators and all that. And the governors are also interested. They're all politicians. And power is not given. Power is sought. Power you take. You seek for power to actually take it. And you continue to work very hard. You see, when some of these examples I gave you lost, the people who were not governors actually went to the Senate. That of the immediate past governor, of course, Okeza, may he so rest in peace, won election through another platform, not even the political party of the then governor. Won election and went to represent the Enugu North Senatorial District in the Senate, that district in the Senate. So it is not about people wanting. People, the fact, unless you don't have the courage, people tend to shy away because the governors in their own domain want to seek for Senate. So they are now scared that the governor has a lot of influence, he has a lot of money to spend, he has a lot of wherewithal and all that. It does not go that way. Somehow, Providence has a way of making things to work for those who seek it. So the ordinary persons in Nigeria who wants to go to Senate should be able to work hard for it. And certainly if you work hard for it, you get it. Because whatever a mind of man can conceive, believe in, and work towards, it can achieve. So, and it has been shown in various places. There are many governors who did not make it to the Senate. Not just the 2 examples I gave you. You can see it for yourself. Many governors in Lagos, in even Benue, and so on, many of them could not make it to the Senate. So it is not about, nobody should even be worried about it. It doesn't elicit this criticism because they are former governors. They have allegations against them. Who doesn't have an allegation against him or her? Who? You see, in my own little village, there could be allegations against me. So there are bound to be allegations in Nigeria, where there is corruption, where things go haywire, where things go wrong most often. So there are bound to be things that people must say, especially when you have a politician who has been a governor. Of course, it is seen that whoever that has been a governor in one way or the other must have committed one financial infraction or the other in the course of the service of a state. It is believed so. But until it is proved, then one will now say it is right. The belief becomes fact, you know. So the governors have the right to run for the positions they want to run for when they finish their tenure as governors.
Very well said. You know, even in your families, you can have allegations against you.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Families, yes.
Yes, that's
your
right.
children could be conspiring against you and saying that you don't run the family the way and the right manner. So
I want to tell you that my own children, twin girls came yesterday and said, but Daddy, you said you do not have money. Now you brought out big money from your pocket.
Okay.
So, and they allege that I lied.
Okay.
I told them lies. That I said people should not lie.
In fact, I'll offer them Lego service pro bono. I will offer them Lego services pro bono. However, having stated that, Mr. Reyes, your submission, quite I agree with you to an extent. And to that extent is not to argue the fact that they are innocent until proven guilty. You know, however, the right thing should be stated. And this right thing is that we are in a lawless society. We are in a society where institutions has been weakened, where we have weak institutions, strong men, and our system is such that encourages more strong men to be made. Yes, in a system where power is never given a la carte. You fight for it, you snatch it, if you can, you run with it. That's the system we have, the system that rewards the strong. However, Mr. Rice, my submission is that if our laws are so strong and working, the EFCC that is saddled, EFCC and ICPs, that is saddled with handling these cases, that in most cases are the ones alleging and accusing, taking them before law courts, should be able to have watertight cases and evidences such that these issues should be dispensed with as quick as possible. Not negating the sort of judiciary that we have that allows these individuals for case. You have cases that have lingered since the return to democracy in 1999 to date. It was surprising that even most recently, I think late last year or early this year, I had a recourse to the peterobi case. One who had been a governor since when? How long he left office? Getting to over a decade that he left office, and he still has case running. Why can't our system be such that you free this individual as quick as possible? You let them go home. If they have committed any infraction, then let them serve the term. But if they've not, let them have their names cleared so that they can be lumped together. But having stated that, Mr. Reyes, you know, why I argue is that on moral grounds, which you seem to have lost that conscience, where individual people cannot stand up like a stem of the UK and say it's time to go home. That yes, I cannot lead my people, I cannot lead them into winning an election, that things have gotten bad, that the mere fact that People are pointing at me that they lost a kobo of money that was entrusted in my care as the governor, as a senator, as a House of Rep member, as a local government chairman, as a councillor, that on moral ground, I can't stand to seek more elective positions until I clear my name. You know, until we get to such a situation, you will still have men who will continue to steal, use stolen wealth to hinder justice, and then continue to make sure that they perpetuate themselves in power, seeking one position after another. To what end? And what do they do for the people? To continue to siphon more and then be accused. To that extent, I will equally continue to blame the people that want to elect them. Those who want to collect, what are they giving now? A bag of semo, right?
And rice.
Packet of semo. It's not even a bag. Packet of semo and then maybe cups of
25
rice.
kg of
And then
rice.
I don't know how much the Nigerian vote is worth now. In the last election, it was worth as little as 2,000 naira, 5,000. And things have gotten so bad. Maybe this time around, because people have been more impoverished and hungry, maybe it's no longer as expensive as it was in 2023 election. This time around, it could be as low as 2,000 or 1,000 naira. So I do not even blame the system alone, but the people that will look at these people and then re-elect them. When the people say no, and it happened in Abia State, the people said no. Their vote counted. Today they are enjoying the benefit. So when you elect one whom the law is still testing his sincerity, whom the law is here to pronounce if he's a thief or not, then whatever happens, the people should bear the blame. But if the people say no, the fact that you still have a case before the court, yes, we know that you are innocent until proven guilty. But until you clear your name, we want to have nothing to do with you. We don't want to elect you into an office. Then you will see our politicians, you see our leaders do everything necessary to clear themselves. Who says that one cannot submit himself from the very first day he leaves office? This is my record of service, and I've submitted myself for investigation, and if found not guilty, cleared. And I've come to realize that it's not even every governor, it's not every leader that is before EFCC. There are still a few of them who have not heard their name mentioned, as to siphoning, money laundering, enriching themselves, or corruption while in office. So how much more? If there are people like that, the Nigerian people should wake up and say enough is enough. We cannot, and you cited 2 cases, and there could be more, where the people said, no, you can't go back. We didn't see what you did when you were in the saddle. We can't trust you with more leadership. So if we take that position and begin to punish, perceived criminals, then people will be scared to steal. Because until we do that, the weakened institution will continue to protect the strong men.
Okay, looking into our last story for this morning from the Guardian newspaper. It says, Army, police reject fresh moves to deploy repentant terrorists. Army, police reject fresh moves to deploy repentant terrorists. The Nigerian soldiers engaged in counter-insurgency operations in the northeast have expressed concerns over an alleged directive requiring them to work alongside former Boko Haram members who were recently reintegrated into society under the Borno State government's de-radicalization program. Military personnel have also spoken that the development has generated unease among troops deployed across parts of the state, with fears that the arrangement could expose military operations to intelligence leaks and compromise ongoing efforts against insurgency. Also, the Nigerian Police Force has said, according to the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Isiaku Mohammed, that the Nigerian Police Force will never admit repentant terrorists into its fold.
You see, this thing has been said and said over and over. We have continued to criticize that move, especially as it's done in Borno State. And of course, even the Katsina State sometimes left some of the repentant terrorists. So how can you say you are integrating people who just left, who claimed to have left terrorism activities. Just by check them for them to get off the hook, because these were people, terrorists that were captured in the course of the action of terrorism. Then you now, after a while, make merry with them and say you are they are being radicalized. How can you do that? How can he walk? Who are the psychologists? Who are the trainers? How did it come about to actually become less radical than they were? Is it about radicalism that is it only radicalism that leads to terrorism? It is not only radicalism that leads to terrorism. So there are other things that must have been accompanying it. And what are the motive of the terrorists? We have not, most often, ever want to discuss what they intend to achieve. What do they want? Tuji, does he want to be president of Nigeria? Or Toji Bello, or whatever they call it. Toji. Does he want to be president of Nigeria? That is a question. The Boko Haram then said, no book. That is not going to school. So what do they actually want? They want to start their own governance. They want to be independent. Which state, which place? Is it Nigeria as a whole? So, you see, these are some of these things, you don't even know their motives. You cannot even spell out. The Nigerian government cannot even come out to say, this is the motive of the people. In other crimes, for instance, when it was in Afghanistan, there were motives that they want to rule. They want to oust the administration that was in place. But here, do we even know if they actually want to oust dissolve the federal government and have a government of their own? We don't know, because we have not been told. It's only when we know this thing that we begin to now align ourselves to the cause we are fighting. Because they are just fighting, they're just killing people, they're just maiming people, they're just unleashing mayhem on the society, even without anybody knowing the cause of what they are doing. And then you talk about integration. Immediately you leave them, you bring them back. And yes, the military, the security agencies should be able to stand their position that they don't want them. Don't reintegrate them for us. Don't get them across. Don't make them work with us. We have no business to do with them. These people still remain terrorists and nothing but terrorists. Because if they are terrorists, what will make them to become repentant? How do we now, what are the indices upon which we rely to call them repentant terrorists? What? We have not seen anything that shows they are repentant. They have not even told you the enclave of the terrorists, what they are doing, why they are doing it, where they are staying, so that at least if they are giving you such intel, that's information that they have been there to fight, then you now begin to see that there's something. But these people are the same people who will go and tell the terrorists that these people are coming after you, and they will mow our soldiers down. They now have the effrontery of going on our roads. Didn't you see them with bikes, moving on a highway, and they have the effrontery to go to police formations, military formations everywhere. They are now taking the war to the security agencies. It is no longer about security agencies looking for kidnappers, terrorists, Boko Haram, ISWAP. It's not just about that now. They are now coming out. So it's like they want to take over the government of Nigeria. So it's a full-blown war. And the government of Nigeria should see it as a full-blown war and fight to actually save Nigeria.
Very well said. Very well said. At least to high heaven is now in the open place that the military and police are admitting that they want to get reintegrated. There's been denial all this while that there's no attempt to reintegrate and reabsorb them into the Nigerian army and police. However, when we are talking about reintegration, there are key factors here, and you've raised them. who took them on a psychometric evaluation? Who is the psychologist that evaluated them to see that these ones are now worthy to be reintegrated into the society in the first instance? And there are modalities you go about this. In other climes, you see, when a prisoner is released, on probation and they want to reintegrate such a person into society, sometimes you see them with ankle bracelets so that their parole officers can monitor where they are at every given occasion. In this case, are we doing anything similar to that? We'll just get them and reabsorb them and allow them to float into the society. And in most cases, we want to, push them back into the very security forces that they help slaughter. And then you want me to fight side by side with such an individual. It never happens. You submitted it very well. Until we want to face the truth, like I really submitted earlier on, the insecurity, the insurgents, terrorism that we have will continue to thrive.
Okay, and the story on our Punch newspaper this morning says, death toll in Lagos building collapse hits 8, 26 rescued. Death toll in Lagos building collapse hits 8, 26 rescued. No fewer than 8 persons, including an infant girl, have been confirmed dead following the collapse of a 3-story shopping complex in the Alakija area of Lagos Badagry Expressway on Thursday. Now, the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency disclosed that these 26 other victims were rescued from the rubble as emergency responders continued search and rescue operations at the scene. This is quite tragic. The collapse. This is another collapse that has happened in recent weeks in Lagos State, and this happened, killing 8 persons, including an infant girl. Mr. Rex.
Yeah, it is one collapse too many in Nigeria, various parts of Nigeria. We've been having problem with collapsing of buildings in all parts of Nigeria, most of them, in Abuja, in Lagos, in enugu, wherever. We've been having building collapse. And of course, the most important area I want to speak on is regulatory agency that is in charge of building, mechanisms that will take care of the structure, the standard of the structure that our builders are doing. Our engineers, the architects that build them, and the kind of structure they may have given on those buildings. So such is the investigation that is going on. But it is quite tragic that when we construct some houses, people will go in using these houses, and the houses will cave in on them. It's very tragic. It's a tragic story for Nigeria. It's a tragic story for the families of the victims of that building collapse. Now, 26 that have been saved. Thank God that they were able to get out, and I believe that they must give them expert attention in the hospitals so that they'll get well. But the story is not palatable for us. So our agencies that are in charge of ensuring that our buildings are done with the prescribed standard should work harder. Try to go to sites where certain structures are being set up, and then begin to look at it when they are still under construction. It's only then that one will be sure that you won't have any sort of, at least our place is not a place of earthquake. Even the people who live in places where they have earthquakes have studied a way of even erecting buildings, and when earthquake comes, the building survives. Yes, we have had such situation in Japan, especially in the Middle East. I mean, in the Far East, that's in Asian countries, because they are earthquake-prone environment. But here we don't have any such thing in Nigeria. So it's about weak structure, weak structure, placement. That when the building weakens, it goes down. So the companies that are producing cement in the country should be able to know the standard of cement that we use. The companies that produces rods or he supplies rods should know the standard, and then the engineers should use the standard measure required for the purpose of these buildings to do it. Not when you go to market. The Standard Organization of Nigeria, we have not seen so much on their part, because you still go to market and find substandard. When you say 12 mm rod, 12 mm rod, you go to market, you see different. This is number 1, 12 mm, and this is number 2. This is the standard gauge. This is the less standard gauge, and they are allowed to be sold in the market. The Standard Organization of Nigeria should be able to prescribe that and possibly, prosecute such persons that are coming out with substandard material, building materials. So substandard building materials should not be sold in the Nigerian market if we do not want buildings to collapse so easily.
Thank you very much. We rightfully commiserate to the families that may have lost their loved ones in that collapse.
Okay, that's a wrap on the show this morning here on Aneke Television. This is Sunrise. Thank you for sitting with us through the morning. To come here again next week, I leave you with this quote from Kevin C. Alike. A society that equips its young people with knowledge, skills, and opportunity does not merely prepare for the future, it secures it. Investing in youth development is the most enduring legacy of responsible leadership. I am Princess Kena Choma. Have a wonderful day.
Mr. Resaro, thank you very much for that in-depth, incisive analysis on these issues.
Thank you for having me. And for you, viewer, keep watching Aneke TV. We are there for you.
And I'm Uche Osai. On behalf of all of us, we'll say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time next week. Bye-bye.
Technology surrounds us every day, from our phones to smart homes, but has it really made life easier or just more complicated? Today, we hit the streets to find out what everyday people think.
It has done more good than harm. Because why? The harm aspect of it can be curtailed. It can be curtailed. It can be checkmated. If you put the necessary, just like some parents complain about their children, what they do using phone. If you don't give them phone, and if you restrict them from using phone, you can checkmate them. Even if you put DSTV in their rooms and you do parental whatever, and the parental control, you can restrict it. So those bad side effects of it can be restricted. But we have to move. That technology is a movement, and you can't stop it. Development continues to come. People continue to come up every day with a new way of doing things, a new way of reducing the long time it takes for things to take place, and a new way of making it, more very convenient and at ease.
Technology has made life easier because a lot of things. What can you even mention? Can you mention car? Can you mention cell phone? Numerous. Technology has done a lot for us because of the negativity that is being attached. For instance, using phone to lie. Hey, hello, please, where are you? I'm in Lagos. While the person is at Holy Ghost here. Please, I have to start coming. Yes, I'm at Abani Road. While the person is at home. So, Again, they use it to do a lot of evil. They use it to lure you and kill people. They use it to snatch a lot of things, steal from you. That is the negative aspect of technology.
Well, I can say it is 50-50. In the sense that, coming to the positive side of it, technology has really made life easy. In the sense that people can easily, comfortably access information. That's why the net is called a global village. So it's very easy to access information now. Many people don't go to a library to read. Any book you need online, you can easily access it. Any information at all. Whether social, political, religious, or otherwise, you can access them on the internet. But on the other hand, negatively, there are so many negative information in life that is causing problem, affecting the youth of this generation, who don't know their left and right. Whatever you give them online, they just swallow it hook, line, and sinker, and become a social menace to the society. A government should put in place mechanism to checkmate destructive information, so that youth will not be negatively influenced through it, and society at large.
Obviously, any normal human being in this 21st century know that it has actually made life easy. You get, or else the person is not, even though you're not used to these gadgets, you would have seen a lot of things that you'll be like, oh, triggered, or like, wow. For example, I'm a teacher, and it has helped me, my school has a smart TV, a smart board rather. Apart from that, phone, these days people are doing AI, making money. Even someone that didn't pass through the 4 walls of school, they are trying to make money with all these little things they learn. And I mean, it's extra source of income, so it's definitely going to solve problem.
From my opinion, I feel technology has made life easy rather than making it complicated, because we are in a modern era where technology has aided a lot of things and had made life more easy. For example, in the areas of communication, prior to this modern technology, we communicate to people through letter writing, and it takes probably 3 or 4 days before your message can get delivered to somebody, no matter how urgent it is. But these days, due to technology, you can be here now and communicate to somebody in America without delay. You don't even need flight to go to America. You don't need a visa to communicate to somebody in America. You can send email, you can message the person on WhatsApp, you can message the person on Facebook. So as far as I'm concerned, internet, technology has made the modern day life more easier. When it comes to the areas of education also, students have access to materials online as a result of technology. You mustn't buy a textbook these days before you get to maybe know something. You can be in Nigeria and have knowledge of a book that was written by somebody in America without going to America. So these are the things that technology has done.
When we talk about technology, the products of what most of the things we see today are technology. For instance, the vehicles passing on the road, they are all products of technology. So if I tell you that the technology did not make life easier, that means I'm lying to myself. Because even where I'm standing right now is the product of technology that brought me here. Otherwise, I would have spent the whole day trekking from my house to this place. So technology has made life quite easier. It may have its own side effects, or what I may call disadvantages, demerits. But that doesn't mean that it has not done good to humanity. Technology has actually made life easier. Everything that has advantage or advantages also has some level of disadvantages. Even the safest drugs we take have their side effects. Therefore, technology is not an exception. So, and if you look at it, the vehicles we drive, if you didn't do the necessary maintenance on them, they may become killer machines. For instance, if the brake system is bad, then a crash will becomes imminent. Therefore, even in the use of technology, we must bring in checks and balances. We must set boundaries. We must also know how to apply technology so that it will not take over our natural capacity. If we did not take precautions, then it may destroy the whole system. But that doesn't mean that technology is bad. What matters is how we apply it. So my own advice on it is that while we key into the new technological system that is already in existence in our society today, we must also set boundaries and ensure that it did not replace our natural capacity and other tendencies we should have as human beings that make us human beings.
As we have seen, opinions on technology are mixed. While some say it simplifies life, others feel it adds new challenges. One thing is clear, no matter how advanced tech gets, it's changing the way we live, work, and connect. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. Remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you political issues, topical headlines, policies that help in shaping our nation. And this morning, on The Insight, we'll look at the 2026 Nigeria's economic trajectory, upward or off track. 2026 was predicted to be Nigeria's make or break year. After the structural tremors of the last few years, we have arrived at a definitive reflection point, with GDP growth projected at 4.4% and the Naira finding its footing. The stabilization phase is officially over. We are now in the consolidation phase. Yet, beneath the surface of this recovery lies a tension between institutional optimism and household reality. Are we witnessing the birth of a new, diversified Nigerian tiger, or are we merely seeing a temporary bounce in an oil-dependent basket case? Tonight, we dissect the trajectory. Nigeria 2026, upward bound or off track. And joining us this morning to give informed opinion on these issues is Chief Barrister Ogbonnaya Amos Okoro, a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. Barrister, it's a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you very much. My pleasure too.
All right. Yeah. First of all, let's get your opinion on Nigerian economy, especially on the state of Nigerian economy.
Well, Nigerian economy is in a mix. In a mix because it suffered a huge shock in 2023 with the onset of Tinubu's administration, with the two pragmatic policies, economic policies introduced from day one, which is the removal of the fuel subsidy and the harmonization policy of the foreign exchange market. These two policies brought a huge shock in the economic hemisphere of Nigeria and brought excruciating suffering and hardship on the people. But then Nigerians were promised that it is good. You cannot break an egg without, you cannot make an omelette without breaking eggs. That the savings from the subsidy removal will be deployed into other critical areas of the economy to make it stronger for the benefit of the entirety of Nigerians. That was the promise the country made. Now today, the question is, having suffered the shock in 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026 should be a stabilizing year. Is the economy stabilizing, or is it still in shock? Is it in upward trajectory, or is it downward trajectory? So that is the question, and that is the subject of our discourse today. And my position is that it depends on the side of the divide you are.
Okay.
Economists or government apologists believe that these critical reforms introduced by the Tinubu administration in 2023 is actually pointing to an upward trajectory in economic recovery. That is to say that after the shock of 2023-2024, then in 2025, Nigerian economy is looking upward and it has stabilized, and there are macroeconomic indications to prove that we are in upward, Nigerian economy is in upward growth. Then on the other side of the divide is the opposition voices. Opposition voices do not agree that Nigerian economy is on upward trajectory. Rather, they say it is in downward trajectory. Because all that the government say about recovery of the economy, all that the IMF and World Bank, forecast about recovery of Nigerian economy is in paper. It does not reflect on the life of Nigerians. There is no improvement in public facilities. There is no improvement in government services. There is no improvement in general standard of living of the people. So my duty this morning is to go into these two divides and mirror their thoughts for the benefit of our viewers. And I must warn that I am not an economist. I'm just a lawyer, but a public affairs analyst. We analyze whatever touches the life of the public, whether for good or for bad. That is what we do. And so from the vantage point of a lawyer, I'll be looking at the economic trajectory of Nigeria using the macroeconomic indications we have seen, from economists and other analysts and even IMF, who try to review the economic situation of Nigeria, especially for the year 2025 and 2026, which they consider as a year of stabilization.
Yeah.
And this macro, first of all, I will take that of the government side, who believe that we are in upward trajectory, and that the two shocking economic policies introduced in 2023 have brought good dividend into the economy. And what are these macroeconomic indications? The first one, of course, is the GDP, gross domestic product. It is one of the macroeconomic indicators to gauge the performance, economic performance of a particular economy or a country. And the GDP growth of Nigeria has improved. The second quarter of 2025, Nigerian GDP was in 4.23%. In second quarter of last year, 4.23%. And analysts say that this is the fastest Nigeria has experienced in 4 years. In 4 years, 4.23% in GDP growth. That's a good indication, and it points to an upward growth or trajectory in Nigerian economy. The second factor is the IMF position on the economy of Nigeria. The IMF growth forecast for Nigerian economy for 2025 is at 4.2% growth rate. For 2025 was 3.9 growth rate, and from that 2025 to 2026, we have experienced a growth rate of 4.2%. So if you look at 3.9% last year and then 4.2 growth rate this year, it's about 3% growth rate, according to the IMF. So if that is the case, then that means Nigeria is proving strong in performance in area of services, especially non-oil sectors. It is the non-oil sector that has driven the economy to experience this kind of growth within just a short period of time between the second quarter of last year and this year. Another macroeconomic indicator is the revenue drive or physical position of the economy. Now, Nigeria has been operating for many years what we call federal revenue deficit for many years. Nigeria has not been able to meet its revenue target. And that was why throughout the period of the 8 years of Buhari administration, Nigeria was borrowing to run its budget. So that is federal deficit in revenue. Now, that when Tinubu came in, this federal revenue deficit was at 5.4% in deficit. And now, between 2023 and this 2025, last year, it has reduced to 2.6% of federal deficit. And of course, this means that there is improvement in revenue generation, there's improvement in meeting revenue targets, and the Tinubu did say last year that his administration had realized his revenue target. But unfortunately, the CBN governor, Cardozo, gave a different report in one of his public outings, which many in government circle decried, because he was able to say that the government did not meet its revenue target. And that was in clear, sharp contrast with what the president told the Nigerians, that his administration had exceeded its revenue target. So when we have such contrapositions coming from government circles, it now fuels the trust deficit that Nigerians have in their government, whether or not government is telling them the truth about macroeconomic performance of our economy. So that was a very low point for the central bank governor to admit that the government was struggling with its internal revenue generation, which is in contraposition with what President Tinubu wants us to believe. The next macroeconomic indicator that shows that Nigeria is on upward swing is the foreign exchange reforms. Now, the foreign exchange reforms, which cancel what we had under Buhari, which was the harmonization of the foreign exchange, and increase in oil production, has stabilized the foreign exchange sector of the economy. Now, we now see that between last year and this year, the Naira has gained some strength from $1,800 Naira to $1 that it was early last year, to late last year, December, it dropped to 1,500 per dollar. It's a strong indicator that the economy is picking up. And why is it picking up? Because there is improvement in services, especially in non-oil sector of Nigerian economy. Nigeria is no longer dependent on oil. So there are also improvement in telecom sector, other non-oil like solid minerals and all that. So the harmonization of the foreign exchange policy, if we can sustain the improvement we have had in the strength of the Naira, and Nigeria continues to drop from that 1,500 to $1 that it was last year, December, then it means that we have sustained that small improvement in its foreign reserves. Now, Nigeria's foreign reserve has been in its high time low, but we see that it has grown to $41 billion. When Tinubu came into power in 2023, it was around $36 billion. But with the management of the economy, it stands at $41 billion. That's another improvement, another indicator that we are making progress. Now, industrial sector. The government believes that they are doing very well in the industrial sector. That industrial sector is having a rebound. Nigerians are yet to see this in reality. But of course, this rebound in Nigerian industrial sector show that as at the second quarter of last year, that we have gained 20.46% in the industrial sector. If this is true, that means there's progress. But then, there's a problem with the government of Nigeria and its people. And that is what I call trust deficit. The people of Nigeria don't believe their government. because the government is fond of feeding them with falsehood. When things are bad, they say it is good. And that now takes us to the next trajectory, which is the downward trajectory, which is the way of the opposition. Or some of us analysts, we believe that everything that the government says is performance or achievement in the economy, we need to see it reflect in the living standard of the people, in the provision of public services. And this public service we are talking about, let's take, for instance, the electricity sector. What improvement has government done in the electricity sector? Because it is this sector that drives small and medium scale enterprises. And it is small and medium scale enterprises that drives any economy. In the United States, it is small and medium scale. In India, in China, small, cottage industries, manufacturing, small manufacturing plants, and you have here and there that drive the economy. Now, what is the fate of medium and small scale industries in Nigeria? You can see that they are struggling to survive because there's no electricity in Nigeria. This has been a major problem that have been driving down the economy of Nigeria: lack of energy, lack of electricity. So that industries, factories depend on power, on their own power generation to be able to drive their industries, to be able to drive their factories. And this, of course, increases, doubles, or multiplies the cost of production, which is passed over to the end consumers. And that is the cause of inflation. So the major macroeconomic indicator that points to downward spiral is inflation. Inflation in Nigeria has continued to be uncontrollable by government. Why? Because the twin policy of removal of fuel subsidy, of harmonization of the forex, liberalization of the forex market, have brought a lot of shock. In the transport sector, transportation has more than tripled because of the cost of fuel, cost of diesel, has made every material, be it raw material or finished goods, transporting it from one point to another. The overall cost has made inflation to skyrocket. And the government is not doing anything about it. No matter what I have read out as macroeconomic indicators that is pointing to the recovery of the economy, the mere fact that inflation has continued to be on high, that is, Nigeria has not been able to control inflation. The prices of goods and services have continued to be on the rise. This is the reason why whatever we have gained in the economy, the macroeconomic indicators have proven to be zero in the reality. Every household has continued to experience the shock they had in 2023. Because the cost of transportation, even for civil servants who must go to work every day, have increased, making nonsense of the little they get as salary at the end of the day. So inflation remains a very critical factor that the government needs to tackle. And tackling inflation, you cannot tackle inflation by giving executive orders or by directing marketers to lower their prices. Because you cannot direct marketers to lower the prices if you don't create an enabling environment for them to thrive, for them to bring in their goods and services at low cost. If they don't have constant energy to drive the industries and factories, you cannot tell them to lower their prices, because all this adds up to the cost of these goods and services. And the ultimate victim is the Nigerian consumers. So that is one indicator that has made nonsense of government projection about success in the economic policies. Another one is standard of living. You cannot have a standard of living when people cannot afford to pay their rent. Now, when the forex was liberalized and naira skyrocketed to up to 1,800 per dollar. It made nonsense of whatever we are doing in the country, because it affected we are an import-dependent country to start with. Every good that's imported, even the phones we use, are imported. You now see that the prices of these goods were tripled, sometimes quadrupled, because of the cost of importation. High forex, high cost of dollar to the naira has made importers to feel a lot of pain and a lot of shock in their business. And what do? They pass this thing over to the end consumers. And that is why you see even the ream of paper we use in our offices, in government offices, in schools, have all hit the roof. Even the school books, stationaries that we need in schools, have all hit the roof. This has brought attendant increase in school fees. Now, when landlords pay a lot of money to put their children in school, when landlords pay a lot of money to put food on their table, what do? They increase their rent. And that is what's responsible for the high rent we experience across the country. That is a very another sharp indication that our economy is not recovering at all. The third point is high debt servicing. This government inherited a huge foreign debt by the former administration of General Buhari, over $80 billion in debts. Now, what we expected this government to do from day one was to cut down on government expenditure, to cut down on government and the cost of running government. But rather than do that, the government continued to indulge in ostentatious living, showy display of wealth. And now it takes a lot of money to fund this lavish lifestyle by our government officials, starting from the president. Look at the amount of money that was used to refurbish the house of the vice president. Look at the amount of money that was used to buy cars for the office of the wife of the president that is not recognized anywhere in Nigerian constitution. There is nowhere, no law in Nigeria that recognizes the office of the president or the office of the government. But look at the amount of money, billions of naira, budgeted to buy cars to run the office of the wife of the president. Look at the amount of money used to buy new vehicles for those in the National Assembly. These are areas of leakages that the government should have been careful to manage. Because when you know that you are running on debts, you do not go ahead to run business as usual, spending scarce resources on consumables. So that is where government has not done very well. And that has also affected the cost of living. Because when government borrows to run its budget, it exactly, there's failure in expectation of the people, there's failure in delivering government policies. And that is why you see that now government has made a lot of mistakes in its policies. In Nigeria, most of the problems we have are bad internal roads. There's no state in Nigeria that has good interstate roads. None. Now, if you run on Nigerian roads, you see that it brings a lot of hardship to road users. What does the country do? Instead of revamping our roads to be in a good state, they are now embarking on White Elephant project, building coastal road to nowhere that consumed a lot of money, billions, even trillions of naira. Coastal road from Lagos to Calabar, coastal road from Abuja to Sokoto. For what reason? When there are existing interstate roads, the government can easily make motorable and ease the cost of transportation and ease the inconvenience that motorists and commuters experience in Nigeria. So the cost of living in Nigeria has continued to be in crisis. And all the macroeconomic indicators about recovery and the upward growth of Nigerian economy is not reflecting on the standard of living of Nigerian people. Because public facilities like electricity, good roads, water and all that is not there. Now, look at, there's hardly any city you go to in this country that Nigerians get pipe-borne water. So what it means, that for you to run your household successfully, you have to generate your own power. So that when public power fails, you own your generator. You have to generate your own water. You have to have your own borehole, or you have to go miles and miles away to buy water from those who have borehole. Now, you have to provide your own security. Because security is another serious issue in Nigeria that has made nonsense of whatever growth we have made in our economy. Look at those in Benue State, in northwest, northeast Nigerians, where some of the food that we eat in southern Nigeria come from. Farmers can no longer go to their farm because of Boko Haram, because of ISIS, because of ISWAP. All manner of Islamic extremists have driven people from their ancestral homes, driven Nigerians from their farms. Nigerians are living in IDP camp in their own country. How can we now get food sufficiency when farmers cannot go to their farm safely, when people cannot be in their homes? And government does not appear to be doing much in tackling this insecurity situation. Government is trying, but the problem with government is that the military is infiltrated by these extremists. The Buhari government had this policy of rebranding the terrorists, you know, and recruiting them into the army. They say they have radicalized them. Having radicalized them, you now put into the Nigerian army, and that's when we started hearing about ambush. When Nigerian army is going for an assignment, they are ambushed here or ambushed there, which bring a lot of fatalities to our brave soldiers. So this issue of high cost of living, high inflation, another macroeconomic factor, downward factor, is high debt servicing, like I've already mentioned. Because we inherited so much debt from the past administration, and we are still borrowing to service these high debts. Is really taking so much from government, and there's a lot of structural vulnerabilities that make it difficult for Nigerians to believe that we are making progress in this country.
All right, thank you very much. You've spoken quite eloquently to these issues, but I want to ask, you know, we've given the projection of CBN, which has claimed or projected 4.49 GDP growth for 2026. But one thing that is obvious here, despite the 2025 4.07%, that what I'm asking is, how do we begin to make this impact the people that you spoke about? How do we bring it home so that the average man on the street will feel the impact of this growth in their pocket? What do we advise government? Because obviously there is something that is not right here. If the growth is on paper and is not reflecting in the life of the people, then something is rightly wrong here.
Good. One factor that can make this growth on paper to reflect in the life of Nigerians is for government to be sincere to themselves.
Sincerity?
Sincerity in government. There's no sincerity. A lot of corruption is still going on in this government. Many government officials are diverting money meant for development to private pockets.
Allegedly?
Allegedly. Many. Even money budgeted for welfare is being diverted and nothing happens. There's no consequence for embezzlement of public fund. And so government has to be sincere to itself. There's what we call fiscal discipline. No economy can survive without fiscal discipline. Fiscal discipline means that government has to be circumspect the way they spend public money. Why should government spend over 300 billion naira to buy to refurbish presidential aircraft? The number of aircraft we have in the presidential fleet is enough to solve the energy problem we have in this country. and we continue to spend billions of naira to maintain them monthly. So first of all is for government to cut down on its expenses, then check corruption. And then government has to look into why the removal of fuel subsidy has not brought to Nigerian people the needed dividend. Why? Because what we got as a dividend or savings from removal of fuel subsidy is not being managed well. The government shares it among 36 governors. These governors are political vampires that are responsible for the downward spiral of our economy because they don't deploy this money. What distribution of this money has done is to increase corruption among state governments. Because there's no state government that is doing anything new. There's no state government that is bringing new or better developmental strides in the state. So we ask, where is this money going to? The federal government should have done better by amassing this money together to use it to fight aggressively critical areas of the economy. Take for instance the energy sector. We cannot talk about growth in our economy realistically if the energy sector is not tackled.
If the energy sector is not
tackled, you cannot talk about, because like I said, what drives the economy of any state is medium and small scale enterprises. The tailors, the artisans who need power to do their work.
But if I may, sorry to cut you short, we'll talk about the artisans in Nigeria, the common masses, and you rightly said that without tackling the power sector, there's nothing to discuss about the economy moving forward. But let me ask, why is it that the conglomerates in Nigeria continue to thrive? MTN, for example, posted a very good result. Likewise, many other companies. And they continue to thrive while the individual in Nigeria doesn't seem to thrive. The artisans that you speak of.
MTN is not doing better than NNPC. But the difference is corruption. MTN is a South African company. It's coming from a strong economy. And it has a responsible leadership. Being a private sector, they manage their resources better. You can't steal the money of MTN without being discovered. And when you are discovered, there are consequences. So, if you compare this to government, like NNPC, over the years, NNPC has refused to post any profit from the oil they have been selling over the years. Why? Because the corruption in NNPC feeds the government. Now, at every election cycle, like we are coming for 2027 now, you see the corrupt officials at NNPC funding government campaigns. And so because of this, they are shielded from investigation. There's nothing the government does about the corruption in NNPC. Now, if there's nothing that government does about corruption in its sectors, how can that sector make progress? So the difference is corruption. Nigeria has not been able to tackle energy sector because of corruption. There are businessmen and public officials, politicians who are interested in Nigerian energy sector not working because they benefit from the rot. How many times, how many billions of successive government from Obasanjo regime, hundreds of billions of naira go down the drain in the name of revamping the energy sector. Under Tinubu, this year alone, how many times has the national grid collapsed? How many times? And has the government taken any proactive step to avoid the next collapse? Government has not. Now, under President Jonathan tried to tackle the issue of NEPA. And what he thought was feasible was to unbundle NEPA to PSCN, and then later they organized it into regional energy distribution companies. And you handed these distribution companies to the same businessmen who are not interested in the survival of this country. The same businessmen who are benefiting from the rot in the system. Those are the people you handed over this energy distribution. And what is the attendant consequence? No progress.
No progress.
No progress. From EEDC to a co-distribution company to Kaduna distribution company to Wari distribution, all of them, there's no progress. There's no part of Nigeria you go to today that you see constant power supply. Why? Because the Jonathan program has failed. Because the idea of unbundling NEPA was a good one. But how can you unbundle NEPA and you take it to the hands of ravenous businessmen, ravenous politicians who are not interested in making the energy sector work, who have been benefiting from the collapsed energy sector? Those are the people you handed over the energy sector to. That is why the Jonathan program failed to revamp the energy. And now, successive governments have not seen the need to take a pragmatic step to solve the energy problem. Now, what does it take? Nigeria, if it's a serious country, could easily go to Egypt and find out why Egypt is having uninterrupted power supply. Nigeria can go to a small country, Rwanda. I met a Rwandan in the United States in 2014 when we had a program in University of Rhode Island. I was in the program, a Rwandan, a Ghanaian, some other African countries. And one professor came from Atlanta to take us on one of the courses. And we made introductions as participants in the program. And when I introduced myself as coming from Nigeria, he laughed and now used Nigeria as a topic for the day, talking about energy sector. He said that it was Nigeria that made China a giant, an economic giant of the world today. It's Nigeria that make China about to overtake America in macroeconomic indices or indicators. He gave examples. He said that in Nigeria, everybody, businessman, civil servant, student, worker, that they have generators like a portfolio. That when you want to go to your shop, you pick the portfolio. When you go to your shop, you open the portfolio and start it. And the power you use for the day is generated from that small portfolio. And when you close for the day, you close the portfolio and now take it to your house. Then you on it again in your house to power your generator. That all these portfolio energy supplies are coming from China. He now asked me pointedly, why is it that my government is not interested in making power available to my country? You know what happened? Kigali, who was just sitting next to me, asked me, from Rwanda, asked me, Amos, is it true? I said, Muri, shut up. Even you coming from Rwanda, even Rwanda. He said, yes. I said, you people are just coming back from a very tortuous civil war. He said, yes, even during the civil war, they had constant power supply. That as a civil war happened when he was just a small boy. Then his mother took him to the next country, escaped to the next country. When they came back at the end of the war, there was still power supply. It was not disrupted. Why is my own country that is not at war not having constant supply? Right. I was ashamed. So you see that the first test of a serious nation is in energy. And that we have failed it over the years by not tackling it headlong. Stubborn problem deserves stubborn solution. If it means bringing in Egyptians or Germans to come here and manage it and give us what we need to make our power supply constant, to drive our macroeconomic sector, then let it be. Drop Nigerians and bring in expatriates. Because the money we have been wasting on civil servants and politicians who promised to make the energy, if you are, every time you appoint an energy minister, he will say he will solve the problem in 2 years. Tinubu in 2023 said he will solve the problem in 2 years. He said if he didn't give us a constant energy supply, constant power supply, that we should not vote him for second term. Has he given us power supply now? What we are experiencing under Tinubu is collapse of national grid. And he's not talking about his promise, so he doesn't even remember it again. He's preparing to use it again to campaign for second term.
Perhaps there's still time before the election.
Yes. Which time?
There's still
they are not doing anything separate. You see, the problem with Nigeria is that we do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result.
All right, we do the same thing over and
over again
and expect a different
yes. Only a madman does that.
All right, Barrister, on that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue to probe these issues.
Okay.
Advertise with us. Cover your event. Share your story. Call 070-3043-7110 today. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Many thanks for still staying with us on The Insight, and we've been discussing with Chief Barrister Ogbonnaya Amos Okoro, who is a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst, and we'll be looking at the 2026, the trajectory of Nigerian economy, the upward movement or off track. And Barrister, yes, you've spoken eloquently to these issues, but bringing it home a bit, are there risks to ask? You spoke about the power sector that is perpetually undergoing reform or rehabilitation from rhetoric, promises, and all that. And then I ask, is there any need to still talk about the Nigerian economy when you've rightly said that without power, then there is no hope, especially for medium MSMEs in Nigeria?
Yes. Without a strong MSE, medium and small scale enterprises, our economy will continue to run around a circle. We continue to deceive ourselves that we are making progress.
All right,
that's the way I see it.
If I may interject, that means these numbers that we are seeing, we are told by the CBN they are projecting 4.49 GDP growth in this 2026.
Yes.
When you talk about the IMF, the IMF upgraded 4.4% forecast, citing investors' confidence in Nigeria, and they are saying that the Nigerian economy is doing well, and by the numbers that we are getting, is even close to that of the US in this period, and better than even Brazil compared. And I ask, these numbers, are we saying that these are just figures? They are not relative to what the reality on ground?
Exactly. And that is the problem Nigeria has with its government. These numbers floated or bandied about by IMF and some pro-government economists confuse the government to think that they are doing well. A true reflection of a good economy is in the welfare of the people. And even under the 1999 Constitution, the primary reason for government is the welfare and security of the people. And this government have failed in the two indices, welfare and security. Nigerians don't have welfare from government. The only thing the Nigerians benefited from his government was fuel subsidy. And possibly the subsidy from electricity supply. Now, all these have been removed. So what is Nigerians benefiting from government? Zero. And upon that, the government is now taxing the people the more. Now, when this fuel subsidy was removed, we were told it will bring something better. Now, this is the third year, and we haven't seen anything better. The fuel has not, well, it has come down marginally. But the marginal drop in the fuel cost of fuel has not reflected in the cost of transportation. The cost of transportation is still very high. The cost of air traffic is still very high. So you see that the only thing that Nigeria was benefiting from his government has been removed from Nigerians. And I'll go to electricity. The little subsidy Nigerians were enjoying in electricity was removed by this government when they increased the electricity tariff. And they deceived Nigerians and said, don't worry, those who are living in poor neighborhoods, it will not affect you. We have divided the whole country into band A, band B, band C. This reform is only for band A. Those in band B and B, they will not see the increase. Nigeria believe their government. And those in band A, which is normally the industrial sectors, industrial zones of the country, we are paying heavily for electricity, and those in band B and band C we are paying less. As soon as the people of Nigeria relaxed and came to terms with that policy, the whole of band A, band B and band C have been subsumed into one. There's no difference now in any band, whether you are band A. Go and buy electricity of 1,000 naira if you have prepaid, and know the unit that it will give you. Do the same thing in band A. You see that the government deceives its people. Government deceives its people. They want to, what they want to do, embark on a very unpopular policy. They make promises that they cannot keep. They make promises that are not realistic, and the government and the people of Nigeria, having little choice over the matter, believes their government. But in the end, it will turn out to be a deceit. Where is band A and band B today? So that is another deceit that the government has done to its people. And that is what I'm talking about, trust deficit. Yes. Nigerians don't believe their government because they don't say the truth.
All right, I'm receiving signals to time, but before I let you go, I know you've spoken to this trust deficit in Nigeria. Let me get your projection for the economy 2026 and a little advice there.
The projection is that it is difficult to sustain the growth we have made because this is election year. And this election year, the present government of Tinubu is poised to run for second term and win by fire, by force.
And that's not good for the economy?
It's not good for the economy. That means the little macroeconomic indicator we have seen will be wiped out. Because money meant for other critical sectors will now be moved into the area of campaign. Because the only way they believe they can win is through vote buying. And that vote buying will wipe out the little macroeconomic gain we have made in the economy. So I advise the government to separate the economy from politics and to allow to run the campaign fairly. It's not every year you continue to buy Nigerians with bags of rice, Indomie and the rest of them. It's not what Nigeria needs. What Nigeria needs is a good government. If you give us good government, you don't even need to campaign. So they should be careful with the little gain we have made. They should sustain it. Naira is at 1,500, which I expect, but towards the end of the year, Naira should drop further to 1,200 or 1,300. That is to show that there's sustenance. But if they begin to distribute dollars again in their primary elections, like they did in 2023, you can imagine what will happen.
All right, that's much we can take for today on the Insight. And our guests have spoken to the trust deficit derailing the Nigerian economy, and we've been speaking to Chief Barrister Bonaya Amos Okoro, a legal practitioner, a public affairs analyst, and I dare say, and a specialized economic analyst. Barrister, it's been a pleasure speaking with you on the Insight.
Thank you very much. Yes. It's my pleasure.
All right, to come your way same time, I still remain your host, Uche Osai. Bye-bye.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility. Helping others is not weakness. It is humanity. A kind word, a shared meal, a listening ear can change someone's life. You don't have to be rich to help. Compassion is the greatest wealth. Lend a hand when you can.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Kano State Governor inaugurates special task force to tackle drug abuse and illicit trafficking. 8 killed as 3-story building collapses along Lagos-Badagry Expressway. Enugu State Government, Southeast Development Commission signed Memorandum of Understanding to advance agro-industrial development. Details of the news. Troops of Operation Hardin K have foiled a terrorist operation and rescued 53 civilians after intercepting suspected Islamic State West Africa Province, ISWAP, and Jama'atu al-His Sunnah Ladawal Jihad insurgents along the Buratai-Kamuya Road in Biu local government area of Borno State. Military authorities say the terrorists had mounted an illegal roadblock when surveillance assets detected their activities. A quick reaction force was immediately deployed to the location, leading to a gun battle that forced the incidents to abandon the operation and flee. During the clearance operation, troops rescued 53 civilians who had been held by the terrorists and recovered 8 vehicles earlier seized by the incident. The operation restored movement along the strategic route and prevented further attacks on motorists. The rescued civilians and recovered vehicles have since been evacuated to Buratai, where the victims are undergoing documentation and medical assessment. Security forces say operations are continuing across the area to track down the fleeing terrorists and sustain pressure on insurgent groups. 7 persons have been killed following an attack by suspected bandits on Sayaya community in Matazu local government area of Katsina State. The assailants reportedly invaded the village in broad daylight, shooting indiscriminately and looting shops before fleeing the scene. Local sources said 6 men and a woman lost their lives, while several other residents sustained injuries and are receiving treatment in hospital. The victims have since been buried in accordance with Islamic rites. Residents said the community had enjoyed relative peace in recent months, but the security situation deteriorated following the withdrawal of military personnel from the area. They allege that the attackers struck shortly after the troops left, leaving the community exposed. Community leaders linked to the attack to suspected loyalists of bandit leader Kachala Muhammadu, whose camp was recently raided by troops. They appealed to the federal government and security agencies to reinforce military presence in the area to prevent further attacks and restore public confidence. The Akwa Ibom State Council of the Nigerian Union of Journalists has called for stricter profiling and monitoring of commercial motorcyclists, scrap metal dealers, and scavengers operating in Eke local government area, citing growing security concerns. In a communique issued after 8th June Congress, the Council Chairman, Comrade NCBS John, and the Secretary, Mr. Nsisak Esenowo, urged security agencies, the state government, and Nigeria Immigration Service to strengthen surveillance while respecting the constitutional rights of citizens to reside anywhere in the country. The Congress also expressed concern over congestion at the Ikotekbane Custodial Center, where many inmates are awaiting trial. The union appealed to the judiciary to accelerate the hearing of pending cases to improve the administration of justice. It further urged Eket Local Government Council to regulate the processing of cow skin to address environmental and public health concerns. The Nigerian Union of Journalists equally condemned the reported harassment of journalists covering court proceedings, stressing that media practitioners must be allowed to carry out their constitutional responsibilities without intimidation or interference. The union reaffirmed its commitment to promoting accountability, public safety, justice, and press freedom in Akwa Ibom State. Kano State Governor Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf has inaugurated a special task force on drug abuse and illicit trafficking as part of efforts to combat the growing challenge of substance abuse across the state. Governor Yusuf described drug abuse as a major threat to public safety and youth development, saying his administration is committed to tackling the menace through coordinated law enforcement, prevention, rehabilitation, and public enlightenment programs. The task force is chaired by the former chairman of the Kano State Public Complaints and Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Muhuyi Magaji Rimingado, who comprises of representatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, the Nigerian Police Force, and the Department of State Services, the Nigerian Customs Services, the Kano State Hizb Board, the Kano Emirate Council, and other relative stakeholders. Governor Kaba says the commitment will strengthen intelligence gathering, dismantle drug trafficking networks, promote speedy prosecution of offenders, expand rehabilitation services, and intensify awareness campaigns aimed at reducing substance abuse, particularly among young people. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has arrested 262 suspected drug traffickers and users in Cross River State during a 6-month anti-narcotics operation conducted between January and June this year. The state commander of the NDLEA, Mr. John Anteyi, announced that those arrested comprised 207 males and 55 females. He added that the command secured 28 convictions, filed more than 60 new cases before the court, while over 100 cases remain pending. According to the command, operatives also recovered large quantities of illicit drugs, including cannabis sativa, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and psychotropic substances. 14 hectares of cannabis plantations were equally destroyed during operations in Akamba local government area. Commander Antei expressed concern over rising rate of drug abuse, particularly among young people, warning that the trend poses serious security and public health risk. He reaffirmed the agency's commitment to sustain enforcement, intelligence-driven operations, and drug demand reduction programs across the state. 8 persons have been confirmed dead following the collapse of a 3-story building, residential and commercial building at Alakija along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway in Lagos State. 26 others were rescued alive from the rubble during an intensive search operation. Emergency responders from the National Emergency Management Agency, the Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, LASEMA, and the Lagos State Fire and Rescue Service responded swiftly after the building collapsed. Officials attributed the incident to structural failure, noting that the building has shown visible signs of distress before the collapse. Rescue operations were hampered by heavy rainfall as emergency workers searched through the debris for survivors. Authorities said the casualty figure could have been higher but for the weekly environmental sanitation exercise, which reduced human activity around the building at the time of the incident. Investigations are underway to determine the circumstances surrounding the collapse and establish compliance with building safety regulations. The Code of Conduct Bureau has completed the verification of the asset declaration of 108 senior public officials, including 19 ministers and 37 permanent secretaries, as part of efforts to strengthen transparency and accountability in public service. Chairman of the Bureau, Dr. Abdullahi Bello, announced the development in Abuja, saying the exercise also led to the recovery and forfeiture of several assets linked to public office holders. He added that the Bureau recently arraigned a chief of staff to a state governor before the Code of Conduct Tribunal over alleged breaches of the Code of Conduct. Dr. Bello further disclosed that the Bureau has developed an online asset and liabilities declaration system to digitize asset declaration processes, improve record management, and enhance compliance among public servants nationwide. Meanwhile, public policy organization Agora Policy has launched a local governance accountability portal to provide public access to financial allocations to local government councils from 1999 to date. The initiative is expected to strengthen transparency, improve public oversight, and encourage greater accountability in the management of public funds. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Kano State Governor inaugurates a special task force to combat drug abuse and illicit drug trafficking. 8 people lose their lives as a 3-story building collapses along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. Coming up shortly, Tinubu State Government and the Southeast Development Commission signed a memorandum of understanding to accelerate agro-industrial development in the Southeast. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has expressed concern over delays in the release of funds for preparations ahead of the 2027 general elections, warning that the situation could affect critical aspects of electoral planning. Speaking in Abuja, INEC National Commissioner Mohammed Haruna said the commission is entitled under the Electoral Act to review funding well ahead of the elections to facilitate the timely procurement of sensitive materials, technology infrastructure, and other logistics required for a credible nationwide poll. Despite the funding delay, the Commission says preparations are continuing. INEC disclosed that it plans to conduct a mock presidential election to test improvement in its election technology and electronic systems, with the exercise expected to address operational challenges experienced during previous elections. The Commission also announced that its online nomination portal has opened for registered political parties to obtain access codes for candidate nominations. INEC said consultation with relevant stakeholders, including the judiciary, are also on the way to address conflicting court orders that often disrupt electoral preparations and candidate management. The Abia State government says the comprehensive rehabilitation of the Obingwa General Hospital in Mpoko, Obingwa local government area is nearing completion as part of efforts to strengthen healthcare delivery across the state. During an inspection of the project, the Commissioner for Health, Professor Enoch Uche, disclosed that installation of modern medical equipment is already underway. He said the upgraded hospital is expected to serve as a referral center for surrounding communities and complement the state's primary healthcare system. According to the Commissioner, the facility will provide specialist medical services, including surgery, maternity and child healthcare, accident and emergency care, laboratory services, dental care, and ophthalmology. The project also includes staff quarters as well as independent water and electricity systems to ensure uninterrupted healthcare delivery. The Chief Executive Officer of the Abia State Hospitals Management Board, Dr. Odochi Azubike, said the project forms part of Governor Alex Oti's healthcare transformation program. He assured residents that quality assurance measures are being maintained to ensure the facility meets modern healthcare standards before commissioning. Comments by Nigerians, First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu encouraging citizens to explore small-scale businesses such as selling akara, roasted corn and kulikuli have generated widespread reactions on social media. Speaking in a video highlighting government support initiatives, the First Lady said modest enterprises requiring limited startup capital could provide sustainable income for many Nigerians. She maintained that small grants remain an important tool for promoting self-reliance and grassroots economic participation. The remarks, however, attracted criticism from some social media users who argued that the comments did not adequately reflect the economic pressures facing many households amid rising living costs. Some commentators also called for broader policies to stimulate employment, industrial growth, and entrepreneurship. Others defended the First Lady's position, noting that many successful entrepreneurs started with small businesses and expanded over time. The differing reactions have continued to generate public debate on economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and the role of government in supporting citizens' livelihoods. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, says Nigeria's revenue drive should focus on expanding the tax base rather than increasing existing tax rates. Speaking in Abuja during a courtesy visit by officials of the Chartered Institute of Taxation of Nigeria, the minister said improving voluntary compliance among individuals and businesses remains critical to strengthen government revenue. He noted that many Nigerians misunderstand ongoing tax reforms, often assuming they are aimed solely at increasing taxes. The event coincided with the maiden National Tax Awareness Day, marking 1 year since President Bola Tinubu signed the Tax Reform Act into law. The CITN also organized a public sensitization campaign to educate citizens on the objectives and benefits of the reform. Mr. Oyedele explained that the reforms provide reliefs for taxpayers, including VAT exemptions and essential goods and services such as food, healthcare, and education, while qualifying small businesses enjoy exemptions from companies' income tax and capital gains tax. He added that digital platforms are being deployed to improve efficiency, transparency, and voluntary tax compliance. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, and the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, have intensified efforts to regulate point-of-sale operators across the country as part of measures to combat financial crimes and strengthen national security. At a meeting in Abuja, Chairman of the CAC board, Dr. Ibrahim Ada, disclosed that only a small percentage of POS operators are currently registered, warning that unregistered operators could be exploited for money laundering and other illicit financial activities. EFCC Chairman Mr. Ola Olukoyede said closer collaboration between both agencies would improve compliance with existing regulations and strengthen intelligence gathering across the financial sector. He noted that the Commission is also investigating several companies linked to suspected financial crimes. The Anti-Graft Agency further disclosed that investigations are ongoing into a Bureau de Change operator and associated companies over allegations of terrorism financing. The FCC reaffirmed its commitment to working with domestic and international partners to disrupt illicit financial networks and enhance accountability within Nigeria's financial system. The Enugu State Government and the Southeast Development Commission have signed a memorandum of understanding on the Southeast Agro Development Program to accelerate agricultural production and agro-industrial development across the region. Speaking at the signing ceremony in Enugu on behalf of Governor Petermbah, the Secretary to the State Government, Professor Chideberonia, said the partnership aligns with the state's long-term economic development agenda, which places agriculture at the center of wealth creation, food security, and industrialization. Professor Onia disclosed that more than 52,000 hectares of land have been designated for agricultural development, adding that the government has continued to strengthen security, improve infrastructure, and implement investor-friendly policies to attract private sector participation. Representing the Managing Director of the SEDC, the Commission's Executive Director of Projects, Mr. Tobi Okechukwu described the agreement as a significant milestone for regional development. He said the partnership would attract investment, create employment opportunities, enhance food production, and position the Southeast as a leading agro-industrial hub. The Anambra State government has directed all hotel owners, guest house operators, and apartment managers to register with the Ministry of Culture, Entertainment and Tourism as part of efforts to strengthen regulation and improve coordination within the hospitality sector. The Commissioner for Culture, Entertainment and Tourism, Mr. Ugochi Emedu, gave the directive during a meeting with hospitality stakeholders in Oka. He said the exercise would establish a comprehensive database of operators, improve communication with government, and curb illegal revenue collection by unauthorized individuals. The Director of Hotels in the ministry, Reverend Barrister Mwiku Frederick, disclosed that Anambra currently has between 570 and 600 registered and privately owned hospitality establishments. Stakeholders at the meeting also raised concerns over multiple taxation, rising operational costs, inadequate security, and the need for improved government engagement with the industry. Responding, the Commissioner assured operators that government would address the issues raised through continuous dialogue and policy reforms. He urged all hospitality businesses to comply with the registration directive, describing it as a critical step toward promoting professionalism, investment, and sustainable growth in the state's tourism sector. Now in sports, Nigeria recorded a historic outing at the 2026 National Basketball Association draft with 6 players of Nigerian heritage selected during the event held at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn, New York. Leading the Nigerian contingent was Ibuka Okore, who was selected 17th overall by the Oklahoma City Thunder before his draft rights were traded to the Detroit Pistons. Other Nigerian players drafted include Zubi Ejiofor, Ortega Owe, Felix Obara, Tobi Lawal, and Ugonna Onyenso. Basketball analysts say the selections underscore the growing influence of Nigerian talent in international basketball. Several of the players distinguished themselves in collegiate basketball in the United States and are expected to strengthen the league with their athleticism and defensive abilities. The 2026 draft also featured several players of African heritage, highlighting the continent's expanding contribution to global basketball. Sports administrators have described the achievement as an inspiration to young athletes across Nigeria and a testament to the country's growing impact on the international sporting stage. Now in entertainment, several Nollywood actors have commended a celebrity blog for declining to publish unverified allegations relating to the family of the late actor Alex Ekubo, describing the decision as a demonstration of responsible media practice. The blog stated that it received requests to publish allegations involving members of the late actor's family, but chose not to proceed after determining that the claims could not be independently verified. It said the decision was taken to avoid causing further distress to a bereaved family. Among those who praised the decisions were actresses Iniedo, Bimbo Ademoye, Blessing Obasi, Dayo Amusa, and reality television personality Queen Mercy Atang. They urged media platforms to uphold ethical standards by verifying information before publication, particularly in matters involving grieving families. The development comes weeks after the death and burial of Alex Ekubo, whose passing drew attributes from colleagues across the entertainment industry. Observers say the response from Nollywood reflects growing calls for responsible journalism, respect for privacy, and greater sensitivity in reporting matters involving bereavement. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has established a high-powered special task force led by former anti-corruption chief Muhuyi Magaji Rumin Gado to crack down on substance abuse. The multi-agency coalition unifies security bodies and traditional institutions to dismantle trafficking networks, fast-track judicial prosecutions, and expand youth rehabilitation service. A tragic structural failure caused a 30-year-old 3-story residential and commercial buildings to collapse yesterday morning at Alakija along the Lagos-Badagry Expressway. Emergency responders successfully pulled 26 survivors from the debris, while officials confirmed 8 fatalities after occupants reportedly ignored warnings to evacuate the shaking structure. We told you Nigeria's First Lady, Senator Remi Tinubu, has drawn heavy criticism online after stating that starting roadside ventures like selling akara, roasted corn, or kuli-kuli requires minimal capital. While supporters defended the high profit margins of traditional trades, angry citizens argue the micro-grant advice shows a massive disconnect from the harsh realities of skyrocketing national inflation. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-304-3710. Follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidi Masowa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent herder-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, Insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing assets by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers, and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance assets, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. effort to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
we bring you.
Good afternoon, beautiful Nigerians. Good afternoon, the 040. How you guys doing today? I will call it thank God it's Friday, where we know towards the weekend we juggle. At the weekend we do, all kinds of amazing out. And I still remember your best of best host. I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. You see, today I came to spice your day, and to spice your day I came with two amazing people. One is your regular face, and I call her Ugoma. Ugoma, what's up? How you doing?
What's up, Kosri? What's up, Enugu? What's up, Southeast Nigeria? How you all doing today? Hope you all are doing amazing, because I am doing beautifully great.
And at my left-hand side, I have someone else. She goes by the name Stephanie. Stephanie, how you doing?
I'm fine. I'm okay.
Please, have you once contested for Miss Nigeria, Miss, face of something? Because she's giving me the vibe. What's happening? What's happening? Who is Stephanie? Please.
Okay, actually, Stephanie is a runway model and ex-beauty queen.
Oh, you see? Somebody should tell me I'm a prophetess, like a child of God, a man of God, no, a woman of God. Yeah.
Really looking at her, you could tell.
Yeah.
Tell her.
So,
no.
I continue
Okay.
We have a full pack.
Okay, you guys want to get to know me?
Yeah, who's Stephanie?
Okay, like I said, I'm an ex-beauty queen. I'm the former Miss Independent Southeast Universe. My reign lasted for a year, from 2020 to 2021. Then I now ventured into runway modeling. I've worked fashion shows in Nigeria, Sefsa, Enugu, Uyo Fashion Week, and others. So, but currently now, I'm a media analyst. I do car adverts for car dealers in Enugu. Yes, and I also sell cars too. So this is just Stephanie.
So you out there, you want to buy a car and you don't know who to meet. Stephanie is there. But please, someone is okay. Let me just reserve, my lot of comments for, So let's go straight to the business of the day. I have a lot of gist for you guys, and this has just been trending. And we all here, we are all educated, and there is a mock on the educated farmers, and it's coming from this assault between Pella and the musician and rapper Yesi, and this is about him, talking about the Olodos of Sarin in Nigeria is terrible. There is nothing like just like Yahoo culture, but Pella's culture, and he's trying to compare, trying to mock Nigeria, saying that the educated ones are not appreciated, while the Olodos, indirectly referring to Pella as the Olodos, who have nothing to offer than just come online and just grade one content are the one being recognized. What do you think about this, Stephanie?
Seriously, okay, I'm just like hearing this gist now. But based on what you said, I think that YC, I think that's his name, Jagaban. Yeah, YC.
Jagaban.
YC shouldn't he shouldn't, regard or refer to Pella as an Olodo. You get, one thing I've learned about that guy is he's quite creative.
Yeah.
He might be an illiterate, you understand, maybe he doesn't have the education and everything, but this guy is very, very creative. He created, something out of nothing. So I don't see why YC should actually, refer. Yeah,
him. I think he's just trying to trend. No, he's trying to be. It's actually chest clouds.
I'm sorry, but he should focus more on his dead career. I'm sorry, though.
Oh my God! I didn't see that coming. Oh my God! Oh my God! See, I think I quite align
actually,
with.
YC is my favorite, but the dead career hits like man.
No, like he's actually a star.
Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, he is, because I jammed to most of his songs. Omar Alaji, Jagaban, so many. Yeah, but him coming
out to Pella,
it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah. Because I'm not saying that education is invalid. It's very, very valid. Forget this thing, education now scam. School no be scam. It is not a scam. But I know that people that do not really venture or have opportunity to go to the university that are great today.
Yeah, of course.
You get.
Pella is great as well.
He is.
At least his name is known.
Yeah, the thing there is just like he needs, a good management and
to go back to school.
Yeah, go to school is very important if he wants to. Yeah, but he should actually.
Okay, me, I quite disagree because I understand where, I know you guys have different opinion, but I actually understand where YC is coming from. So when someone, some people out there, take their time, go to school to learn and acquire a degree. You know how many years you can actually spend in the university to just come out, and someone somewhere that just sit down and just get one content is trying to make them look like a fool. They wasted their years in school.
Okay, can I actually ask you one question?
Yeah, you can ask me.
Okay, why didn't you that went to the school create that content?
Yeah, exactly.
See, because I want to why? Okay, you have the knowledge, you have the academic skills and everything. Why didn't you sit down to be like, oh, I can create something like this and make me go viral? Why did you think of that?
Let me ask you, must everybody move before they can actually earn in this country?
That's only way
this is Nigeria.
So you are the one with that slogan. I think it's not quite interesting.
That's the only way he could come out to show himself. That's to show that without the education I can do something. I can be great in life. That's just what it means.
I don't think because
there's some people who are very well educated, but yet they can't do what Pella has done.
What has Pella done? I just want to know what Pella actually has done that made people feel he is valuable. Because I don't see much thing.
Impacted anything.
Yeah, you have to make an impact in the society before you say yes, I've actually done something.
But at least to himself and to his family, he had done something.
So okay, let me ask you. Sorry, assuming you don't have money, and you have not done one or two things for your family, is it that you're not impactful, or the avenue has not come yet?
I will still be impactful, but I have
you to still myself. There is hope for the common man out there
to be impactful.
So that means you have to run mad like Pella or do some crazy things.
It's not running mad.
No, you have to do some crazy things.
These are just to entertain us. It's just entertaining us.
Pella is not a mad person. Pella is actually an entertainer.
Yeah.
Yes, and I don't know if you agree with me. There's a difference between being smart and intelligent. Yeah. Pella is a smart person. He might not be intelligent. He might not be brilliant based on academy, but this guy is very smart.
Yeah.
For him to use TikTok to the guy he's very, very good.
So do you think
and
that
a whole lot of them,
not just Pella, yes, a whole lot of them,
Katefe, the rest. But let me say something. Yes, I know that Nigeria. I think why it's sellable here is because we are in a very huge stampede moment of insanity in this country. Everybody's trying to look for access to gain sanity. But in an exposed country like this, do you think this really matters?
Okay,
because you have to work yourself. You have to prove that you are doing something because everybody's busy. Over there, everybody's busy. I think where it's because we mostly are jobless in Nigeria. Sorry, hello, but That's quite
no
a.
job
Do you know?
in
Do you know? Do you know
There's
one
no job
thing?
in Nigeria.
Do you know why?
You
Do you know
know
one
that.
thing I actually admire about Nigerians? We create jobs by ourselves.
Exactly what
We don't really wait for the government to do this. We actually like do it ourselves. So Pella created a way to make money for himself, using social media as a tool.
Yeah.
You get. So I think,
and this way, do you know that this way that is now popular and influencing people, right? Do you know that that job people who are educated to get, he can get it right now, right? You know, with connection.
so somebody like Gege came out to say that Pella made the worst mistake of his life by going to get married to Jarvis at an early age instead of fixing his life.
What is his business? Like,
it's
he has
something.
the money. He doesn't want to waste that poor girl's time. Okay, for how many years? This is the reason why we talk about men.
Lord of the Rings.
When a man has the money, when he has everything, when he wants to really marry, when he sees someone he wants to marry, he wouldn't waste time to marry this person. That's just it. So now he married the girl, we are complaining. If he wastes this girl time, people will sit up. The same girl will talk and say, Fella, leave this girl alone. And I say you don't want to marry her, just when they waste her time. Now you don't marry her,
So but do you think it's too early for him? Like,
to be sincere with you, I don't really involve myself with people's marriage and relationship.
It's like they don't talk.
I will tell you, you get, but you know, this Pella and Jarvis, their relationship has actually been online. We've been seeing how they break up, they make up, they crash out, they do this one, you know. I will not say that Pella made a mistake or he made a good thing, but if it's okay by them both, they should go ahead with it.
So Jarvis is happy.
You know, because if you're judging, Jarvis is older than Pella.
Oh.
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she
Jarvis is better. And Jarvis is a graduate. Pella is an illiterate. But when it comes to the matter of heart, you know, love conquereth all.
Oh, money conquereth all. Money conquereth all. I don't think it's love for me. I don't think it's love. I think it's money.
But you know that Jarvis has money too.
Yeah, she has her own money.
Yeah, she does.
Money. So I just feel like here Pella's love is more. Like if we're gonna rate, Pella loves Jarvis
extremely, yeah.
But Jarvis loves Pella. But to me, like the standard she's looking for in a man
is not there.
But she get me. Yeah, and the society, and I don't know that. Anyway, I don't want to believe that the society is actually pressurizing, you know, her to like get married to Jarvis, Pella, based on say they have been, you know, together for a while, this. So I just hope that it is genuine, like she really want to be with Pella, not because of, you know, social media or, you know.
So let's hear this out. Someone said on X, he said, I for just come live as a girl, one pink iPhone 16, one iPad, 3 weeks, one unprofitable business, and 3 mumu boys in my life. My life just don't sex. Instead of waking up heavily pregnant at 3 a.m. to cook for your husband. So
someone that will stick and cheese.
So what do you think? So you want to be that girl?
Yes,
you want to be that girl?
Yeah, of course, I want to.
You don't want to, something. No, let's be truthful here.
But you don't want to be that girl?
I don't know. She's acting weird. She wants to pound fufu for her husband by 3 a.m. Wash and clean house.
I am not there.
Do house chores.
It's not me.
So do you think you actually align with this girl?
Yes, so
3 mumu men.
I don't know if you guys know this girl.
3 mumu men that has
Sophia. I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
Sophia Ebu
Yes.
She's trending.
Yes. You see that girl? I don't know what is going on with that girl, but she's that girl.
Yeah, does her parents have money?
I don't know, but let's just say she's just that girl actually. Yeah, I don't know the business she's doing or anything, but girl, that girl, she's living the life though. Like she's living the life.
They're enjoying. Like,
so please, I can't like wake up to.
Now why I said that we work hard.
So you can't do some certain things for love.
I can. I have done some certain things.
Have you pounded before? Have you washed before? Have you cleaned before?
I ain't gonna lie. I've done washed for love.
Oh my God!
The person takes care of me. Spends on me.
You do what?
But I will not pound fufu. I can do try and cook.
Oh my God!
I can only try to cook for him. Just cook.
So I am not Mommy Z. You guys know Mommy Z now.
Yeah.
That Twitter lady. I am not the woman that will wake up by 4 a.m. to pound fufu for my husband. I cannot do that. Please.
So I think there's a contrasting opinion here because Apostle Johnson Suleiman said, if a lady does not give it to you, you shouldn't give it back to her. So if a lady doesn't give you one, do the needful as a lady now. A woman's, you should not give you back.
Women, we are natural multipliers.
Yes.
Yes.
So you bring that to the table.
If you actually give a woman love, he will give you. She will give you times two. Sorry, she will give you times two. If you give a woman a house, she will give you a home. We actually multipliers. Like we actually like I don't know how to put it, deeply. But yes, we love deeply more than the men self.
Men don't love like that.
You get.
The only thing they care about is respect.
Thank you.
All. Aside that,
it's just respect. Give them respect
and a little bit peace, but not be say you go there quiet, but they give them basketball sometimes.
Grammar is very, very important.
Yeah, men like to get women. Men like when a woman is mean.
Very weak.
Yes, they like it. But if you are doing like this,
yes, men
you don't have self-esteem, have high self-esteem.
Men doesn't like good women.
Have high self-esteem.
Are you serious? You have experience.
Be prideful, have pride.
Okay.
See all these things.
Teach them, Pepe.
I just feel like men love something that they can chase.
Okay.
If you actually make it easy for them, they don't value it. You get. They just need. You see other hard women, other mean girls. I think is what men love.
I'm having the feeling that someone is with Ken waiting for you out of the studio. Sorry, someone is already using eye to beat you even before you step out of the video. If I slap this girl. So, Stephanie, do you choose to be a second or third wife to any man that is so wealthy, over wealthy, like? And because a lady on X said, Kunle Afolabian says that she cannot build with any man because men are ingrates.
So she contractor now. I'm engineer now.
You come marry the one where.
Now what for you? This man.
But if you want to build with them, build yourself.
Yeah.
First. Build yourself first before, as I building with them, be building yourself. Be productive. Work on yourself.
So you want to be another Regina Daniel MBA and she's doing the marriage and she's building herself. Now she's a big girl of her own.
Shrink yourself.
Buying cars.
While at it.
Going around the world. That kind of.
I just feel like if I should be with a man that is building himself, I should be building myself too. I shouldn't rely fully on them. Then about the matter of second wife or third wife, I'm too jealous for that shit.
Imagine.
I hate sharing.
Are you serious?
You're supposed to be hugging your husband, enjoying him. They'll share it today for you tomorrow for the other one.
So I'll be like roaster.
So let's put in hands for the men. It's not looking like it's a woman's word against the men's word because as a man, let's assume we are all men. Let's assume. And you are in that situation where you have to choose between your wife and your child. Maybe it took you years to conceive that child, and at the point the doctor comes to say life is 50-50. Is it that you save your wife or you save your child? Who will it be for you, Stephanie?
I'm saving my wife. I'm definitely saving my wife.
Your husband. But if it's
okay, the husband.
No.
If it's the child. But I'm saying, if you're in the position that is your husband that needs this.
Okay, I'm saving my husband. Okay. Definitely, I'm saving my husband.
Okay.
Because you can actually make another baby.
Yeah.
So I'm saving my husband.
But I'm just trying to. I gave a clause is there, and a clause that signifies that if actually, let me say, you waited 15 years and thereabouts to conceive that particular child, and it's not easy forthcoming, and you finally did that, and there's a story that is either your wife or your child.
Definitely, I'm choosing my husband or my wife. I can actually adopt. One thing with me is that when I love deeply. You get. So as far as the man is a good person, I'm saving my husband. We can actually adopt too.
Yeah, but that the man is not even a good person.
I'll save the man.
But if he's a bad person?
If he's a bad person, I will still save him. I'm never bad like that.
If he's Jonas, have you watched the
I go save him. And kill him.
So if he's Jonas, I'm saving my child. Sorry.
So you actually will be that Joycey kind of wife who actually sent someone to. infect his husband with HIV?
I think I will leave. No, I will leave.
Instead of killing someone's
no,
son.
Please, it's not in my blood. I can't kill. But I will leave you. Yeah.
So,
this movie, I don't know why women were really shocked watching it. Why were you guys shocked? Like, you are watching this movie, you are shocked. Not say most of your husbands are doing this thing, are even worse than Genesis. Genesis.
I have a lot
What's his name? Abi Solomon.
So, just one thing for the people of Enugu.
All right, guys. I had fun today. I don't know about you guys. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah, we did.
We'll do this again some other time. All right? Stay put. Today is Friday. Have fun wherever you are and be safe, okay?
So,
I love you.
Stephanie, one thing for the people of Enugu.
My people, this weekend, just have fun. You get. Don't go and cook for any man. No.
Yes.
Don't try it. Just have fun, though.
All right, this is weekend, and you know what we do here. Enjoy, but enjoy safely. We'll do this some other time. Same station. We love you. Bye.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
we bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
Imo State unfolds like a living poem, a tapestry of memory, aspiration, and transformation. Here, history is not settled in the past, but continues to move forward, carried in the footsteps of Imolites, whose resolve and optimism animate every corner of the land. The people and their spirit Imolites are renewed for their courage, enterprise, and intellect. From the bustling avenues of Owerri to the rolling hills of Idato, both the young and the old carry a quiet, steadfast conviction. Education is not just a means to an end, but a calling. Their ambition lives in the classrooms, in labs, in markets, and in the global Imo diaspora. Imo's cultural heartbeat is rhythmic and rich. High-life melodies mingle with gospel harmonies and modern beats, each song echoing ancestral memory and youthful vigor. Traditional dances carry stories of community, origin, and resilience, even as innovation blossoms, rooted in respect for heritage. Infrastructure and roads. Under Governor Hope Uzodimma, Imo has undergone what many describe as a road revolution. The administration claims to have delivered over 120 quality roads within 5 years. Notable among them are the dualized Owerri-Olo and Owerri-Okigwe roads. The Mbidi-Oguta Road and 18-kilometer dual carriageway was commissioned in early 2025, aiming to boost economic activities in Uru West and Oguta LGAs, especially by connecting to the Orashi Energy Free Trade Zone. Other signature infrastructure includes the Azamta flyover to decongest traffic and the Emmanuel Iwanyam International Conference Center, which has been built to world-class standards. Governor Uzodimma has also stated that these infrastructure investments are not just for mobility, but are economic corridors intended to stimulate trade, reduce travel time, and integrate Imo's communities more closely. Under human capital development, health and education, and on health, the Governor Uzodimma administration reports a comprehensive revamp, renovation of 305 health centers, purportedly one in each electoral ward, establishment of 55 new primary health centers announced in 2025 to expand access, particularly in rural areas, construction of 3 new general hospitals at Ohaji, Oguta, and Omuma, revitalization of the Imo State University Teaching Hospital and the Specialist Hospital, plus re-accreditation of nursing and midwifery schools. Creation of a state health insurance scheme known as Imo Health Insurance, which has reportedly covered more than 66,000 residents. Deployment of mobile clinics to reach rural and underdeserved communities. In education, Governor Uzodimma has significantly expanded tertiary education. What was once one functioning public university has grown to 3, along with a polytechnic and a college of education. He has also prioritized youth empowerment and governance that are strong signals of financial reforms. According to some reports, Uzodimma has focused heavily on capital spending, budgeting major parts of the state resources towards infrastructure and development. Then, Imo under Emeka Ihedioha, renewal and vision. While much of the recent narrative focuses on Governor Uzodimma, it is important to acknowledge the contributions of his predecessor, Chief Emeka Ihedioha. Through his rebuild Imo agenda, Chief Ihedioha prioritized environmental renewal. There were efforts to restore drainage, improve waste management, plant community trees, and reintroduce refuse compactor vehicles. He also restructured state finances, including implementing a treasury single account for greater financial discipline and automating revenue collection to improve the state's internally generated revenue. In agriculture, Chief Ihedioha launched initiatives called Rice Revolution to boost rice production, turn rural youths into farmers, and partner with the private sector for food security. For youth and sports, Chief Ihedioha's government reportedly worked on sports infrastructure across the 27 local governments.
You're welcome to another edition of our program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we are going to discuss on a topic that is very, very important in the Nigerian polity. A topic that has been the front burner given the goings on in Nigeria. When we talk goings on, we're talking about goings on that has some negative effect on our polity. It has also affected almost every strata of what we have to do in Nigeria. I have, the topic is rule of law and strong men in Nigeria. You find out that the presence of very weak institutions in Nigeria has somehow hampered the promotion and sustenance of rule of law in Nigeria. It is not as if the laws are not there. The laws are there, but they are weakly implemented in such a way that very strong personalities don't seem to adhere strictly to the provisions of the law. And that has told as if the law has been made for the weak, for the poor. The strong persons do not see the law as something that affects them. They tend to live their life and do whatever pleases them with reckless abandon. And we have seen that as a problem in the system that has necessitated the issue that brought about the topic on our desk. And I have an erudite scholar who will lend voice to this topic. He's there and he's the regular face on this program. I have Dr. Abo Kaspia. He's a public affairs commentator, he's an analyst, he's a lawyer, human rights activist, and all that. He's so many things. If we begin to do his profile, we are going to actually do a book. But presently, we are on Arena, and therefore, we're going to just stop at this and usher him into our discourse. The rule of law and strong men in Nigeria. Doc, what is exactly rule of law? And when do we see, when do you see there's rule of law in any given society?
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, Rex, my very good friend. Thanks for having me. I think this topic is a recurring topic, what we call recurring decimal in global discourse, particularly in Africa and Nigeria. Is a very self-explanatory topic, rule of law, and strong men in Nigeria, politics, and those who subvert rule of law. Well, rule of law, as the name implies, is very simple. It's the application of the law governing a society at any given time. What you may call the application of the constitution of a country as it pertains to that particular nation in trying to administer the policies of government, the runnings of individuals within the society. The Constitution is very clear that the law supersedes every other thing. If you look at chapter 1 of the Constitution of Nigeria, as amended, he said that this constitution is above every other law. This constitution governs the people of Nigeria as above every other law, and becomes any other law that's inconsistent with this constitution is null and void. So every other status, every other law, every other enactment, every other subsidiary legislations comes under the constitution. Unfortunately, as the topic says, strong men against the rule of law. The law established institutions. Let's take for instance, National Assembly is an act of government, an organ of government that enacts law for the nation, for every organ of the nation. The law they enact governs all bodies, associations, institutions, as it pertains within that country. And if these laws are enacted,
One is expected to say that this law should be obeyed sacrosanctly. That this law should be obeyed. But what do we get? We get the negative. And that is why the country is not running very well. And that is why I said, particularly generally in Africa, the problem we have is not the law, but individuals. Take, for instance, the Nigerian police, the Nigerian customs, the Nigerian army. If you take police, for instance, the police has a code. They are established by the Constitution of Nigeria. And there's what we call police codes. That code is a kind of guidelines on how they will do their work. But are still subjected to the Nigerian Constitution. But if you get to that institution and take, for instance, Mr. A committed crime, a criminal act like he murdered somebody in police station B, and Mr. Z murdered somebody in police station Z, in police station Y. These two things are murder, but the circumstance may not be the same. But the punishment is the same thing if it's something that is murder, intentional act to kill an individual. Mr. A, who is a known figure in the society, or who is a child of a known figure, will be let off the hook at a certain point in time. But Mr. Z, who is an ordinary person, who doesn't know any person, will face the law. But they committed the same offense. That is where the rule of law comes in. The rule of law must make sure that these two persons are punished in accordance with the law. But when the strong men in the country comes in, they set Mr. A free because he knows who knows who knows who knows who knows. And Mr. Z, who doesn't know any person, will be punished by the law. Now the strong man has come in. Two of them will not now face the same consequences of their intentional acts. You see, they bend the law, they bend it this way, right? You see that somebody like a government appointee, that MD of government parastatal, MD Mr. B, MD Mr. Y, the two of them are managing directors of these different federal government parastatals. And they got an allocation of 500 billion each to work. And this person took out 300 billion to his pocket. This person took out 500 billion to his pocket. The rule of law is that two of them must, if found culpable by law, must be punished. But you see one going free because he knows who knows who knows who knows. That is where you now say strong men in politics have come in to subvert rule of law.
Okay, what is actually the problem? What could be the problem? Why these strong men tend to subvert the rule of law in such a way that it affects the collective aspiration and interest of a whole country? Because people are crying. People, sometimes they say the law is not meant for the rich. Is it because of the avarice for materialism, which results in people getting stupendous riches through tendencies that are prevalent in Nigeria, tendencies of corruption, tendencies of embezzlement, and all manner of ill way of getting wealth? What's the problem, actually?
Well, it's very simple. Let me give you an example from the Holy Book. When some people came to arrest Jesus Christ.
Okay, the Holy Book of the Bible.
Of the Bible.
Okay.
It's equal in the Quran.
Okay.
But two of them are the same.
Okay.
But different applications. Because they mention Jesus Christ in the Quran many times. They mentioned Mary once in Quran. I think many times, but in Bible, I think it was once. When some people came for Christ, Jesus Christ, one of his apostles drew up a sword and cut the ear of one of them. And Christ said, no, 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 no. Picked up the ear and refixed it and said, put back your sword. If ordinary man had done that, in the Jewish law, he'll be stoned to death. In Jewish law, that person will be stoned to death.
If an ordinary person has
person of Jews, yes, has done that, what that apostle of Christ did, he would have been stoned to death. But Christ didn't mind and said, put back your sword, allow him to go. The man committed a crime. But because he's following the master, nobody touched him. So in Nigeria today...
And you don't think it is because he had, he had right the wrong he did there and then?
Well, even if you right the wrong, let me come by righting the wrong, my brother. No. And once you commit a crime, you have to go into it. Right the wrong here means what they are doing in Nigeria today in what they call plea bargain. That is righting the wrong. You stole 200 billion, you return 100 billion, they allow you to go.
We'll come to that.
That's a plea bargain.
We'll come to that.
There was a plea bargain
we'll
at that time, but it wasn't called plea bargain.
Okay.
So why it is done, why this thing is prevalent is this. The greed, no integrity, no honesty, no sincerity. People are greedy. And because of the chain of greediness among the ruling class, they tend to protect themselves from the attack from the society. Because they said that that mouth that is feeding should not be stopped from feeding. So let the one that is not feeding don't feed again. That is those axioms we use, that phrases we use to subvert the law of the land. So they are in chains. It's like a chain block. So the reason is not far-fetched. It's greed. Some of them are kleptomatic. They have these things in the house, but they will steal it. Somebody that, let me give an example. If Mr. Z has been a governor of a state, with all the paraphernalia of office, you have paid your salaries, allowances, and so on, and you take away money. Allowances are paid, and you have up to 3, 5, 6 billion. Why is he stealing 100 million naira to add to 6 billion when people don't even have 10,000? So it is greed. So these men, strong men in Nigeria, or we survive rule of law, if they are caught, they are men in those institutions. That's why we say we should have a stronger institution than strong individuals. If you have an institution that is strong, like in Western world, where we have strong institutions, those things will not happen. Because they don't look at you, they look at the book. They look at the law. At the end of the day, what they want is that this law has been implemented, not that this man has been satisfied. But here in Africa, they look at the man. So it's just a kind of, it's an ill that blows no one any good within our nation. That is why today, Nigerians are subject to that kind of situation that you see people throwing out money in parties, bundles of money, new money, nobody asks you about that. And some people cannot even buy pure water of 150 naira. Pure water now, one is 50 naira. You cannot buy it to drink water. I think the basic thing that people should have done in this country is to make water available, because some people can take water and sleep. If you don't see food, you can take water and sleep. Last 2 days, I had a problem with the police station till 1 a.m. in the morning. I took only water and went home after 1. I didn't eat again. So people can take water and sleep and look forward to eat next day. But some people are throwing out bundles of new clean money anyhow. That is that the rule of law is not working. The law should ask somebody, where did you make this money that you are doing this way? We don't have strong institutions. That's the problem.
Okay. We don't have strong institutions. How would we get to build our institutions to make them stronger in such a way that there will be prevalence of rule of law? Because without institutions, never can we talk about rule of law coming into real practice in Nigeria.
Until you begin to have accountability, begin to have accountability of individuals. People must account for their deeds. People must be honest. People must love their country more than they love themselves. If somebody can pick up a gun and go to war for a country and fight and die, that is patriotism. Because this institution is working, is obeying the law of the land. If you're not accountable in your position as MD, CEO, manager, chairman, secretary, local government councillor, this institution is dead. If you come into an institution and say you are above that institution, it will not work. There is a program going on now in Enugu that people must embrace and say, and those people in charge of that program must be accountable so that people can benefit. So if you put yourself above that program will fail. But if you put that program above yourself, and in terms of above yourself, that program will succeed. The institution that created it will now work together as a laid-down principle to guide it and implement it. You become accountable to it. If all state governors, state ministers, senators, okay, look at if somebody called the election as to become a senator, he had not up to even 1 million naira. But within 3 years, he has bought up to 50 properties. That's a weak institution. Purely weak institution. Because if you go to the National Assembly, they are determining their own allowances. They go home on Christmas Day, New Year Day, Easter or Saturday with big pockets. Share 300 million, 200 million, 500 million. So we get 1 billion, depending on the hierarchy within the National Assembly. But those who are working in that institution, National Assembly complex, who are workers, are being owed. How do you want that institution to be strong? They should strengthen that institution first, so that they work from that institution out to the people, by making sure that the workers, the institution is protected and is above every other person, including the senators. Because you leave that assembly complex, leave that institution as it is, as you met it. But if you begin to weaken the institution, at a point, those who are there will begin to look other ways of making money, and that brings corruption into the institution. Somebody will come in and make a complaint. For you to write it down, or that complaint say you must drop. You must drop. And we don't have a biro here. We don't have papers here. Go and buy it outside. That's a weak institution. So this institution must be strong. Accountability first. Then honesty on the part of our leaders. We're not honest. And the worst of it all is that our relatives contribute to our problem. If I give a position, they will say, this is your own time, not the time of Nigeria. It's your own time. If you mess up, you are in problem. Your own time is that you need to go and steal, because you're not going to last there. Not knowing that if you steal, this institution will be down and nobody will come in there. Haven't you heard that the railway is dead? Nigerian Airways, Rex, when we were growing, we saw Nigerian Airways, up to 100 fleets of airplane. Today, they are grounded. Okada A of Ibidedon. Have you heard of Okada A today? No. Because they didn't have a strong institution. If they had an institution that time, it would have been that it is working up to today. So that if you retire, you pass the organogram, the law, the rules, down to the next person who will implement it. And it is going to work. But if you begin to have strong men, they will bring down the institution and leave it as they met it, or worse than they met it. Nigeria Airways, Nigeria Railway, we used to go from enugu here, to enter train here,
to Port Harcourt,
to Kaduna,
yeah,
to Meduguri, to Jos, to Otubo, to Akwanga. You pass so many bushes that time, in the night. So we had strong men that managed that institution, and this institution failed. Last time in Bedford, in London, there was a train jam. I saw the train where they had a collision. It was a very thick bush, forests. But immediately the white men came and rescued people with helicopter and so on. And within 2 days, they fixed the train.
And fixed everything.
Fixed everything. That is strong institution.
So, strong institution will come to be when the individuals vested with public or even private responsibility becomes patriotic, becomes honest and true to themselves, becomes credible enough. That is credibility. Because most often, it seems that we lack credibility on individual persons in Nigeria.
Yes.
And that is as a result of what has permeated into the system. Like you give an example. Yes, rule of law entails the supremacy of the law. That is a law where law is supreme over the arbitrary power of person, whims of government officials, and every other thing like that. It entails equality before the law, where, like you said, where everybody is seen as equal before the law, so that Mr. A and Mr. B, under the same circumstance, must go through the system of the law. And it entails fairness and open process, whenever there is anything that is being done. The law must be clear, stable, publicly accessible, and fairly enforced through established procedural rules. But in Nigeria, enforcement of laws are not done through procedures. You have given instances of the police, you have given instances of the court, and now I want to ask, there is these three arms of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. These three arms, of course, are working together, but at the same time, independent. But there seems to be an erosion of that independence that they share. The other two arms seem to be leaning on the whims and caprices of one arm, the executive. And that tends to truncate procedure in whatever these arms of government are doing. It has, of course, set, for instance, in Nigeria, very much back to the medieval age. In fact, even the medieval age is better because people were organized in their own local ways and were ruling themselves in their own local ways. So, what do you think could be done in Nigeria to ensure that these arms of government stands and live up to the expectation, so that what we say about rule of law will actually come to be a situation where the lawmakers will not dance to the tune of the executive, where the judiciary will not dance to the tune of the executives. Sometimes we've had problems within the political circle, political parties alleging that there are unseen hand and this and that against some opposition political parties in Nigeria. And people were alluding to the fact that these problems are coming from just one source. And we have seen situations where they say, if you enter the ruling party, your sins will be forgiven. Which means that those who are not in the ruling party are now being prosecuted for crimes they have committed or may not have committed.
Well, Alex, you have said it all. And I think, as you rightly mentioned, the three arms of government are created by the Constitution. And they are meant to be dependent. But unfortunately, some provisions in the Constitution also made it so hard for them to be dependent. For instance, judiciary. Judiciary is an institution that interprets the law. And the appointees are appointed by the executive. In an institution like ours, I don't see it as a normal thing. If a governor can appoint a chief judge and appoint judges, if there are vacancies, what do you expect you try to do? As an appointment, these men, this institution don't have financial autonomy. They go cap in hand, begging the executive for their own subventions to work. And you know that he who pays the piper dictates the tune. If you want to be dependent, if you want to get money from the governor, and the governor gives you 500 million to go and work, and the governor has a problem in the court and comes to you for help, what do you expect? Do you expect the man I give 500 million to go and work to say no? Until you begin to implement the provision that says that there must be financial autonomy of these institutions. It must come from financial accounts down to their own bank account to make use of it. The appointment of judicial officers should not be by the governor or executive. There should be a separate body that appoints them. For instance, the NJC, the Supreme Court, and all other legal bodies should begin to fight for that independence so that they appoint their own. Though we will not completely come out the issue of influence, but we will come it out by 80%. Because if you are the governor, Alex, and I don't know you, you didn't appoint me, you can't influence me. You may not even know the person that appointed me or those that are going to be there. So if Mr. President is appointing the chief judge, we are in this country where the president now retired Court of Appeal Justice Salami and asked him to go without due process. We are here in this country where Chief Justice of Nigeria, Justice, I remember his name, he has gone. His house was very in the night. Now that's what we call justices. Under Muhammad Buhari late. May he so rest in peace. This was because they were under them and they go cap in hand begging them. We were in this state when the governor of this Enugu state said, I will not work with this person as chief judge. And it was his time to be the chief judge of the state. And the NJC asked the man to go to a court of appeal and leave the governor. And that happened. They never insisted that he has to do his job. So there was no strong institution to do that. Today, the chief judges of states, we are in this era, the governor of Imo State, was using the next person as chief judge and dropped the person that was supposed to be the chief judge. NJC said you must use him. He refused and was just using that man. Nothing happened. Money statutes and bounds. So the judiciary is not independent.
But is that not actionable?
It's actionable, but who are you going to complain to? The person you are going to complain to was appointed by the executive. And once it comes to his table, the appointees will now say, the appointers will now say, no, halt it. A matter can be in court for years without hearing. The legislators are talking about are those at the National Assembly and House of Assembly. Have they ever had a time to elect their own leaders independently? Except when Sarake, out of nowhere, hid himself in the National Assembly to be elected as President of the Senate. He never had it so good with Muhammad Buhari. All the House of Assembly members are caged by the governor. In River State, they cannot sit without the voice of one man. And likewise, in every other state, they don't sit on their own. They sit when the governor has the time, asks them to sit. So this system must be separate from, it's not like if you go to school, secondary schools today, teachers no longer punish their pupils. When they punish them, the parents will go for a fight. That is, we don't have strong institutions. But in the 70s and 80s, no parent is allowed to come to school to question a teacher how he was taken care of, how the child was taken care of. So we have weak institutions, weak establishments, weak organizations, weak bodies.
Okay, we have weak institutions, weak establishments, weak bodies, and so on. So submitted our guest on this program, Arena, on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. We are still in the program, but we're going to pause for a break. When we come back, we shall continue with the program. And our guest, Dr. Abu Kasmia, is still here. Just stay tuned. Don't go away.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that the law can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV. Welcome back. We are still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV. I'm your Uncle Rex. I'm still here, and our guest, Dr. Abu Kasmia, is still here And the topic we are discussing is rule of law and strong men in Nigeria. This issue is an issue that tends to unearth the corpses of yesteryears with reference to the rot in the system. Somehow, the guest on our program has been able to demystify the issue that, tends to prevail so much on the existence of rule of law. He has been able to unearth these rots in such a way that Nigerians will actually know and begin to think about a way out of this quagmire. Dr. Abo, you see, we are talking about strong institutions. We are talking about setting the standard. Do you see a situation where leadership comes to the fore, tends to begin to change or stem the tide of very weak institutions, lack of rule of law, and all that? Do you see leadership as one of the problems that militate against Nigeria having it rosy in the area of legal implementation?
Yes, thank you. That is the core thing in our discourse, because we must begin to provide solutions to these things. And it's not far-fetched. I will look at it at two angles. Strong leadership and proper education and change of attitude. If you have a strong leader, for instance, let me give you an instance of what happened when I was in civil service. I was the head of department environmental on NSEPA then, under Uchooko. May his soul rest in peace. That was me, the head of Jim Wobodo. Chimoro Kendamani. What I used to do that time, if we come out for inspections, I will begin to do those things myself. And people say, no, God, don't do this. No, I said, no. Lead by example. If you go out to the street today, someone will come to his shop or to her shop and open the shop and pray. And in front of the shop are heaps of refuse. He or she doesn't care. The normal thing should be, if you come to your shop, you open your shop, you sweep your shop, sweep in front of the main road. Pack the refuse very well. Next person will sweep. Next person will sweep. You see the main road very clean. It's a combined effort. You do your own portion, I do my own portion, do your own portion, and that is that. Today, they have left it, refuse everywhere, disease everywhere, famine everywhere, right? If a leader, a governor, can come out and say, this month, I had 26 billion naira as my allocation for this month. And my salary takes me 6 billion, and I have paid. Pension will take 1 billion. You pay it. People see that you have paid it. I'm building road, I'm building here, I'm building here, I'm building here. They are taking, you publish them. People see the accounting book clean. Because this governor is being paid. He has the allowances. He's feeding free. The cars are free. The housings are free. So what, okay, you see in Finland, a prime minister handed over and climbed his bicycle. And within the whole environment of the government house, you will not see any car parked there. They said nobody should go with official car. That they want the masses to benefit. If there's flooding, they go there and tackle it. If there is hurricane, they go there and tackle it. But here you see a governor with 36 cares, exotic cares of one is up to 250 million. How do you expect the ordinary man on the street to obey the law? If governor says, if the president says that a judgment against my government, I will obey it. Without going to the court, to the back door to say, to what it, everybody will sit up. The issue of protecting your party or your government at the expense of Nigeria is where we have spoiled the country. The other man will tell you, after all, the president is obeying the law. You can't obey the law. And you see all manners of excuses, subverting the rule of law, subverting the constitution of the country, subverting government policies. At the end of the day, it is the poor man that will suffer it. If a governor can come out and say, I want to give proper education, primary and secondary school, nobody should go on the street. Go and learn, free of education. Free yourself from ignorance and literacy. Rex, are you aware that if we did not go to school, me and you will not be here speaking grammar? I might be somewhere in Kaduna or in Dumota selling goods, and maybe at times I will do wayo and do the contraband wars to make money. But education improves, widens the scope, widens your brain. Forget that the fact that some educated people are involved in this matter, but they know that they are committing an offense. They are aware. Rex, if you go out there and steal downstairs, you know you have stolen. Your mind will tell you have stolen, and you know it is not good.
There's no two ways about that.
There's no two ways about that. So that is why a white man is better than you, because he knows he has done wrong. Okay, Starmer, Keir Starmer has resigned. I think he gave a date for his nation. I think he gave a date. That is probity, accountability. He's going. The government has fallen, and he's going. Let another person come. And that is a country that has no constitution. Great Britain. They rule by
convention.
They agree and they rule. But here we have it on inside books. So many large books. Status. No one is obeying it. I don't even open it. So why are we deceiving ourselves? So if you give free education, right, you're able to get people's consciousness into what is happening, then begin to change our attitude towards public establishments, public institutions, knowing fully well that, okay, I have worked for 35 years, and I'm retired. I'm no longer there. So you can't say you are the master there now. No. But those things you left, people are still using it. If you did not leave anything, there's nothing to work on. It becomes an empty institution. Just is there, people will come in and sit down, make their money and go. But that institution must be strong so if somebody comes in, sees the policy, the working policy of that institution, and start obeying it. That's our problem. So we must change our attitude. I do not change, which you have been crying for long. Some people said that if you go to government and fail to stay, you will go hungry. You go hungry. No. You're not going hungry. You are inculcating the spirit of commitment to the next generation. If Okpara, where is the house of Okpara here? M.I. Okpara. You know that one that is near government house, that if you go there, in fact, nobody's even that gate. Yesterday I was passing there. Where is the house of Nnamdi Azikiwe? The compound. Today. Where is the house of Jiwo? He's not in the village, Jiwo. He's not in his village, enjoying himself. But our governors today, they will come to Enugu and take 30 plots of land and build a mansion. But if you go to some of those houses today, which people are still paying homage, you see a man that was contented, who ruled Anambra, Enugu, and Ebonyi, but built his modern house in his village, and one-story building. I think it's duplex. They call that house duplex. That he's staying. But if you are to visit governors now, you go there, you see mansion, 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 mansion. At times, you will be hearing noise in one mansion. You will be saying, oh, thieves are they there? But he's a man that is contented. I had one senator, he built a mansion, the son came and said, no, Daddy, I can't, no, this is too much. That is life. So we must begin to change our attitude towards government properties. Okay, look at the pipes, the taps they are put along the streets in Enugu today. Some of them have been removed. Some of them have been removed by individuals who are just wicked because they don't like the government. That the government don't like it doesn't mean that it can't serve the people. Change our attitude. There must be committed president or leader. There must be free education for everybody. Because the more you know, the less you commit certain offenses. Then there must be attitudinal change.
There must be attitudinal change. These are part of solutions provided by our guests on this program. Yes, attitudinal change is very important. But there's been this clamor, orientation, reorientation.
Beautiful.
There's been, what is the place of the civil
National Orientation Agency, civil society
groups? What's their place?
Religious groups.
In this problem. What's their
religious
place?
Groups. Let me go there because let me tell you. Yes, you have raised a point.
Because you see religious groups go to.
They are now preaching prosperity. Let me tell you, they are preaching prosperity. The Bishop of Suka, Bishop Ona, said the problem we have in Christianity today is that some priests, some pastors are preaching prosperity to go to heaven. That once you believe in Christ, you are rich. No, it is wrong. Once you believe in Christ, every problem is solved. It is not true. Believing in Christ doesn't mean that you are going to be Dangote. You are going to be Peace Mass Transit, Samwad Konish. No. If they don't reduce that preaching of prosperity in churches, they are going to see the worst of it in times to come. So our religious bodies, I was in a bishop's house last 5 days, and in course of our discussion, there is the issue of fighting within one church, and the issue was money. You know that I just stayed somewhere and I was listening to them. I started laughing. I said, why are they fighting? Because of money. So they are not even after that salvation, after that going to heaven. And one laughed at me and said, you must eat before you go to heaven. And so they are scrambling for money. They are looking for money to take. Our civil society groups today are looking for what the government will give them to share. There's only very few of them. I said, how many of you can come out and say, we no agree, we do it around the 80s. We know Ali must go. No, so I did it. How many of you can come out? Nobody can come out. So, what of the Noah, Mamsa, former Mamsa, my friend then who came Mamsa,
that metamorphosed into National Orientation Agency, okay?
Yes. But then he had my friend who came Mamsa that time, Okani. He was doing his best in Mountain, preaching morality, ethics, and value. Today, who is now preaching ethics? If you go out on the street now and start saying, please behave very well, they will see you as a madman. this one, who will bring this one and come here? Which can't preach this one? So NOAA must, National Orientation Agency must go into work. In fact, they should have it as they have political parties in state, local government, ward and polling unit. And employ people in polling unit. They have an office where people are taught about ethics and values. Imagine the behavior of somebody that finished WIEC, SS3, and WIEC, the way they are celebrating it. Unethical. Because there is no ethics in them. There is no value. They don't value anything. We value money now more than good behavior. So these three things, no one must go into work, society must go into work, a resource group must go into work.
And the area they're going to go work is to preach and tell people about morality, ethics, and values.
Yes.
Because it has been eroded. And maybe that could be...
Okay, Alex, just last 2 days, a senior advocate of Nigeria was stripped of his rank by Supreme Court, by the Supreme Committee of the Supreme Court. Legal Personal Disciplinary Committee, Sir Mike Ozoheme.
Is that not a very good sign?
That's what I'm saying. In the legal profession, lawyers don't manage properties. They have told us, if they get you that you manage the property, you are going as a lawyer. It is the work of estate managers. That is the ethics there.
Okay. Thank you for the much you have contributed to this topic. Time may not permit us to actually go further on this topic, but there are still more to actually put in, but you have done very well.
Thank you.
Our guest, Dr. Abo Kashmir, thank you very much for coming.
My good friend Alex.
And for us, this is the best we can take from this program on Arena. Just be tuned to Arena next edition and stay with us. We'll give you the best. Thank you and God bless you.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or busyness. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. as digital communication continues to expand. The ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, sir. Parade stay for the visit of the Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Rewan Dixu, PSC Daga, MPM to Enugu State Police Command on Wednesday, 24th June 2026 at the State Headquarters, GRA, Enugu. CP1, DCP 3, ACP 10, CSP 65, SP 50, DSP 30, ASP 50, Inspectors 45, rank and file 25, grand total 279. Ready for your lecture, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, sir.
While we are here standing, the IGP. وتنزع الملك ممن تشاء وتعز من تشاء وتذل من تشاء. بعد حديثنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب. To the headquarters, oh God, we ask, oh God, you protect and guide him, oh God. And the Federal Republic of Nigeria be with us here this lovely afternoon. Without much ado, the IGP, I crave indulgence to tell you that we have, wave your hands. I am a sergeant, wherever you are, please wave your hands. Because Sergeant Tunanokweba. Thank you, the inspector. I know that I am an assistant. Then I know I'm a superintendent of police. Wherever you are, please just wave your hand. Wave your hand. Like my humble self, I'm waving already. SP Uju Okeke. I don't know where you are. Commander CTU. And we also have the IG, sir. I have this singular privilege. Let me seize it like it is to introduce myself separately. I am the police public relations officer.
My IGP, sir, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PSC Daga MPM, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, Department of Logistics and Supply, the AIG, 4th CID Annex, Enugu, AIG Zone 13, CPGI, CP Eboin, all other senior officers here present. Due to want of time, I wouldn't want to continue to go to the long protocol. My friends, the journalists here standing, good afternoon. I'm deeply delighted and highly honored to heartily welcome the 23rd Indigenous Inspector General of Police of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, IGP Olatunji Rilwan Disu, PSC Daga MPN, to the headquarters of Enugu State Command on his official visit to Enugu State. On behalf of the officers and men of the command, I express our profound gratitude to the Inspector General of Police and members of his entourage for this important visit. Sir, your presence here today is both timely and historic. It underscores your unwavering commitment to providing purposeful leadership and driving the reforms necessary to reposition the Nigerian Police Force as a disciplined, professional, technologically driven, and people-oriented institution that earns and sustains the confidence of Nigerians. Your policing vision and mission, as demonstrated through the initiatives introduced since your assumption of office, clearly portray a leader determined to transform the Nigerian police force and change the hitherto negative narratives surrounding the institution. Through enhanced operational effectiveness, improved personnel welfare, strengthen accountability, innovation, and the promotion of people-centered policing, you have continued to inspire confidence in the capacity of the force to effectively discharge its constitutional responsibilities. We particularly appreciate your hands-on leadership style, strategic guidance, and steadfast commitment to the welfare and professional development of police personnel. This visit affords the Enugu State Command a valuable opportunity to engage directly with you, present our experiences and challenges, and benefit from your wealth of experience, professional insights, and leadership direction aimed at enhancing service delivery and improving security outcomes in the state. We are equally confident that your interaction with officers and men of the command will further inspire greater dedication, professionalism, discipline, and commitment to duty. It will also strengthen public trust and confidence in the Nigerian police force and reinforce the strategic priorities of your administration. Maybe I will jump the brief description of Enugu State. Then I will now go into a brief overview of the Enugu State Police Command. The Enugu State Police Command was established in 1991 following the creation of Enugu State and emerged from the defunct Anambra State Police Command. The command headquarters is situated at number 1 Lake Avenue by Egerton Street, Government Reserve Area, Enugu. For effective administration and service delivery, the command operates through 4 principal departments, namely Finance and Administration Operations, the State Criminal Investigation Department, and the State Intelligence Department. These departments are complemented by 5 area commands located at Agbani, Enugu, Nsukka, Ojiriva, Udenu, as well as 41 police divisions strategically distributed across the state. In line with the Inspector General of Police drive towards improved operational efficiency and coordinated responses to violent crimes, the command operates the Violent Crime Response Unit, a specialized tactical framework established to combat violent and organized criminal activities, leveraging intelligence. Within the Enugu State Police Command, existing tactical outfits, including the Anti-Kidnapping Unit, the Anti-Cultism Squad, and the Command Monitoring Unit, have been integrated into the Violent Crime Response Unit to enhance intelligence-led operations and ensure swift responses to emerging security threats. Additionally, my IGP, sir, the command supervises the following key operational formations within the state. 1, number 3 PMF, number 3 Police Mobile Force Squadron, Enugu. 2, number 76 Police Mobile Force Squadron, Nsukka. 3, SPU Base 21, Enugu. 4, CTU Base 10, Enugu. And 5, EOD CBRN Base 3, Enugu. By the grace of Almighty God, I'm privileged to serve as the 29th Commissioner of Police of the Enugu State Police Command, building upon the solid foundations laid by my distinguished predecessors, whose dedication, sacrifices, and contributions have continued to shape the command's administrative development and operational successes. State of insecurity and policing efforts. Enugu State continues to enjoy a relatively stable security and remains one of the most peaceful states in the southeast and the country at large. While this is encouraging, the command remains vigilant and proactive in addressing emerging and evolving security threats, including kidnapping, armed robbery, cult-related violence, farmer-herder conflicts, one-chance robberies, human trafficking, and other forms of organized crime. The command has therefore sustained intelligence-led and coordinated operations aimed at identifying, disrupting, and dismantling criminal networks, while denying criminal elements the liberty to operate. In particular, we have remained resolute in confronting crimes perpetrated by individuals and gangs exploiting the IPOB-SS secessionist agitations and herders farmers conflict to engage in violent criminal activities, as well as other threats to public peace and security across the state. These sustained operational efforts have yielded significant results, including the results and prosecution of criminal suspects, the recovery of firearms, ammunition, stolen vehicles and other exhibits, the dismantling of criminal camps and hideouts, and the rescue of victims of kidnapping and other violent crimes. To further strengthen public safety and public confidence, the command has intensified such operations and continuous operational assessments. We have also deepened community engagement, particularly in rural and vulnerable communities, to enhance intelligence gathering, strengthen partnership with the public, and security and law enforcement agencies. This synergy has continued to enhance operational coordination and has contributed immensely to the numerous successes recorded in our crime-fighting efforts. Furthermore, the establishment of the Distress Response Squad and the Command and Control Center by the Executive Governor of Enugu State, Dr. petermbah, has significantly strengthened the state's security architecture. These technology-driven initiatives have enhanced emergency response capability, improved operational coordination and intelligence management, reduced response time, and boosted the overall effectiveness of policing and crime prevention efforts within the state. Furthermore, in line with the Inspector General of Police recent launch of the Handshake Patrol initiative, I have maintained close collaboration with my counterparts in neighboring state commands to ensure its effectiveness. This has strengthened interstate operational coordination and facilitated robust visibility and crime prevention patrols across state boundaries. Overall, while the security landscape remains dynamic, the Enugu State Police Command remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting lives and property, maintaining law and order, and ensuring that Enugu State continues to remain safe, secure, and conducive for legitimate social and economic activities. I'll just go to some of the few achievements from March 2026 to date. Through sustained intelligence-led policing, tactical operations, and interagency collaboration, the Enugu State Police Command from March 26 to date recorded significant operational successes across kidnapping, armed robbery, cultism, and other violent crimes. These outcomes, which will be highlighted subsequently, reflect improved response capability, enhanced coordination, and proactive crime prevention strategies. We have some, we have kidnapping cases, arrest of suspects, rescues, and recovery of exhibits. The command recorded major breakthroughs in kidnapping-related operations, resulting in rescues arrest, neutralization of suspects, and recovery of arms and ammunition. Accordingly, early April 2026 witnessed the rescue of a kidnapped female victim at Agobah Forest, Udeni local government area, with one suspect neutralized during the operation and weapons recovered. Shortly after, a syndicate involved in online locking and ransom collection was dismantled by the operatives of Violent Crime Response Unit Anti-Kidnapping Subunit, leading to rescue of a male victim and arrest of a suspect with links established to a prior kidnapping incident earlier in the month. In May, coordinated operations with other security agencies, forest guards, and neighborhood watch group led to multiple encounters with suspected kidnappers across Enugu East, Amufe, Obola for axis, resulting in the recovery of 2 AK-47 rifles, magazines, ammunition, a Beretta pistol, and other exhibits. Towards the end of May 2026, attempted kidnapping along Noah's Abapa Road was successfully foiled, leading to the neutralization of one of the suspects and recovery of an AK-47 rifle and ammunition, with other intelligence-led recovery of a Beretta pistol linked to the criminal gang. I'm pleased to inform the Inspector General of Police that the command is currently conducting covert intelligence guiding operations aimed at dismantling criminal networks responsible for violent crimes of armed robbery and kidnapping in different locations of Enugu State and beyond. We have made significant progress and intend to sustain the operation and ensure that all the criminal elements are rounded up and their tools of operation recovered soonest. Armed robbery and related cases, arrest of suspects and recovery of exhibit. The command has also so far sustained decisive operations against armed robbery networks across the state. In March 2026, 2 armed robbery suspects were arrested in Ogu local government area with a snatched tricycle recovered. In April, an armed robbery suspect was arrested around a quarter section of the Ogbete market with recovery of a firearm and illicit substances. Another wanted armed robbery suspect was apprehended at Amechu Kunanu in Enugu South local government area, alongside the recovery of a stolen Toyota Hiace bus. Mid-May operations in Ogbolafo led to the arrest of interstate armed robbery suspects with recovery of a pistol, motorcycles, and other exhibits. Furthermore, towards the end of May, armed robbers who invaded a residence in Owo, in Kano local government area of Enugu State, were engaged by operatives, resulting in the neutralization of one suspect and recovery of a firearm. Cases of cultism, illicit drug trafficking, and related crime, arrest of suspects and recovery of firearms, ammunition, drugs, and other exhibits. Sustained intelligence-led operations, patrols, raids, and stop and search duties led to the recovery of illegal firearms, ammunition, drugs, and other exhibits, alongside arrests of suspects in cases of cultism, armed robbery, and drug trafficking. Early March operation disrupted an unlawful assembly aimed at initiating members into a cult group and arrested 13 male suspects at Owerri Forest in Udenu local government area. 4 locally fabricated firearms, 2 live and 35 expanded cartridges, 3 motorcycles, and 45 motorcycles and other incriminating exhibits were recovered during the operation. Subsequently, operations across multiple locations, including New Artisan, Emene, Transekulu, Abakaleke Road, in Sukazis, and in Kano East, led to the recovery of locally fabricated pistols, call-to-size guns, revolver and Beretta-type firearms, ammunition, and assorted narcotics. Criminal hideouts and drug consumption hubs were also dismantled, with sustained disruption of illicit cultists and drug distribution networks and recovery of stolen items and other exhibits. I also have a summary of achievements and prosecution between March and date. Total number of suspects arrested for kidnapping. Total number of suspects arrested on the whole stands at 421. The breakdown is as follows. Total number of suspects arrested for kidnapping, 13. Total number of suspects arrested for armed robbery, 21. Total number of suspects arrested for murder, 18. Total number of suspects arrested for rape and defilement, 22. Total number of suspects arrested for cultism and associated crimes, 23. Total number of suspects arrested for unlawful possession of firearm, 26. The total number of suspects arrested for a variety of crimes, including attempted murder, stealing, forgery, breaking offenses, vandalism, receiving stolen property, child stealing, trafficking, among other crimes, takes 298. Rescues. The total number of abduction or kidnap victims rescued, 23. Recoveries made so far. Total number of firearms of different calibers recovered, including 10 AK-47 rifles, 51. Total number of assorted ammunition recovered, 348. Total number of vehicle exhibits, motor vehicles, tricycles, and motorcycles recovered, 76. Okay, we also have assorted, while we also had assorted an unquantifiable or unquantified number of exhibits, including offensive weapons, electronic devices, illicit drugs, among others. Prosecution of cases. Number of cases charged to court, 176. Number prosecuted, 321. Number of persons convicted, 62. Number of persons acquitted, 42. Number of persons awaiting trial, 226. Number of cases under investigation, 42. Number of cases closed, 7. Overall assessment. The highlighted coordinated operations underscore the command's sustained commitment to intelligence-led policing, rapid response capability, in interagency collaboration, and proactive crime prevention. Although the security landscape remains dynamic, the command, under the leadership of the Inspector General of Police, continues to record measurable successes in crime reduction, the disruption of criminal networks, and the enhancement of public safety across the state. Professionalism and discipline. The Enugu State Command remains firmly committed to advancing the Inspector General of Police vision of a disciplined, professional, accountable, and service-oriented Nigeria police force. To actualize this vision, the command has institutionalized regular lectures, mentorship, lessons, supervisory inspections, and internal compliance mechanisms aimed at reinforcing adherence to the core values, ethical principles, and professional standards of the force. Accordingly, acts of misconduct, including corruption, extortion, abuse of office, and other forms of discipline, are not condoned and attract prompt disciplinary action in line with extant force regulations. These measures are essential to preserving institutional integrity, promoting accountability, and sustain public trust and confidence in policing services. Sir, I respectfully seek your continuous support in facilitating the timely consideration and processing of operational, administrative, and disciplinary matters forwarded by the command to the force headquarters, as this will further enhance efficiency and accountability in the discharge of our responsibilities. Capacity building. Recognizing that effective policing is anchored on competence, professionalism, and continuous learning, the command has remained deliberate in strengthening the capacity of its personnel through structures, training, and development programs in line with the policy direction of the Inspector General of Police. Consequently, specialized training programs have been conducted in critical operational areas, including tactical operations, firearms proficiency, human rights compliance, officer safety, intelligence-led policing, and operational readiness. Personnel of the Violent Crime Response Unit have also undergone targeted training on ethical policing, respect for human rights, use of force standards, social and emotional intelligence, and other contemporary policing practices consistent with the reforms agenda of the Inspector General of Police. Furthermore, all police constables in the command have successfully, that is, all police constables plus newly promoted corporals, have successfully completed a 3-week combat operation training program at number 3 Police Mobile Force, Enugu. This initiative has significantly enhanced operational competence, field readiness, and overall effectiveness of personnel development for policing duties across the state. Trust building, community and citizens engagement. In line with the Inspector General of Police emphasis on people-centered and community-oriented policing, the command has prioritized structured engagement with citizens and stakeholders as a critical component of its policing strategy. Accordingly, I undertook visits to all area commands, during which town hall meetings were held with traditional rulers, community leaders, youth groups, women organizations, religious leaders, and other critical stakeholders to foster trust, strengthen public confidence, and promote collaborative policing. Building on the successes recorded, a second phase of this engagement is currently ongoing across the area commands, with 3 of the 5 area commands already covered. These interactions have continued to yield positive outcomes through improved police-community relations, enhanced intelligence sharing, and strengthened proactive crime prevention efforts. Similarly, I have sustained regular interaction, supervision and mentorship of officers and men across departments, area commands, divisions, and tactical formations, with emphasis on professionalism, integrity, accountability, discipline, and strict adherence to the ethics and code of conduct of the Nigeria Police Force. These efforts remain firmly aligned with the strategic vision and leadership of the current Inspector General of Police. Challenges. Notwithstanding the progress recorded, the command continues to face certain operational challenges, particularly in the areas of inadequate and manpower shortages, resulting mostly from individual personnel transferred without replacement, logistics, mobility, and personnel welfare. These constraints occasionally impact optimal deployment and operational coverage, especially in rural communities, agrarian settlements, and other difficult terrains of the state. Nevertheless, the command remains resolute and unwavering in its determination to effectively discharge its constitutional mandate of protecting lives and property, maintaining law and order, and ensuring the safety and security of all citizens or residents of Enugu State. Please, sir, permit me to respectfully express our profound appreciation for your exemplary leadership, clear policy direction, and unwavering commitment to the transformation of the Nigeria Police Force. Your strategic interventions and support have continued to strengthen the operational effectiveness and administrative efficiency of departments, formations, and commands nationwide, including Enugu State Command. As we strive to consolidate on the gains already recorded, I most respectfully seek your continued assistance in addressing some of the command's critical needs, especially in the areas of manpower augmentation, logistics support, operational assets, and enhanced personnel welfare. Addressing these needs will undoubtedly boost morale, improve operational capacity, and enable the command to respond more effectively to emerging security challenges. Conclusion. We are highly honored to receive you today and deeply appreciate your decision to visit and personally engage with officers and men of Enugu State Command. Your visit provides a valuable opportunity for operational assessment, strategic guidance, and renewed commitment to our shared objective of delivering effective and professional policing services to the people of Nigeria. The Enugu State Police Command remains steadfast in its dedication to intelligence-led, technology-driven, and community-oriented policing, while remaining focused on sustaining peace, public safety, and security across Enugu State. On behalf of the officers and men, I once again warmly welcome you to Enugu State and look for
welcoming you to Enugu. I'm sure you know, like I mentioned earlier, why I'm here. I came to the state to take part in the commissioning of the new forensic center, forensic and investigation center built by the government of Enugu, which is going to be of immense benefit to the Nigerian police and other security agencies. This is a state-of-the-art forensic center, and I think to be the second or third in the whole of Africa. So it's a thing of joy, and that is why I came. And most importantly, I'm here in the compound to talk to officers and men of the Enugu State Command who have been in charge of security of this state, to meet with them, to talk with them, to discuss my insight, aim, objective to them, and for them to meet me for the first time personally as the Inspector General of the Police. And most importantly, to thank them for the wonderful job they have been doing, because every day since I came, I've been getting wonderful citrate from them, arrest of kidnapper, arrest of armed robber, bringing down the arrest minimum. So I'm so happy with them. That's why I came to say thank you to them personally. And on the issue of the election you brought up, we just finished one off-season election, and I'm sure you saw it, I'm sure you monitor it. And from the report I got from everywhere, the officers of the Nigerian Police Force did so well in that election. But be that as it may, we are still going to talk to them, we are still going to embark on a lot of training upon training, because new laws have come out, new ways of doing things have come up, and then most importantly, being the lead agency when it comes to election process, we know that we must continue to update our thinking and our procedure. You mentioned the issue of insecurity in some part of the country. Yeah, that is true. And I assure you that the police and other sister agencies are doing everything possible to curtail this. And that brings me to the issue of this insecurity you are talking about. Every day, officers and men of the Nigerian Police Force are on duty, and they have been able to record a lot of successes. And while doing this, we are recording casualties too on our part. Recently, we lost 3 officers in Maiduguri, wonderful officers of the Nigerian Police Bomb Squad, EOD, who unfortunately lost their lives while trying to detonate IED planted by these insurgents to kill members of the community. They saw it, it was towards the evening. People suggested to them to leave it till the following morning. But these officers, because they were so dedicated, they were in love with their job, they wanted to save lives, decided to go there that night. And unfortunately, they fell into the trap set by these bandits. And we lost wonderful 3 officers. And this has been going on here, there, and everywhere. So I want you to know that we are trying our best and we are losing our jobs while doing it. I want you to know, as I speak with you, We are not sleeping on our oasis. We are working day and night. What we are doing, I will not be able to come out in the open to tell you, but I assure you, very soon you will hear the good news. You can see that immediately I came on board, the issue of state police came up, and for the first time, the Nigerian police rose up to the occasion to come up with our own framework. A committee was created immediately that worked round the clock, and within few weeks or within few months, we were able to come out with a framework which has been sent to the National Assembly. And I can assure you, the work done by members of the Nigerian Police Board took prominence in all the decisions they are taking at the National Assembly.
Okay, sir, please permit me to tell the part of the CP Enugu. When he was making his speech, he made a complaint about the sizing of the manpower that we have here in Enugu State. Do you have any plans to, help? Because if the police is enough, then this battle against insurgency and banditry will come to, barest minimum.
I will not come here and lie to you that I have enough men to work with. And I'm sure this is what the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria saw when he said, Inspector General of Police or Nigerian Police, go and recruit 50,000 men. This is ongoing. People have been interviewed. I think they are in the medical stage as I speak with you. Some of the training institutions have been refurbished so that we can start training of these 50,000 men. And for your information, we are even looking beyond these 50,000 men recommended for us by the President. And now, localizing it to Enugu, I'm going to do everything possible to increase the manpower in Enugu, because I just had a meeting with the governor of the state who told me that he has bought a great number of vehicles and that we need to put men in it to ensure that we continue to enjoy the relative peace that we're enjoying in Enugu. Looking at the vehicles, the number of vehicles, I was elated and I gave him my words that I will increase the manpower of the officers in Enugu.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history. One station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyengechi Ugu. Thank you for joining us. Here are the headlines. The Nigerian Army has announced a major recruitment drive to add 28,000 troops to its ranks to strengthen ongoing operations against national insecurity. Tragedy struck in Kaduna State, where 2 police officers were killed in a deadly ambush following a successful rescue operation. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has introduced the Read the Food Label campaign to combat the dangerous rise of non-communicable diseases in Nigeria. Now the news in details. The Nigerian Army is launching a massive recruitment drive to bring 28,000 new soldiers into its rank to aggressively combat the nation's ongoing security challenges. Chief of Army Staff Lieutenant General Wike Shaibu announced the expansion during a briefing in Abuja, emphasizing that building up manpower is just as critical as acquiring the high-tech equipment needed to fight insecurity. To support this massive influx of personnel, the military has established a brand new training depot in Amasiri, Edda, making it the 3rd dedicated institution for training civilian recruits. Alongside the new depot, the Army has reviewed its operational structure and set up additional brigades to close existing deployment gaps across the country. The announcement marks the lead up to the 2026 Nigerian Army Day celebration, a week-long event packed with community medical outreach and civil-military engagement. The celebration will wrap up the July 6th with a grand finale parade in Port Harcourt, coinciding with the African Land Forces Forum to foster stronger defense partnerships across the continent. 11 family members of suspected Boko Haram fighters have surrendered to troops in Borno State as sustained military operations tightened the grip on insurgents' enclaves. The defectors, consisting of 5 women and 6 children, voluntarily turned themselves into separate military battalions at Banki in the Bama local government area. Counterinsurgency experts report that the individuals fled the terrorist camp in search of safety. Preliminary military profiling confirmed that all 11 individuals are direct family members of active Boko Haram terrorists. Following their documentation by the troops of Operation Hatin K, the women and children are transferred to an internally displaced persons camp in Bama for processing and rehabilitation. Military sources state that frontline troops remain on high alert as the wave of defections from the criminal networks continues across the Northeast Theater. 2 police officers have been killed in a deadly ambush following a successful security operation that rescued 9 kidnapped farmers in the Birnin Gwari local government area of Kaduna State. The drama began when a combined team of police mobile force personnel and local vigilantes responded to intelligence reports that armed bandits had raided on Saidu village and abducted the farmers. After an intense gun battle, the security forces overwhelmed the criminals, forcing them to flee into nearby bushes and abandon their bound captives. Tragedy struck on the return journey when the security team drove into an ambush laid by the retreating bandits. 2 police officers sustained fatal gunshot wounds during the assault and died in the line of duty. Kaduna State Police Commissioner Raibu Mohammed has expressed deep condolences to families of the fallen officers, hailing them as heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice for the nation. Tactical operations are currently underway in the region to track down and arrest the attackers. Troops of Operation Enduring Peace have successfully rescued 8 kidnapped victims during a deliberate midnight offensive in the Pandam forest of Plateau State. Acting on credible intelligence about a criminal hideout, tactical forces stormed the forest in the early hours of Wednesday morning. The raid triggered a fierce gun battle as the suspected kidnappers fired sporadically in an attempt to retreat into the dense cover. During the initial chaos of the firefights, 3 of the captives managed to break free from their guard and escape to safety. Troops immediately combed the surrounding terrain, discovering and rescuing the remaining 5 hostages to bring the total number of freed individuals to 8. Military officials report that all the secured victims are in safe condition and are being prepared for reunion with their families, while frontline troops press on into the forest to hunt down the fleeing criminals. 1 person has died and 3 others have been pulled alive from the rubble after an illegal 5-story building under construction collapsed along Peterobi Road in Port Harcourt. The structure suddenly gave way on Wednesday morning, trapping an unspecified number of construction workers and leaving nearby residents in shock. Research and rescue operations are currently intensifying, with heavy-duty equipment deployed to clear heavy concrete slabs in a desperate bid to locate remaining victims. Preliminary assessments suggest that structural failure and greed caused the disaster. Investigators revealed the developer had received approval for only a 3-story building but illegally added 2 extra floors using substandard concrete and poor quality reinforcing boards. Furthermore, project engineers allegedly ignored explicit directives from state officials to halt construction after structural irregularities were first spotted during routine inspection. Rivers State Governor Siminalayi Fubara has ordered the immediate closure and sealing of the site pending a comprehensive investigation. Visiting the scene, Governor Fubara expressed deep regret over the avoidable tragedy and condemned the developer for repeatedly resisting safety inspections by claiming the site fell under federal jurisdiction. The governor vowed that those responsible for the gross regulatory defiance and loss of life would be held fully accountable. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. And for more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a major recap of the major stories making the headlines.
Commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control is urging Nigerians to read food labels before buying packaged items to combat a dangerous rise in non-communicable diseases. NAFDAC Director General Professor Mojisola Adeyeye launched the Read the Food Label campaign in Abuja, warning that excessive consumption of hidden salts, sugars, and trans fats is driving up cases of hypertension, diabetes, and heart diseases. Citing World Health Organization data, ndlea revealed that these preventable diet-related conditions now account for 29% of all deaths in Nigeria. The health agency is partnering with the University of Abuja and the Nutrition Society of Nigeria to transform how citizens approach grocery shopping. Experts note that shifting lifestyles have led to a surge in the consumption of ultra-processed foods across the country. In response, nutrition professionals plan to take this literacy drive straight into schools and local communities nationwide to help everyday consumers understand nutritional content and make healthier lifestyle choices. The Bank of Agriculture has launched a comprehensive roadmap to modernize its operations, boost grassroots financial inclusion, and secure Nigeria's food supply. Managing Director Ayodeji Sotinri announced that the bank is aggressively deploying digital farming systems and solar-powered infrastructure across its 110 branches. A key milestone in this overhaul is a new partnership with the United Nations Development Programme designed to attract climate finance and support the Presidential Tree Crop Initiative. To ensure loans reach genuine smallholder farmers rather than fraudulent beneficiaries, the bank has introduced a rigorous credit profiling framework. This new verification process integrates bank verification numbers, strict identity protocols, and GPS farm mapping to eliminate ghost applicants. The All Farmers Association of Nigeria has strongly backed the transparency measures, agreeing that strict validation is the only way to safeguard agricultural interventions and protect real farmers from predatory commercial interest rates. Sporting Lagos has finalized the signing of midfielder Valentine Ugu from Abia Warriors ahead of the upcoming 2026-27 Nigeria Premier Football League season. The acquisition is a deliberate move to inject critical depth into the squad midfield line. Ugu brings top-flight experience to the team, having made 14 appearances and scoring once for Abia Warriors during the previous NPFL campaign. The strategic signing comes at a crucial time as Sporting Lagos prepares for a high-stakes return to the top tier of Nigerian football following a stint in the lower Nigerian National League. Club management is expected to secure more transfer targets in the coming weeks as they build a competitive squad capable of challenging the league's heavyweights. Popular entertainment hype man MC Fish has publicly defended his infidelity during his failed 5-year marriage to Nollywood actress Aneke Joseph, stating in a new interview teaser that he is not the first man to cheat. Speaking on the Echo Room media platform, he clarified that despite the high-profile divorce, there is no lingering animosity between the former couples. MC Fish previously admitted that both parties were unfaithful during the relationship, alleging that the actress also stepped out of the marriage with multiple partners. The public defense comes months after Aneke Joseph confirmed the split, citing a season of deep reflection, pain and healing amid insider reports of past personal tragedies, including a stillbirth and domestic violence. Addressing the online backlash regarding his viral new relationship, MC Fish pushed back against critics, arguing that society unfairly judges men who move on to find happiness compared to women. His new partner has also spoken out, strictly denying rumors that she was responsible for wrecking the celebrity marriage. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Army has announced a major recruitment drive to add 28,000 troops to its rank to strengthen ongoing operations against national insecurity. This manpower expansion is supported by the establishment of a brand new training depot in Amasiri, Edda, alongside reviewed structural deployments across the country. Meanwhile, tragedy struck in Kaduna State, where 2 police officers were killed in a deadly ambush following a successful rescue operation. While security forces successfully freed 9 farmers who had been bound and held by armed bandits, the retreating criminals caught the officers in a fatal trap on their return journey. In the meantime, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control has introduced the Read the Food Label campaign to combat dangerous rise of non-communicable diseases in Nigeria. Public health officials warn that ultra-processed foods hidden with excess salt and sugar are driving chronic illnesses, which now account for 29% of all deaths nationwide. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
In a nation defined by diversity and potential, the question remains, what kind of leadership will guide Nigeria into the future? Across government, business, media and civil society, one principle has emerged as non-negotiable ethical leadership. Globally, leaders like Germany's Angela Merkel and New Zealand's Jacinda Ardern demonstrate that integrity and empathy are more than virtues. There are instruments of trust and stability. Merkel's pragmatic management of economic crisis and Ardern's compassionate yet decisive responses to national emergencies highlight the value of principled governance. Nigeria's lesson is clear. Citizens, fellow leaders who are consistent, transparent and accountable. In the private sector, ethical leadership drives success. Companies like Patagonia, with its environmental stewardship, and Microsoft, committed to data privacy, prove that profits and integrity can coexist. Nigerian businesses can learn from these models, prioritizing transparency, fair employee treatment, and community engagement to strengthen both the economy and public confidence. Religious and civic institutions also hold enormous influence. In Sweden, faith-based organizations collaborate with governments on social welfare while respecting secular governance. In Nigeria, religious leaders can guide communities through ethical engagement, promoting peace, civic responsibility, and financial transparency. The media serves as the nation's ethical compass. In Watergate in the United States, to anti-corruption investigations in South Korea, responsible journalism exposes abuse of power and strengthens accountability. Nigerian media, by upholding truth and resisting political pressures, can elevate public discourse and encourage ethical governance. Youth and civil society movements around the world illustrate the power of principled activism. Evidence-based campaigns in Kenya, climate initiative in Europe, grassroots civic actions globally show that organized engagement reinforces accountability. In Nigeria, young people and NGOs can champion ethical leadership through advocacy, civic education, and constructive participation. The path forward is practical and systemic. Transparent public finance, digitized services, whistleblower protections, merit-based appointments, and civic education are all critical. Ethical leadership must be embedded in institutions, daily operations, and individual conduct. When leaders govern with integrity, businesses act responsibly, institutions foster unity, and citizens uphold civic duty, Nigeria's potential becomes tangible. Ethical leadership is not just a moral ideal, it is a strategic roadmap to progress, cohesion, and sustainable development.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once burned, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on. Hello, good afternoon, welcome to Free Kick. It is that time of the day where you are allowed to kick everything except the bucket. Just like my favorite friend worldwide would always tell you that you are allowed to do everything in this session. And I promise you it's going to be an interesting time where we're going to x-ray what's happening in the world of football across the world of Premier League and other leagues. Now we're going to center and decenter and put ourselves in the center of the FIFA World Cup that is going on. I am your one and only sports oracle, bringing you what's happening today and what's happening. Let's say today is the sports vibe day, and thank God it's Friday. How are you doing? Hope you are catching up your breath. Hope you are catching the sun, and I hope the rays are just getting into whichever corner of the world you are. Now let me start today to tell you that it is your one and only time that you have to stay into the World Cup. And World Cup has not been better than now. World Cup has not been so interesting than the time that we already have it. Now, looking at this, we could tell you that a lot of things has happened, and we're still talking about World Cup. We have seen that teams have been eliminated. One of the teams in my mind that has been eliminated is Haiti. Haiti was eliminated just 2 days ago, and yesterday we could confirm that Turkey has officially been eliminated. They have been eliminated from the World Cup. Quite unfortunate for the Turkish side and also from the Tunisia side. So T and T, they are moving together, right? So we bring T's, 2 T's. I don't know if you have a tea. That's what we are doing. We are not wearing a tea, neither are you drinking a tea. But then I'm telling you right now that these guys have been eliminated, and we are having to see that the FIFA World Cup is the biggest sporting event in the history. I mean, where people are coming to watch, to see the games, to know what is going on in the games. And I just want to bring your way what has been going on, and also to give you more and more for you to understand and for you to put your mind down to. Now, I will start with Tunisia, and seeing that Tunisia have been eliminated. What actually happened? These guys played a wonderful game. They are on the white with my favorite boy, Hannibal Mejbri there, playing in the midfield. When they played their first game, they scored a goal. And they played their second game, they did not score a goal. After they lost their first game, they were eliminated. I mean, their coach was eliminated. But it was after the second game that it was sure that these guys are going home. Now, that thing happened in the World Cup. And it's so unfortunate to have this kind of event happening. Now, let me just bring you back to that thing I said before I started to talk about Tunisia. FIFA World Cup 2026 is the most attended FIFA World Cup in the history of World Cup. 3.6 million people, 3,605,357, make it 358 because I'm there. Yes, I'm there. Okay, make it 359 because worldwide, when he hears he was not there, that would be a problem. So 359, we were there live and we had to see these games. So 3 million of us, we saw the game live and we saw the World Cup. Now, I will also want to let you know some facts, some dangerous facts that you should know in this FIFA World Cup. Some dangerous facts. And I must start this fact with the Mexican side, who became a country. They have crashed. I'm talking about Mexico. They have been an ultra-elite club as the only 6th team ever in World Cup history to win all 3 group stage games without conceding a single goal. Mexico, the host, one of the co-hosts of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, has played 3 games and they did not concede any goal. Now, looking at this, what do you think happens? What do you think happened? Let me list you the countries. Netherlands in 1974 played the same games and they did not concede any goal. We had Brazil in 1986, then we have Italy in 1990, we have Argentina in 1998, and we have Uruguay in 2018. Then we have Mexico. Mexico has joined the squad. These guys who are writing history. And I must tell you that they are really writing history. Once it's history, they are really writing history. Now I want to bring you, because this afternoon I'm not going to bring you from a particular side. I'm going to decenter myself so that I can cover the time and give you quality information that you need to know. Now I'm talking about Nwabali, our very own Stanley Nwabali, who is currently clubless. I mean, talking about one of Nigeria's best goalkeeper, who had to keep for who was playing for Nigeria at the Nations Cup, and he really did a wonderful job. But currently, it is said that just in the rumor, there seems to be a potential deal for him, and you know that Nwabali is actually 30 and is currently in Saudi Arabia for negotiations with an unnamed Saudi Arabian club for a potential deal. Saudi Arabia looks like the most likely destination, the Soccer Laduma report stated. Well, the club is involved like his profile, and there could be development at the end of this week if anything goes well. Well, I actually pray that this works out for Nwabali. And then I pray this works out for Nwabali, and I pray that it actually works out for him. Now, I want to bring you the thing and the start and the most important thing I want to just let you know this afternoon. I'm talking about a formation of Ibadan United FC. Now, there's this, I could call him a lawmaker who loves Manchester United with all his heart. And he said on his X, he wrote on his X, introducing my football club, Ibadan United FC, that's from Oloye Akin Alabi. He said, I've always loved the game, talking about his, the time he loved football, and he has been so interested to have one. Of course, he have been interested to have one. Then about 5 years ago, his friend, he mentioned his name at Abiola Kazim, came up with the idea of establishing one in Lekki, where he had a home and the head of his business is located. And they had to they formed Lekki United. And then, everything had to go. But 2 years, after 2 years, the European scouts started noticing some of our players. And just down the lane that this guy now has a team, Ibadan United FC. That's Ibadan United Football Club. He's a Manchester United fan, so he said Ibadan United FC. So I have in the Manchester United FC there. So let's leave everything, and it is one of the things we say, congratulations. He is the Speaker, Honorable Akin Alabi, Ebeda Ona Ara Federal Constituency. That's him. He has started this, and he's called Ajia Olu Ibadan of Ibadan Land. And he has really taken that step to own a football club. And I could say congratulations to him. Big congratulations, and big congratulations to the man of the time and the man of the moment. And just to bring you what's happening just around the world of the World Cup, I will give it to you here and give it to you there. We have that the FIFA World Cup round of 32. We've seen some teams qualify for the next round, the round of 32, where we have Japan is going to play on Tuesday. Guess who they are going to play? Brazil by 6:30. By 6:30 on Tuesday, they're going to play, and it's going to be at the Houston Stadium in US. Talking about Japan-Brazil game, I must tell you, it's one of the showdown games in the history of World Cup. And also in 2026 World Cup, it's going to be an amazing time watching these two big, beautiful football playing, top flight, goal scoring, screamers, and the rest of them. Watching both of them play would mean that there would never be a game like this, Japan versus Brazil, because there has been this rumor about Japan, winning the World Cup. And I can tell you that a lot of people are rooting for Japan. I actually watched a training session of Japan, how they are really going to get ready for the World Cup. And it's really giving that prepared. We are prepared. We are prepared. And watching them play, it's so refreshing seeing that clubs are really playing their game. And I can tell you that it's one of the games that is coming up, so you have to book it and you have to see the games. Now, I want to bring you something I have been looking at. That's talking about in this World Cup, we have Gabriel Mendes of Arsenal and of Brazil. He has now played more accurate passes than any other player at the World Cup so far. He has played with Brazil 252 passes, accurate passes in the World Cup. And this is a crazy stat for the Arsenal defender, who has been sensitive and creative with the Arsenal defense, and who has been contributing. He has contributed a lot of goals for the Gunners this season that just passed. And I am sure that in the next round of play is going to be a wonderful time. Now, I just want to bring you, since we're talking about Japan already, let me just give you the stat about this guy called Yuto Nagatomo. Yuto Nagatomo is now the first Asian player to compete in 5 FIFA World Cups. Yuto Nagatomo from Japan is the 5th Asian player to compete in 5 World Cups. Now, this is actually Japan playing unbeaten in their games, in their games. Japan has actually played unbeaten. And you're wondering, what is really going on with Japan? You could see they had to draw, they had to draw Netherlands 2-2, and then they had to, win their next opponent. England, they had to win England, and Scotland, they won Scotland. You could see Tunisia, they had to deal with these guys, and Germany, they had to win Germany. Same thing with Croatia. They had to draw Croatia, and Spain too. They had to draw these guys. And I'm telling you right now that Japan is going to be the big feat. Let's take a look at Yuto Nagatomo. Talking about the World Cups he has played for for Japan in 2010 World Cup in South Africa, and in 2014 in Brazil he played. In 2018 Russia he played. In 2022 in Qatar he played. Down in 2026 he is playing. Remember, Japan is going to face Brazil. Now he's actually first Asian and Japanese player to achieve this feat, appearing in 15 matches across the first tour tournament with the 2026 edition. He's a legend, and I can tell you he's really, really a legend. And respect to the Samurai Blue Warrior. Respect to the Samurai Blue Warrior. Now, let me just tell you that Cote d'Ivoire made it to the knockout first time. This is their first time in the history of their football. They are making it to the knockout stages where, in Igbo, they call it Onyela, but that's what they play in this season. So it's going to be a time of celebration for them, and we're going to see their next opponent. And their next opponent of Ghana should be Portugal, but we're going to see what happened at the end of the day. We're really, really going to see what happens. Even after Ivory Coast had to trash Curaçao 2-0, and they finished second in the group stage. And Curaçao has really been sensational in this World Cup. They have played and they have tried their best to, make it a big and a good game, while they just had 2 points and they drew their games. They drew 2 of their games. They really drew 2 of their games, scoring 2 goals. So, sorry, they drew just 1 game and they lost 2 games and they scored just 2 goals. And it is those 2 goals. They are the smallest country in the World Cup, and it's going to be a sensational one for them as they go back to their houses. And still talking about this, we have FIFA is allowing rainbow flags as Sito's pride match between Iran and Egypt. Well, I don't know the agenda that has been pushed here, but I know these guys may not agree. But we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. And we also have the World Cup broke an attendance record, like I told you. And it's going to be an amazing time in the World Cup. Now, we're still talking about those teams who have qualified for round of 32. We have South Africa is going to face Canada on 29th of June. South Africa is going to face Canada. Yes, South Africa is going to face Canada. And then you would have Sweden. Sweden is going to face the game. And this is the qualified, those who have been those who qualified from the teams. Those who qualified for the phases. You have in Group A, you have Mexico and South Africa. In Group B, you have Sweden and Canada. Then in Group C, you have Morocco and Brazil. In Group D, you have Australia and US. Then in Group E, you have Cote d'Ivoire and Germany. Then in Group F, you have Japan, and you have another player, you have France. France is also moving down where you have Croatia and Norway, who are going to crash their way out this evening. Let's see what is happening. And you could see the people who have been eliminated. You could see the guys who have been eliminated in Group A. And we have in the qualifier for the round-off, we have Mexico, US, Germany. Argentina has qualified. Argentina has really qualified. And France qualified. Norway has qualified. And South Africa has qualified too. And Canada has qualified. Brazil has qualified. Morocco has qualified. Switzerland has qualified. Bosnia-Herzegovina has actually qualified. And these guys has really, really qualified for the next phase of the game. And I must tell you, it is something that we're looking up to having. It is something that we're looking up to having, and we're going to see what happens. Now, before I go on a short break, before I take you on a short break, I want to show you that Kylian Mbappe has become, the top among the top scorers at the World Cup since Mbappe's debut. Since his debut, he has scored 16 goals, while Lionel Messi has scored 13 goals, and Harry Kane of England has scored 10 goals. Cristiano Ronaldo of Portugal has scored 7 goals. Vinicius Jr. has scored 5, and Cody Gakpo has actually scored 5. Mbappe has been sensational, I must tell you. This guy, we're going to see what happens this evening by 9 o'clock, where you have France versus Norway. They are going to channel, they're going to squash it out. And I must tell you, it's the game of the season, where you have Mbappe facing the goal lord, talking about Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland is going to face Mbappe, and we're going to see what happens at that. So yes, we're going to take a short break. When we return, I'm going to give you more updates on this edition of Free Kick. Stay right there with us. Don't go anywhere.
Every second, The world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Welcome back, and I want to bring you to the world of transfers where we have Nico Pass to Como. Here we go. Yes, Nico Pass to Como, here we go. And still talking about transfers, Andre Onana of Manchester United has completed his loan deal move to Trabzonspor, where he had to flourish. And these guys, they like this Andre Onana so much that they want him back. Because I mean, you actually would want Onana back because he's the midfield goalkeeper who would keep goals and also you know play the ball. He will play in the midfield and also keep goals. And we're still talking about transfers where we are having one of the greatest showdown in the history of Manchester City, where they have signed Elliot Anderson from Nottingham Forest, signing Elliot Anderson from Nottingham Forest for the record deal of 116 million euros. This is something that they have not seen coming, and it's gonna be is an awesome thing to have Elliot Anderson back to what is going on. It's the actual thing to have him back to the team, and it's really going to be amazing to have him. Then we're still talking about that. We're talking about Goncalo Ramos to AC Milan. AC Milan has actually asked Paris Saint-Germain the price tag for Goncalo Ramos. Goncalo Ramos, who's a Portuguese, who has been playing for Paris Saint-Germain, but at times he may not have been featured in games due to, you know, the lack of maybe playing time, and he is set to his AC Milan bound. And we're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Having this guy to move to AC Milan is something everyone has been wishing to have him so that he can play well and have playing time. Now, still talking about transfers, let me just bring you that. I wanted to say Mourinho, Jose Mourinho has said that he would want to have every of his players back from the World Cup so that they can embark on the preseason tour in July. He said that he was asked what would make him happy. He was like, let every Real Madrid player who is playing at the World Cup, let them lose their games and not qualify for the next round so that they can be back and they could be able to play at the, you know, at the club level so that they can go for tour, for their July tour. And still talking about transfers where we have Marcus Rashford is said to be rumored, actually, not actually real, but talking about Marcus Rashford, do you think he would agree to go to Tottenham, where he would be playing for Tottenham from Manchester United? And he actually would come back to Manchester United if he would want to. But he said that he wants to go to Tottenham and he will be paid his per week bonus and earning about 325,000 euros would be paid to him. And we're going to see what happens if this deal is going to work. Marcus Rashford, who left Manchester United for a loan deal in Barcelona, and Barcelona they're not able to sign him. He is going to come back he's back to Manchester United, even though he's at the World Cup. He was selected for the World Cup where he has scored a goal and has done so well. We're going to see what happens at the end of the day. Now, we are talking about transfers, and we are looking at the guys getting ready to, you know, get into the new season. It's actually a new season. Now, there's actually what I want to show you about the round one draw of the Carabao Cup, the Carabao Cup round one draw that is coming. This draw is coming. This draw is coming in August when Carabao Cup will resume. I really would not want to wait for Premier League to start. I would not really want to wait for the league to start, where we have Middlesbrough versus Wrexham and Rotherham versus West Bromwich. Yes, and we have Barnsley, Wigan, and then they are facing each other. We have even Blackpool. Now we go over to the next round. We have QPR versus Millwall, QPR versus Millwall, and Cheltenham Town versus Charlton Athletic. And then you have Cardiff City versus Sheridan Town. And then you have Bristol City versus Wilford, Plymouth versus Exeter, and Bristol Rovers. They are getting ready for the time. And I just want to let you know that it's going to be a time in this. And you could see Birmingham City. You could also see other leagues, Wimbledon, West Ham United. The draw is set, and it's going to be an amazing time for the draw. And then before I go, I want to bring to you the World Cup fixtures for today, where you have Senegal playing against Iraq today by 8 p.m. and you have Norway versus France by 8 p.m. also. Then also you have Uruguay versus Spain by 1 a.m. That's the match day 3. And then tomorrow we'll be having Cape Verde. So the games for tomorrow we'll be having Cape Verde versus Saudi Arabia is coming up. And then you have New Zealand versus Belgium is coming up. Then Egypt versus Iran is coming up by 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Then you have Panama versus England by 10 p.m. tomorrow. And Croatia versus Ghana by 10 p.m. Colombia versus Portugal this game is coming up, and it's going to be one of the games we have not seen coming. The game is coming on 28th of June. That's when the game is coming up, and we're going to see what happens at the games. Of course, I'm telling you right now that you have to anticipate this game, and it's going to be a wonderful game that we'll have, where we'll have Jordan will face Argentina, and then DR Congo will face Uzbekistan, and then Algeria will face Austria. That's the games that will be coming up. And on this note, I want to also ask you, who do you think will win the World Cup? Who do you think would win this World Cup? It is said, prediction has been said that it looks like an African nation will win this year's World Cup, but I don't know if they're going to win this World Cup. But for me, the GOAT debate is still on. Cristiano Ronaldo versus Lionel Messi. And if any of them scores, they just manufacture a record. I don't know where they used to manufacture that record, but whatever it means, whoever is your GOAT is your GOAT. Messi is the GOAT. Ronaldo is the GOAT. Both of them are the GOATs. And when these two go away and retire from football, it's going to be a time that we would have to relinquish. You will see a lot of people still watching their matches. A lot of people will start watching Cristiano Ronaldo's matches from the time he signed for Manchester United and from Lionel Messi's time, the very first time he played. These two are amazing, and for me, I don't really have a GOAT. Yes, I don't really have a GOAT. I am a football supporter who loves great football and good football. Of course, I play one, but you've not seen me in the pitch. You will see me one of these days playing and scoring more goals. And on this note, we call it a wrap on this edition of Free Kick. Thank you very much for staying true. Thank you very much. We would like to have your comments on our social media platforms, where we will be bringing you, live updates and other programs that is coming up. For now, I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the Sports Oracle. See you again on Monday. Have a wonderful evening. Bye.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Aneke Review Show on the station Aneke Television, where we bring to you conversations cutting across the southeastern states, whether emotional, psychological, financial, or spiritual conversations. Now, on this show, we cut across Enugu, Imo, Anambra, Ebonyi, and Abia State. Now, today, we are discussing something rather important, something that is, often considered subtle. But when we look deeply, when we analyze it deeply, something that involves our life, something that, it's part of our existence as Ndimo. And my guest is already seated right here in the studio with me. But before we get right into the conversation, we'll first take a look at the bulletin news, as it appears in our bulletin stories today at the station. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Now, joining me today in the studio is one woman I have come to admire because of her resilience and her doggedness when it comes to business and entrepreneurship. Yes, and earlier I said our conversation today is, based off of the entrepreneurial spirit of Ndimo. But before we get right into the conversation, my guest this afternoon is Dr. Pastor Chinelo Oji-Jane. Good afternoon, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much.
It's good to see you up close. Oh. The last time we met, you were in your glory. It's good to see you. It's good to see you.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well. And you?
I'm well.
All
well,
right.
thank God.
Okay.
Thank God. Okay, so before we get to the main conversation of the evening, we'll just take a look at some stories, as it has appeared on the news bulletin today in the Southeast. Now, in the first story, the Enugu State Government and the Southeast Development Commission has signed a memorandum of understanding on the Southeast Agro Development Program to accelerate agricultural production and agro development across the region. This will help business people, industrialists, agriculturists to have more provisions when it comes to the agricultural sector.
That is fantastic. Wonderful. We've been waiting for things like this, such like this. But the only little challenge there is the implementation. Government is always having these good initiatives. Well, I don't know how then is it not being implemented well? Whether it used to get into the hand of, you know, people who cannot drive it, people who cannot, like, deliver the proposal, I don't know. So, but what I'm saying is that it's a good one.
Okay. We commend the Enugu State government for that. Now, still in Enugu, the federal government has officially transferred the management of the Akanubiam International Airport to Aero Alliance Limited under a public-private partnership agreement. This is a concession that has been, you know, on for some while now, and finally we've seen this transfer of our management to a private-owned firm.
No, this is, I don't know. Personally, my own opinion is that, you know, the flight cost is already high. Transferring to personal individuals for management, I don't know how it will be.
Well, they say they'll be in charge of, you know, functioning, rehabilitating, reconstructing, and then also, I mean, they've told the aviation workers that their welfare is considered. So this is welfare.
Something. Considering welfare means bringing the cost, bringing the charges, bringing the burden on the customers. Okay. Don't you think so?
Well,
that's what I think personally.
Okay.
Because some other parastatals that have been transferred to personal individuals, you can see the cost. See NEPA, see EEDC. Imagine what is happening with EEDC. In fact, the bills are outrageous.
I mean, could it be because Enugu has just one airport?
It's not just, okay, because of the airport. Yes. I don't know. I just made my point. I don't want to go further, so I don't implicate myself.
All right. Moving over to Anambra State. The state government has directed all hotel owners, guest house operators, and apartment managers to register with the Ministry of Culture, Entertainment, and Tourism as, you know, efforts to strengthen regulation and improve coordination within the hospitality business.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's good. It's very good, because at times, as we're going to be having in the topic you told me about, you see, identifying with interest groups is better in taxation, you know, too much of taxation. And again, it's better to know the number of parastatals as in hotels, that industry that is existing in the state. Okay. Take charge of them, to have their database and actually know what they are doing. Some people will build a house and say it's a hospital, it's a hotel, and they are, you know, I don't know, incubating and, you know, transacting what I don't know there, especially in the lives of our youths. Okay. You see it, they will call it a hotel. A hotel is beyond harboring harlots. I think so. It's supposed to be beyond harboring harlots. Our kids, our youths will be carried by all these men, you know. It will be a quarter where all these young girls are being used. So it's good. What I'm saying is that I support the motion. It's very good if it will be properly done.
Brings us back to policy implementations and all of that. All right, to the last story for this afternoon. The Abia State government says the comprehensive rehabilitation of the Obingwa General Hospital in Mboko, Obingwa local government area, is nearing completion, as this forms part of the efforts to strengthen healthcare delivery across the state. You know, health is wealth. Yes. I think that is wonderful. I commend the Abia State Governor, as I commend our own, His Excellency, Dr. Petermbah. Okay. That man is doing excellently well. You know, first thing in infrastructures is supposed to be hospital. True. Because health is wealth. It's only when you're healthy that you begin to think of making money, making wealth, or doing other things, doing all that things in all entirety. So health is the focus, the major focus. So I commend him. All right, well. That's all on our news bulletin for this afternoon. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're diving into our conversation for the evening. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Now to the conversation for today. Entrepreneurship has long been a defining feature of the southeast region of Nigeria. Across generations, the Igbo people have earned a reputation for enterprise, innovation, resilience, and unwavering commitment to commerce and self-reliance. From the Akwukwaka apprenticeship system in Onitsha main market, to the spare part dealers of Nnewi who taught Nigeria how to manufacture, to the shoemakers of Aba who clothe half this country. We do not wait for government jobs. No, we don't. We created them. Igbo people create wealth. That is our DNA. But today we are asking a hard question. Is that DNA still strong? Or is it struggling to breathe? Because in 2026, the story is mixed. On the other side, we have factories closing in Nnewi because, diesel is 1,400 per liter. We have traders in our area saying import duties have killed us. So, we have traders who would rather japa than start a shop. Because what's the point when NEPA will take light? What's the point where they will take the profit? We have insecurity, multiple taxes, poor roads from Onitsha to Owerri, across the country, insecurity, and access to loans that only exists on paper. Beyond these economic concerns, changing societal values and evolving global business dynamics, the business dynamics have also raised important questions about the future of entrepreneurship in the region. So the question tonight is not, are Igbos still business people? The answer is yes. The core question is the younger generation embracing the entrepreneurial culture with the same zeal as previous generations. Is the apprenticeship system adapting effectively to the demands of a digital and technology-driven economy? How can local businesses compete in an increasingly globalized market space? And what role should governments, financial institutions, traditional leaders, education institutions, and the private sector play in creating an enabling environment for business growth? Ultimately, these conversations seek to answer a critical question. How can the Southeast reclaim and strengthen its position as one of Africa's foremost centers of entrepreneurship, innovation, and economic prosperity in the 21st century? Now, to help me navigate these important questions is our guest, an entrepreneur an entrepreneur per excellence, Dr. Pastor Chinelo Oji. She's the National Coordinator, Women and Youth Development, Nigeria Association of Small-Scale Industrialists, who will help us, share insights, experiences, her experiences, and recommendations on the future of entrepreneurship in the Southeast and the pathways towards sustaining economic transformation as we explore the topic, reviving Southeast entrepreneurship, challenges and its solutions. Good afternoon once again.
Thank you so much.
I mean, I could see you nodding. I'm like, this is it. This is finally we are having this conversation.
Oh,
you're welcome once again.
Thank you so much.
Now let's get right into it. If we strip everything, like take out the big grammar that we speak, what would you say is the single biggest factor that is killing Southeast entrepreneurship system in 2026? Is it, power? Is it capital? Is it, yes, insecurity? Right. What exactly would you say is the major killer?
Yeah, we are talking to the public. So first of all, I believe we are supposed to share to the public what entrepreneurship means.
Okay.
They have to understand it. Entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship in a layman's language is just having the heart, having the audacity, having the resilience to make money, make profit, taking risk.
Okay, this is quite a direct definition.
Yes. Is my own definition from my experience.
Okay.
It is, You know, entrepreneurs are people who turns crisis into opportunities. They live their lives like eagles. You know, eagles, they fear no challenge. So entrepreneurs are not supposed to fear challenges. They don't see challenges in what they want to venture into, though they consider challenges.
Okay.
Because you want to dive into something, you have to, even the Bible have said, who among you will want to build a house and will not sit down and calculate what it will take, it will cost, and see if you can do it. So it's like that. You know, God started a business. Our God is a business person too. So it's not as if they don't consider challenges. They consider challenges, but they don't fear challenges. Fear, as they are not afraid, they are not scared of challenges. Why? Because it will not make them not to venture. Are you getting me? Instead, a good entrepreneur, somebody who is called an entrepreneur, will now devise a means to cope the challenges or to overcome the challenges even before diving into the business. So that's all about entrepreneurship.
Okay, so what would be the major factors that has hindered the entrepreneurship spirit in the Southeast?
See, Southeast we're talking about is Enugu, Abia, Imo, Anambra, the heart of Igbos. Ebonyi State, the 5 states.
Yes.
In the Southeast geopolitical zone of Nigeria. So you know Igbo people now. We are so, in fact, Igbos, well, if you talk about white-collar job, it's not for Igbos. It's not that if they give us, if we get white-collar job that we're not satisfied with it. It's not that we don't encourage it. We do encourage it. But where there is none, an Igbo man will not wait for employment. An Igbo man, I think, is natural in the Southeast zones that whether you see a job or not, you can create. We are creative. We can create more. We can create one and begin to. So, but now coming to say the topic again, reviving. When you talk about reviving, the word reviving means that there was life and now there is no life. Yes. So for you to use reviving, meaning that something was dead and now you want to bring it back to life, isn't it?
Yes.
So meaning that entrepreneurship, in fact, is going moribund in the Igbo land, who are supposed to be known as core entrepreneurs. And now, what are the major causes? Is that not your question?
Yes.
So much and a lot. There is none that is major. All of them, in fact, all of them are major. One cannot do without the other. You see, poor infrastructures. Number one, see electricity, supply, electricity, in fact, is nothing to write home about. When power is not there, you know, for you to entrepreneurs, you have different kinds of entrepreneurs. You have initiators, you have opportunists, you have manufacturers. You understand? They are segments of entrepreneurs. So now, depending on which one you belong to, you know, the manufacturers and entrepreneurs, they use light. They are the main people that use electricity. Others used to. But these ones, like people who innovators, I don't think they have much to do with light. They don't have. It's those people that are into it. So innovators, they invent new ideas. There are not many. There are not many.
Yes.
Yeah, they invent new ideas for people to do what? To expand the firm. Or they expand. When they innovate, they expand the firm. Or they all live for other people to go into it and begin to, you know, expand it or do their business or, you know, find what is there and make profit out of it. So having said that, manufacturers, they suffer a lot. I am one. I manufacture coconut oil. I manufacture a lot of things. You can say that coconut oil does not need much electricity because you can actually do that manually, even in a large quantity. The one I have now, I did it manually. Then, when you want to go into real commercial production of any item, you need lights, electricity, you need machines. You see, you hear people will begin to ask you, is the machine 3-phase? Is that machine 2-phase? or one phase. What does it mean? They are trying to find out the energy that is required to operate that machine. Because of what? Poor supply of electricity. Even if you get the one that is one phase, where is the electricity power? Where is the supply, the power supply? To power it, to energize it, to use it to work. So electricity, in fact, is one of the major factors in manufacturing entrepreneurial actions or services in the Southeast. So I don't know. I don't just know. They just, privatize EEDC like we were saying here, and the thing became worse. You will see that the cost of running a machinery by NEPA, the usual NEPA we used to know, by EEDC, is very expensive. By the time you finish your production, manufacturing, or whatever you are into, like go to camp, co-camp, you will see them. What they do there, they need power to do it. They need electricity to do it. After manufacturing, with a high cost of bill, electric bill, you can imagine the cost will be, all the burden will be transferred to the product. And you see it, it will be very, very expensive for the masses to buy it. Why are we producing? Why are we into entrepreneurship? Why are we into business? Is it not for profit maximization? So when you have a product, produce a product, one thing is to make a product or to produce a product. One major thing, the most important thing, is for you to do what? To sell it out. Is for you to do what? To sell it off so that you can make your profit. When you don't sell, you don't make profits.
True.
So,
Okay, now, we as much as we want to talk about this entrepreneurship, from a, broader view. Let's narrow it down to, specifics. Now, we've had persons older persons who over time have desired, maybe not on a large scale, to own something, because the idea of entrepreneurship in its barest language is to have something to do. But we've had
on your own, by yourself.
Now we've had some factors here in the Southeast that has hindered these issues. We've had the sit at home. We've had
I'm coming. You asked me questions and I'm still coming. We just finished the electricity. Bad rules. You see, bad rules, damaged rules. You already mentioned it here when you were reading.
Yes.
You mentioned it. You carry something from interstate movement of goods is a very, very big challenge. Supposing you're running a poultry in Anambra State, you want to supply your eggs as far as Enugu State. Before you get to Enugu State, it's spoiled. In fact, all are broken because of bad roads. If not well packaged, no matter how you package itself, you still have damages. Likewise, you see tomatoes from the north. That's why you see they have what is called awalawa, the spoiled ones. They bring tomatoes from the north down to east here. Before they could open the well-packaged basket, you will see that half of the basket is damaged. Bad road. So if you are like producing so many other things that you can think of, that you need to transport from the local place, manufacturing place, to the town, to the city, where it is needed, where you can sell it and make your profit, you will see that before you get to the city, half of it is already damaged due to, again, bad roads. Okay, see insecurity on its own. You can imagine the whole Southeast. Every particular day, on a particular day, everybody sits at home. You can imagine the economic meltdown, economic lowdown that one brings.
But the sit-at-home has been, largely suspended.
But fear of the unknown did not allow people to go out, to go and do the business. Have you not watched it, and have you not carefully watched it that on Mondays, if you come out in Enugu, especially on Mondays, everywhere will be dry. In as much as the governor already said, go for your business, go about whatever you're doing, people are still scared. Because there are some hoodlums who will enter even Obete market. I have a customer that experienced, in fact, he nearly died. Yeah. They started running. Some people entered the market. Why did you open? Why did you open? People started running. A lot of people got injured. So fear has made people not to come out on Mondays. That sit-at-home syndrome is hindering our Southeast business a lot. One day in this economy is very, very big. One day has a very big margin of meltdown, economic meltdown, in this nation as a whole, not to talk of the Southeast. Interstate movement is a problem. If you risk it, you're on your own. Interstate, I went to Owerri some times ago. I was told that what I came to do will not hold till on Sunday. So I finished on Sunday. To come back, I was told that I will not go on Monday. Eventually, I came out. No vehicle was loading to come back to Enugu on that Monday. The few that were loading were just taking risk. It was just on risk basis. I said, I will not take this risk. Let me just go back. In fact, I went for ministration. It was supposed to be on a Saturday. They shifted it to Sunday. My own to Sunday. So I finished, wanted to leave. I finished very late, wanted to leave on Monday morning. I could not. Till late in the evening, around 5, they started loading, but loading with fear. You see it now. Loading with fear, moving on the road, fearing, being scared. And of course, when you watch it on that Monday on the road, you will not see much vehicles. Many vehicles will not be on the road. You won't see people on the road. The road will be very scanty. So it's a very big problem. I don't know. May God help us. May God help us in this situation, because I know that the governor invariably has tried to let us understand that nothing is happening, that everybody, especially in Enugu State, everybody should go about their businesses. But still, that syndrome is still, the effect of the syndrome is still there. So that's one other one is, not having digital knowledge. You see, people go out there to rent a shop. Our people, the Southeast entrepreneurs, they believe that you must have a shop to display your goods. They believe that. They don't know that they have not come to the known very well. Few have come to the known that digital literacy is very important.
Digital literacy?
Yes, it's very important. You know it, or bringing your goods, or using somebody, an avenue that has access to that, to do it for you, to just cost you money. If you can, you must not do it by yourself. Are you getting me? You display your goods online and still say, I buy a lot of things online. I used to buy things online. And likewise, every other person can sell online. Since there are customers and buyers online, there must be sellers online too. But in this Southeast, we don't know that. We want to open shop. And that is why this sit-at-home is even hindering them a lot. Because if you have had a digital connection where you display your goods, you might not be losing that much, because your shop is locked. Your place of business is locked. Your factory, if you're a manufacturer, is locked. So you can as well do what? Display your goods online and be making your market, making your sales online. It works. Why the locked shop? You are making your sales. So our people should try and have the knowledge of that and explore that area. We don't know it at all. What we know most is what you read out here, the Igba Boy stuff. Igba Boy ecosystem of Igba Boy. Yeah, you come and serve a master, and at the end of 7 years or so, even as written in the Bible, it has to be 7 years. Yes. They will now do what is called settlement. They will give you a certain amount of money. You go and open your own somewhere. That is, in fact, we are so embedded in that. We feel that's the only way we can help our people. That's the only way we can, teach business. That's not the only way.
Now, this is quite interesting, because there has been a whole lot of conversation on reviving the Igba Boy system. But hearing you say that that's just one avenue of growing entrepreneurship awareness in the South is quite commendable. And I'm not sure it's something that most people like to hear. Anyway, now still on this business creation, in the olden days we had our ancestors, or maybe the early Igbo people before the Civil War. We've had people who, you know, had businesses set up in the Southeast, such that nowadays we complain that we don't have, you know, enough businesses in the Southeast to create jobs, to make, you know, to grow the economy of the Southeast. Would you say that one of the things that affected the boost of business in the Southeast, because most people are not domiciled in the Southeast? Most people go out, move to Lagos, move to Abuja, move to Delta to set up businesses other than setting them up in their locality and in their state.
Yes, looking at all this, we have itemized. It's part of it. It's the reason. You have to go to an area where maybe you can get, you know, we defined entrepreneurs as people who seize opportunities, who sees opportunities in crisis. Are you getting me? So a good entrepreneur will be looking for the crisis areas and the opportunities to be created. It must not be in the Southeast.
Okay.
If you're a good entrepreneur, you must not be domiciled in your place, because you are seeking to see opportunities, see crises to turn into opportunities. Okay, let me give you one big example. I lived in the North. So then, that was when they were tying sugar. They would tie it in nylon. They tie it 5 naira, 10, that time. Oh. Milk, they will tie it. Even kerosene, they will tie it. Beans, they will tie it small like that. Rice, they will tie it. You see, all these beverage companies, they seized that opportunity now. They saw it as an opportunity to start producing this economic sachets. I knew when it was tied, and I knew when sachets started. When they started producing sachets, milk, Bonvita, all these things in sachets. Now pepper, even pepper in sachets. Tomato, dry tomato in sachets. Are you getting me? Economic sizes. So you see, they looked at the need of the people. It was a crisis for them to buy the big one. Yes, to them it's a crisis because they can offer, they can, you know, pay for it. And their people will now go and get it. In fact, it's Igbo women's business there. Oh. Our people will now migrate to the north. You see, because that is not done here. You do it in the Southeast, they begin to look at you as if you're wearing the back of your dress. Are you getting me? They will be like, what's this one doing? Are you getting me? So there was that opportunity then. There. So people now, you see our Igbo people, they migrate to the north. And their wives, they will go and buy bag of milk, bag of this, bag of that, everything in bags. Then their wives will sit down with this Santana nylon and begin to tie the thing. As they're tying it, do you know that, in fact, I'm not trying to cajole the Hausa people. You will see these small children, they can come 20 times to buy one thing. 20 times in a day to buy that one thing, so long as they're buying it 5 naira, 10 naira. At the end of the day, they would have bought they would have bought it with plenty money without knowing it. So that mentality is there that it is cheap. So let's be buying it that way. So they want to cook, they will come and buy all those ones. Whereby maybe 200 naira will get them the ingredients to cook their food part time. Are you getting me? So that is one of the major reasons. You don't say because Southeast is my home, except you're not an entrepreneur. Okay. You are an entrepreneur when you are looking for where there are crises to turn them into opportunities and create jobs for people. Are you getting me?
We have more questions to ask, but we'll take a short break. We'll be
okay.
ready.
7 days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is
Thank
still
you.
Aneke Brief, joined by Dr. Chinelo Oji. Now, let's talk about young people and taking risks. Now, we live in a society or a community now where young people are afraid, maybe not afraid, where they're just too careless to want to take risks. And this has caused a huge decline in entrepreneurship. And when I talk entrepreneurship, I'm not talking about the fancy jobs. We want fancy jobs. We want to dress up, white-collar jobs. And we're losing, like you said earlier, we're losing the essence. How do we, channel or rechannel the minds of younger people to understand the importance of being self-employed?
Sensitization program. Excuse me, please. Just permit me. You see this book?
Yeah.
You know I'm the author of this book. What does he read? A practical entrepreneur. Practical, not theory. Are you getting me? Most of the times, we have plenty skills here and step by step explained on how to begin, even the amount to use, smallest micro industry. You start very, very small with small amount of money and be patient enough. Entrepreneurs are patient people. They are not people who run away from it, who get frustrated easily. In entrepreneurship, if you don't have that spirit, you easily get frustrated.
So it takes a certain level of patience.
Yes, before your break-even point. You know the break-even point? A point whereby your expenses have outweighed the costs. The costs have outweighed whatever, and you start making profit. That point where you start saying, okay, now I use so amount of money, I have gotten it. Now what is coming down is my product. That's the break-even point. So many people who do not have this entrepreneurship spirit will not be patient enough to reach this point. They're always frustrated. I am advising the youths now. You're asking me questions about the youth. Yes. I advise them to have the spirit of entrepreneurs. There's a spirit that follows it. Resilient spirit. Spirit, patient spirit. Are you getting me? Innovative spirit. To innovate. And, digressing spirit. That when you are following a particular channel, a vehicle, if you're moving and you get to a place and you are stuck, you turn back, isn't it? That's how it is in entrepreneurship. You move, and that was why on that day I was trying to tell us, I'm talking to the youth now, you have to access yourself. You have to analyze what you want to do and analyze yourself too. Assess yourself, vet yourself to know if you will be able to venture that. We have what is called SWOT analysis, where you measure your strength. Like now, this is a business, I want to start producing this. Let's assume this is not a book, it's an item. I would have vetted myself to know the strength I have. Strength there can be money for this particular thing, because every business does not require the same amount of money. Do I have the money that will carry me through to start this? That's strength. Now, strength, do I have, how many competitors do I have out there? And if my competitors, can I beat them? Can I follow up? Are you getting me? And that is why it is very important. I'm talking to the youths now, because they see business as something that you just see it because somebody is making you jump into it. You don't do that in entrepreneurship. Are you getting me? You have to vet yourself to see if you are able to do that. You go and marketing, a feasibility study, it is called, into the market to see the products people that you want to enter into the same firm, the same industry with, and see the challenges they are having. Then see if you can improve on their challenges. Are you getting me? If you're able to improve on their challenges, you have a means to improve, whether knowledge, innovation, or whatever, and you're able to improve on their own challenges, it will be a plus to you. You use it, you have an edge over them. You see now that when you enter the market, competition will not be your problem. Are you getting it? So you have to analyze that strength. Now, just there are so many strengths you can check. Then the area you're staying, is there stable light? You know, we know generally there's no stable light, but can you consider that, yes, if what you're doing, majorly everything needs electricity, will you be able to get the discharge that will take you in your entrepreneurial activity? Check it is a strength. If it's there, it's a strength. Then now, what about government? Is it what you want to deal on? Is it a contraband goods? Is it what government does not want and you secretly want to go into it? It's a big challenge to you. That would be weakness. Are you getting me? Say, remember SWOT, now W, that is weakness. But if it is a product that is free of everything, is a strength to you. Are you getting me? You check the weaknesses in that particular venture you want to, you know, endanger or indulge in. You check it, check the weakness, then you check the opportunities. That's what, opportunities now. What opportunity do I have? One thing is to produce, another thing is to sell. One thing is to get goods, another thing is to be able to sell it. Who are my customers? That's why I told you in this book, after each skill will tell you your customers. These are the people that use this product, so that you will not have the challenge of going to scout for who will buy your product. Are you getting me? So now opportunities, you check so many opportunities you will have as regards that particular business. You check it. When T now, T is a threat, yes. Good. T is threat. What are the threats? Like we spoke about contraband. What are the threats? What are the threats? Okay, we spoke about like in poultry business. It's not everywhere you situate poultry. Going by law, if the law is being maintained. Filling station, you're not supposed to build it where somebody is residing. Are you getting me? Okay. Having built a filling station somewhere, maybe in the olden town where people are not living there, the Ministry of Lands are not supposed to assign habitable lands for people to live around filling stations. It's a threat. Okay. If anything, if fire breaks out, you know filling station and fire, it will affect lives. So they are not supposed to do what? Allocate people to live or build living places around filling stations. But still, you can see how our system is. When they pay money, they allow them to go and do anything. Poultry, you know, it has air pollution. They are not supposed to do it where people are living. Poultry business is supposed to be located far away from where people are living. Are you getting me?
Speaking of, on this poultry thing, there are persons who have turned, which brings us back to awareness. There are persons who want to go about businesses, but they don't have the right information, because I'm not sure plenty persons are aware that you should not have a poultry farm close to your homes.
They don't know it, and that is why we have extensively talked about all these things. And government agencies you're supposed to, meet, you're supposed to be relating with for your business, for you to do your business and do it very well. Then the youths, they don't want to do the correct thing. And I advise them now, you must be patient enough to do the correct thing. One of them entered my house yesterday and brought wine. He said he came to greet me. I said, okay, you're welcome. You came to greet me, that's good. So what's this one for? He said he brought to me. I said, oh, good. Do you have my book? I don't have your book. So, and you brought wine. Why not make up money and get the book? It will be better for you. Are you getting me? So they don't like gradual process. They want to jump. I don't know whether it's this Gen Z stuff they call them. They want to jump from step 1 to the highest level. No. Even if you want to climb upstairs, you have to climb step after step. You don't just jump. So I'm coming. Hold on first. You have to register your business. That yesterday I told him, have you registered your business? He said no. I said, oh yeah, run out from my house. Go to CAC and register your business. Do the correct thing. And you will not do hide and seek game. Because when you're doing a business and you're hiding, you will not be able to do it well. You will not showcase your product. Many of us will have good products, but we want to imitate other people. You do imitation. You carry somebody's name and write on your product that you suffer to manufacture. Are you getting me? That's an error. All the efforts you have channeled to it, why not just get it registered? They fear what they don't know. They are scared of what they have not known. Okay, now, how much does it take? Even online, you can register your business name to start with. You register with CAC.
But most persons are not even sure the lifespan of the business. Or maybe like yours is the small scale. They're not starting, they don't intend to start on a large scale. So they
It's not, no. It's not, starting large scale does not determine registration.
Registration, okay.
Whether you're selling frying granules, go and register a business name. Having a business name is very important. Look at mine here. I have two business names. I have this one, Shulamite Woman Food Processing. I have it. It's registered. I have Mrs. Great Investment Limited. That one is incorporated. Are you getting me? This one is just a business name registration, Shulamite Woman. But the Mrs. Great is an incorporated company. Are you getting me? See, you will have edges. That's why our youth, you lose a lot. Okay, in the month of April, there was this federal government intervention fund that came out, 75 billion naira. They didn't make it is for, in fact, it's supposed to be for women. In fact, young people, the youth we are talking about. Because they are the people that has the energy to borrow and still, you know, make a pay back, struggle and pay back, do the business and pay back. They did not. They didn't get it. Do you know why? Majority, because government requested that your business must be registered. At least business name registration. Most of them were not registered. How then do you want to get that loan? How then do you want to get it? Because first step is what? Is your business registered with CAC, Corporate Affairs Commission. You are not registered. And you want to do, you want to come and collect government money, collect loan, and do what? You must be identified now. You must have identity. Your identity must be known. So they want your identity to be in their database of CAC. So that they know that they are dealing, because your business is an entity. Government will not want to deal with you as a person. You're different from your business. That's why you must register your business to have a name. So now government is lending to your business, not to you. Are you getting me? Yes. There are two different things. So even if government wants to sue for the sake of that money, they will sue just your company and not you.
Okay. Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, know it today. They will sue just, they will go after your company, not you. You are just a different entity from your business.
Okay, now because of our time, we are gradually running out of time.
All right.
Let's talk about business creation. Now, an entrepreneur is one who should be able to have more than one business ideas in order to, you know, leverage. Now, but we have this old saying, one who is jack of all trades and master of one. Now, how do you become a master of all, where you are, like you said, you need patience in order to see one through. But in our generation, we like to dabble. We like to get into too many things. Does this in any way, you know, negate the idea of entrepreneurship, or is such person staying in line in being an entrepreneur? And also on funding. Now, some persons would want to start any type of business, but they don't have the funding. They probably don't have the money to register their businesses, because they would say, oh, in the time of my forefathers or my fathers, there was no registration of business. So how do we help such persons?
All right. Okay, you don't have money. You don't have money. There is nobody on earth that does not have single money. Like here now, there are businesses you can start with as low as 5,000, 10,000. You cannot tell me, no matter, even students, you can't tell me you don't have 5,000, you don't have 10,000. Okay, now you start from somewhere. And when you make up money to register your business, you go and register business name. It's not expensive. I think I was registering it for people. I was collecting 21,000 for other expenses surrounding it. But CAC will collect 15K.
No, these are the issues.
Yes, I'm coming now. I'm coming. Just hold on. I know you're a youth, so you want to defend them.
Oh, no, I'm not defending. I'm not, because these are the issues when it comes to money.
Yes, now, money. You see, in this South, it's not only South, in Nigeria as a whole, we have this whole lot of problem in sourcing money, especially from the government. I don't know, bureaucracy, this political whatever, these people are from this side and those people are from the other side, because I'm talking out of experience. That 75 billion naira was at the top. You know, I am a coordinator for NASI. So then I was coordinating. I had the quota in Enugu, but I knew how many, few people that got that money. And within a short time, they told you it has stopped, that they are no longer disbursing. 75 billion, when did it finish? I don't want to go far into that. Are you getting me? But you can understand what I'm saying. And any right-thinking human being out there listening will actually get what I'm saying. I won't go further in that. So it's very, very difficult. In fact, government will make it will have so much bottleneck for you to get funding from the government. Go to BOI. You know BOI now, Bank of Industry. Yeah. So rigorous. They are processing irrelevant processes, both in the commercial banks, irrelevant ones.
Okay, because of our time, I think we have 2-3 minutes left, or a minute less. Let's talk about mastering businesses so you don't end up being jack of all trades.
Yes, you have to master your business. You don't have to be a mediocre.
Okay.
You join one, follow it up, master it. That's why you need training. You need training. You don't just get up and go into a business. You need training. There is nothing, even white-collar job, you have to be trained. You go to school, get trained in the field where you want to work, then you get a job, isn't it?
True.
Likewise in entrepreneurship, you need to get yourself trained. Like we're talking about, like in this book now, you have lots of skills, businesses that turns waste into wealth. Here. Okay, that day we're talking about maggot farming, isn't it? Do you know it's waste? They live majorly on waste. They are substrate, what is called substrate. You might not understand all those ones now, all those jargons now. Yes. It's produced from spoiled fruits. Are you getting me? So you have to learn. You have to know what you're going in. We already said it. You have to know what you're going in and not be a mediocre. You will be a master, if not totally 100% mastering what you are doing. You master at least 90%. Pass mark A, 75%.
True.
Are you getting me? So that you now have something you call on job learning. While you're doing it, you still do what? Master further.
Okay.
By experiences now. Not by training, now by experiences. Because you have to master by training and master by experience on the job.
Okay, that's all the time we have. Thank you so much. I mean, it's a pleasure having you on the show.
Thank
you.
You.
Thank you for our viewers that have sat through up to this moment. As we've learned today, it's not just, to have businesses, it's the desire to become an entrepreneur, to have the patience, to have the resilience in order to turn crisis into opportunities. That's all today on Aneke Brief. Till I come here again next week. Keep living, keep breathing, keep fulfilling. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely day.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Chinua Achebe taught the world that African stories matter. Through Things Fall Apart, gave voice to the colonized and challenged stereotypes. His legacy is proof that the pen can shape perception and preserve identity.
television. How I get one with the father and I am what you how Mbo Wabian here, Bube, Mbo, what I want here, Bube, I got television on the mellow way, Mela Madia, in our uncle, in a American Putamwa, in our Hozu, in our uncle, the one I got television, the Arcade, your man, the one I got television, you do man, help the mellow way, Mela Madia, who me would have Nanka Bunkai. You might have a girl, if you want to come over soon. You better have you where I
Uhuruchi ọma gị onye Igbo na-esonyere anyị nnọọ n'Otobo na Aneke TV. Dịka ị maara na Otobo bụ ihe omume ahụ na-abụ anyị pụta etu a anyị anọdụ ala dịka ụmụnne wepụta okwu ndị ahụ gbasara anyị dịka ndị mmadụ dịka ụmụafọ Igbo dịka ụmụafọ Naịjirịa. Ọ na-abịara gị kwa uhuruchi ụbọchị Tuesday na Friday n'ụdị oge a. Abụ m onye nke gị Joshua Ozioko. Ọ dị makwa abalị 12 n'ime ọnwa June afọ ọbụla ka ala anyị na-emerube mmemme ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. Na nke afọ a ka o mere afọ 27 anyị ji banye n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya. N'ịgbado ụkwụ na ya bụ mmemme ka anyị ga-anọ na nke mgbede a wee leba anya n'ihe ndị ahụ metụtara anyị dịka mba. Kedu ihe ebe anyị gbatara kwụrụ n'ihe gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya dịka ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa. Ịma na abalị 12 nke ọnwa June afọ 1993 ka bụ otu n'ime ụbọchị dị mkpa n'akụkọ gbasara ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya nke ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa, maka na ọ nọchitere anya ọgụ a lụrụ ka e nwee nhọpụta ọkwa ọchịchị na-aga selile welele mee ka anụrụ ọnụ ndị mmadụ ebe ewetara ihe gbasara ọchịchị na-erijucha ha afọ eweta ya n'isi njedebe. Eziokwu na Naịjirịa na-emerubezi ụbọchị ahụ bụ abalị 12 nke ọnwa June dịka ụbọchị ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya, mana ajụjụ bụ kedu ka anyị si gbatakwụrụ enwetazugo elele ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya? Kedu ihe ndị ekwesịrị ime ka ọha obodo a ndị opekata mpe nwetazuo elele ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya? Iji nyere anyị aka na isiokwu nke mgbede a, enwere otu onye anyị ya nọ na nke mgbede a, onye ọkaiwu, bụrụkwa onye na-egwu okwe ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị ma bụrụkwa onye ọrụ ugbo doro anya. Onye anyị ya nọ bụ ọzọ barista Nnadiume Ọfọkansị. Nnọọ n'Otobo.
Joshua daalụ.
Ọ dị mma, daalụ rinne.
Nke na ịnabata m na mgbede a.
Ọ dị mma, nnọọ. Ọ dị mma, anyị ga-amalite abalị 12 n'ime ọnwa June bụ ụbọchị ala anyị bụ Naịjirịa ji enwe ụbọchị ezumike. Mana nye ọtụtụ ndị Naịjirịa na-eto eto ihe ha nwa ka bụ deeti, ọ ka bụ ụbọchị, o nwere ihe ama maka ya. Dịka onye ọkaiwu na onye ma ihe na-eme na Naịjirịa na dịka okenye na Naịjirịa, ka ọrụ anyị ihe mere na June 12.
Ịma na June 12 a na-ekwu okwu ya, a kwesịrị na-atinye ya mmezu ya, ya bụ June 12, 1993. Ka wee maa mgbe o mee. Maka na dị June 12 dịka onwe ife ọzọ dị iche na June 12. Ife a bụ mgbe e mere ntụli aka mwepụta ọchịchị ekwuo uche na ndị amị nọgide tupu from 1967 na emecha Q ndị amị chigidekwe Nigeria wee ruo 1993. Na 1993 ahụ wee sị na a ga-eme elekshọn, ya bụ a ga-atụnye aka, a ga-anachikwa na demokrasi, ya bụ ekwuo uche ya. Wee họpụta otu okwe ndọrọndọrọ na-abụ. Nke izi bụ nke a kpọrọ NRC, National Republican Convention. Then nke ọzọ bụ SDP, Social Democratic Party. Party na-abụ ka ewepụta. Saje ya kọọ ebe okwe. Abịa na otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị nke National Republican Convention, ọ bụrụ Alhaji Tofa bụ onye na-azọ ọkwa dịka onye isi ala, ebe MKO Abiola na-azọ ọkwa isi ala dịka na SDP. Ebe haziri ya bụ ihe makwa na Babangida ihe ka eji akpọrọ ya Maradona, ọ dribụgidere anyị a na-eme ihe a na-akpọ mgbe ahụ na soshal midia adọrọ, ọ bụ na ihe edecha post onye newspaper fagọọ ya, ọ dị ha mma ya publish ya,
Other one, you're editor. Why o jiri publish ya. So, and I say to know do ọchịchị a ga-enwe. For the na aga na chance na parliamentary. For the day na ga abụkwa presidential. For the day na ọ ga-abụ mixture of presidential, democratic and trichedafia bụ monarchy. Over the dekọrọ na edegide Babangida was only akpọzi ya bụ result if anyị na-edekọ. Ọ kpọrọ ya referendum. John akpọzi result referendum ahụ eme maka ụdị election a ga-ewe. What's the create two political parties? SDP, NRC. Elected to the left, elected to the right. I want to draw my SDP, NRC. No party now. Ya be home and bam kwa more for the Kayana master stroke. That's what we are making. Master stroke in the sense that now, over Nigeria governor Ogonoga, here 1993, we lota. Shake go maka ọ bụrụ na pati na-abụ ọ ga-adị nso iwu iwepụ onye na-adị eme ọfụma kama ihe ndị National Assembly aka emezibụ mende anya tiezie ihe a na-akpọ independent candidate ya bụ ọdọ mana ka ọ jekwụrụ onwe gị ya wezi na onye iso wee zọ election ihe win election win ya now ewee tụọ ya bụ vote tụcha ya bụ vote onye bụ onye isi nke a na-akpọzi inec kịta ya the medical and as a Fedeco bank or what I want my Tafia. Bo Professor Humphrey was so eba or ya ni wire. Oh, ya Buddha about option A4 it to vote is Macau was an Amarable Bido. Humphrey say, I'll be in as election. In order, Ebana to vote, what a post again. Before age there, there's a sort of well as and I agree. No kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. I go. You dare mother and Agota. Where are now beg? Obron Coolidge, I see in a collection center, carry votes. Now, I want to child vote. Abiola will win the election now. Humphrey power results. Of course, they are just one state. But I follow about 6 states. I say, I'm not a opposite. Why am I meeting in Kabacha? Bacha Lambashi, I say, I'm quiet again, amen. What now we have been able to Humphrey was, sir. Okay, my catching. Borrow that away results until Justice Ibeme by 9 o'clock, he mean daily. At area candle. So I we are government judgment, Madam Maria. Gocha, we are council law. Oh, you could annul, we annul law election. 1993, I mean, June 12. Nigeria we uloko. Ụmụazị ga na-anụ n'owe mgbe a gbara ọsọ na Nigeria. Ụmụaka mụrụ ndị nke m wee dị mara nke ha gụtasị na history book. Ya gbere ebe ọsọ Abiola. Ndị Igbo na Lagos onye bụ ọsọ na-agbata East. Ndị nọ n'ugwu Hausa were ọsọ na-agbata East. Ndị Hausa nọ na Yoruba a na-agbago ugwu Hausa be. Ndị Yoruba nọ n'ugwu Hausa a na-agbata be. Ọsọ Abiola na-agbaza o nwere ebe a na-agbaga. Ndị agbara na ebe ndị agbara na ebe. Nke bụ ngagharị iwe wee bido Nigeria, especially na Lagos. Agarịgide Babangida wee announce onye akpọnite Ernest Shoneko dịka onye a na-akpọ interim president ka ọ bụgodị ya bụ interim president ka e wee mewu election. Ernest ahụ ịlụghọ 6 months ọ nọ n'ọkwa ahụ Abacha mee eku. Or Babangida police Ernest, I didn't want captain Nabu of Babangida step aside. We put it Ernest Shoneko. Shoneko but less than 6 months or thereabouts. Abacha make you here. Open Ernest, declare why Masha music again. What to see in the National Assembly in a purpose look civilian governors in a Mexico elect. So we have demonstration. Mara wo ni ahụ go election ahụ mgbe atụrụ down vote na June 12, 1993. So ewe mebe akpọrọ Abiola je I think Ekpetedo Lagos ebe a na-akpọ Ekpetedo so Lagos je declare we president because ọ ma ya win the election. Abacha jekpụrụ ya ndị amị jekpụrụ ya tie na detention ka Colonel Rice bụ Secretary of State mgbe ahụ I think under Bush or so, na America, Gachal Nigeria. So Abiola ji wee go tea. obi akpọchi ya Abiola wee nwụọ ọ bụla ka Abiola si wee tụọ ndụ nke ya maka na ọzọ Nigeria president Nigeria vote orie maka na mgbe vote Abiola dị ka vote atọrọ Peter Obi na 2023 Tofa lose the election n'iru Pulimbote na bia so ya amatazi ihe na-agbaghị ya so Abiola wee nwụọ ka Abdul Soja bidozie na ọzọkwa ọ dịkwara isi ofu unyi o dịka ọkụdịrat ka a na-akpọ nke ahụ maka ndị amị na-agbazi iti isi agba mgbe ahụ kwa ma ndị nke na-emezi protest ndị ogoni maka ensa rere ọha etu ka esi dịrakwa ha nchere na mmụọ na ọ dịba Abacha chigide nwụọ ka Abacha nwụọ Abdulsalam Abubakar took over quickly prepare ka hand over to civilian government aha na plan bụ na Abiola mana ọ bụzi 1999 from 1993 to 1999 is about 6 years thereafter getting na gwogwogwo na last record not election that put Obasanjo into power. Obasanjo later 8 years jukwa na ya recognize na Abiola win election maka na nko jealousy na emezi nke eziokwu na win the president win go nke ugbo na abụ mana kwesịrị recognize na Abiola win election 1993 ọjụ Obasanjo chisia yara bịa bata yara bịa bụ onye na-aka eme with ease mana ọwụ ekwere jara adua he became one of the best president Nigeria aka when I last was long he stayed for about a year and or 2 years and in office where one Jonathan Bata finished up in Kameleme. I took a vote in Kim. Or Chigide chikpo 4 years, I still met here. In 2015, I worked with Jonathan. But Buhari. So, almost close to 30 years now, I was in here, 2015 to 1993. By the way, declare Abiola winning the election. But is there no winning there? Very clear that day, the election here, Democracy Day. Mgbe ji wee dobe Democracy Day 29th of May. Bọsa ha na-eme handover ndị amị tielu. Mana ọ sị mba si dị okwere handover ka wee gbana echefukwe ndị amị na ha handle over. But na June 12 ga-abụzi Democracy Day. Na bọsa ndị amị handle civilians ekwụsị ebu Democracy Day. Not the day egbu democracy. In fact, the democracy is like the day democracy died in Nigeria. Because up till now, we have not got to okay, what the hell right.
Ọ dị mma ọzọ afọ m na ọnụ juru gị n'okwu ajụjụ m chọrọ ịjụ bụ ọtụtụ ndị o nwere ihe ọ na-abụ ome afịa n'ụbọchị ihe a mere bụ o nwere ihe ọ na-anọchite anya nhọpụta ọkwa e mere na June 12, 1993 kedu ka o si dị iche na nhọpụta ndị ọzọ emego na Nigeria?
Okay, just dị iche bụ na tigbo ozugbo adọrọ ụbọchị ahụ onye ọbụla ma onye chọrọ 12 votes ọ bụ na kandideti ya nọrọ ndị bụ pola kaadị ya nọ ọ post ya ide ya ejebi aka in fact ine ya kwuo na line ọ mma ka bido ikwu na line izizi ihe na-eme before bụ ebe ihe ballot paper ije 12 vote na nzizo mana nke ụbọchị ahụ bụ na gị nwa bụ onye na-atụ vote ga-atụcha vote mara ihe atụta na polling vote nke gị dee ya na akwụkwọ were ya nawa iruzie echi akpọ result akpọ ihe ọzọ isi mba now abịakwasị na aka ya emekwa option A4 ahụ atụranyere ya obere mgbe a chọrọ iwebatakwa Obasanjo primary election ya at least mana mgbe elu na Jos agasa primary election because ekwe emebe ya package be na ya ga-abụ next president ewelu na Jos ndị otu anyị ndị be anyị ebe akwa sikwa eje gbazie ekwe eme agha azụ ma ọ bụ nna anụ amaji nwe obodo dem ha nchagburu ibu lụọ ewepụzi ọbụzi ekwe eme ka a na-ekwu maka ekwuezi efe ọzọ ekwuezi Obasanjo foinoid mana again na ndị ugwu chọpụrụ ka Obasanjo bata because na a nara ya na Obasanjo bata n'oge ewelu mmiri oyi bitunu Yoruba n'obi maka na egburu nwanne ha bụ Abiola so ya bụ June 12 ihe dị iche na niile a na-eme sinsi ahụ dịka judge si wee dị ị na-efu na ọ bụrụ election ka ọ bụrụ nke emere na Nsụka but Saturday no galaga. But Saturday do one. Any and then the mother. In my social media, my boy or not. And I will take a beer, adopt with a beer, adopt with a beer. And I say what the only a Japan girl or actually arch. Because I'm an Ira Jenga. I'm an Orega for their police. Upon I can declare the results. Give it to him. He can just have one capable very good candidates. Even though I'm not a party in Nibo, like I'm a party in Nibo, I like. Oh, a party organ. Election win. Over there, I got naturally. Mana party oje buy. Party in Nibo near on a lawyer. Maka over Dako Yengo na Nibo. Ndi nke no bula na nke Buhari si na ebe dots in the ocean. Ndi nke no keta put like Python dance. Only half better na party APC. So all the na election by Melenka Biola na nke na mekita. O what is eziokwu dozen election? In them amak election na Abuja. Kaka kwa this year. We can say only get to vote. Unti anu rapporter the rest. No open television, no open the press na SHR. So only get to vote, only have to go here again after. I just want to vote. We can what are we going to what don't care. I will go there for results. In every man at 2023. That's what I'm going to see here in Rivers State. Peterobi win the election. He never about landslide. That is all we need to say of follows. We can be done now. Kadhafi have local government here go be up. The lieutenant officer put an obiapo. I say no on a cousin on our body no matter mahadum. I'm now mahadum on our cousin. In Belgium, my Joanna, I could met with the Lafia, Jen the press, no the press, women and I just tell them out. I'm not going to ever. Probably no apota, Namara was chacha. Never then came in equity. Upon the same Saturday, no one came and cake it. You didn't know here, Imanaya, but chairman APC, go you have INEC. So now conduct election. Now Edo State. Oh yeah, and Ekiti. Oh, no, so now conduct election Ekiti. But now chairman APC in Edo State. Oh yeah, we had the election of Biola. They had them in Biola. Humphrey will soon make sure that now. Or election and the Yana but can we know 85% dissent. Obona and my score. And they were 85 now subject of one over A.
Ọ dị ma ọ bụrụ na June 12 ihe mere ụbọchị ahụ mere ọ dịghị ka njem ọchịchị onye kwuchi Naịjirịa ọkara ịkawanye mma tata.
No, ọ bụrụ na ịma ihe dị mkpa like ọgaghị Peterobi na-adị ekwube. Ọ sị na ọ bụrụ na ya dị ezu ori, nwunye ya dị ezu, nwa ya dị ezu, ndị ọyị ya dị ezu, mana corruption na-akọtụ gị ebugo ego nkeji na abụ 50%. Ọ bụrụ na Abiola na-ahapụrụ Abiola because na Abiola bụ onye nwere ihe ndị oyibo na-akpọ philanthropic spirit, ya bụ obi imelụ mmadụ ihe. Emekata mgbe ahụ nga kpọzi Abiola stove ọ na-abụchara ụmụazị dere ahụ nga bụ Abiola jizi esi nri iweta ya with sawdust asị nakwa Abiola stove anything dịkwa good conservative to ndị mmadụ akpọ ya efe Abiola because Abiola wanted everybody to benefit from the wealth of Nigeria. Ọ bụrụ na ọ banyere wee lụọ ya ahụ for 4 years ihe na-eka dị iche bụ no case set is this country on ife nke ndị unu bụ ndị Igbo na-akpọ ka si ekwu ya well dịka agbanyezie na ụzọ ọ ga-abụ na ọ na-aga wezie ga onye ọbụla na-esochi ya ga-asị onwe ya ya mekwa ihe dị otu a na a ga-akatọkwu ya ọ bụrụ godu ha nke a na-emekịta efesaka ndị mmadụ na-asị ndị APC kpọchie na oge Jonathan nke anyị na-anụ n'ụlọ ezugo reason Jonathan chọrọ ka o were fuel from 87 naira to 97 naira were shoyi nke a mee Occupy Lagos na 2012 juna manya ara aka ije Lagos for 1 week ọ dachi ya azụ na 87 naira ana m ekwu 100 ọkwa fuel aka na-agbata ata 1350 naira ozi na-ekwu okwu ndị Yoruba niile dawa ogbe so ihe eji agwa gị ya bụ na ọ bụrụ na Abiola banye Abiola could I change yes you know ọtụezie Nigeria na ihe ndị Yoruba na-akpọ autopilot Nigeria agaziala onwe ya ị na-abatazi manụ ihe na-emegide emere na Ghana General Lawrence batara Ghana bịa the first calling correct ya for all the hurry not going na barracks.
Ọ dị mma, o nwere ụzọ ihe abụọ m chọrọ ka ịrụtụ aka mgbe ị na-ekwu okwu ikwuru na NRC na SDP ka nwere oge anwa taa ịma na otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị enwe na Naịjirịa akarịgo ọ dị gị ka anyị laghachi n'inwe otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị abụọ ihe ọ ga-akawanye mma?
Akwa na-ekwu ya everywhere nga ọchịchị na-abụ amendment a ga-atinyere ya bụ independent maka na ikpote pati niile 60-something parties ndị Nsụka ndị ọgọm na-asị na confuse ga-adị ma ndị ya kwụda ama nke bụ APC na ADC na NDC confuse adịghị n'ebe ọbụla so mana ọ bụrụ na pati na-abụ ka bụ onye nke na-eme ezukwe ọ bụrụ independent ifụza logo pichi ya inye anyị na-ehe ebieri ọ bụ ọwụrụ political party mana ndị be anyị tụfuru nwatakịrị na-ebe akwa na mmiri ejisi arụ because e were na Babangida cancel election ahụ mebizie ihe Babangida mee makwa na mgbe ya na-ekwu NRC and SDP will party office ha na every local government well official vehicle ha in every local government. Ndị NRC bụ wagon ka eyeba, ndị SDP saloon, brand new 504. Most of office ha niile kịta bụ like nke dị na-eze agụba bụ court ka eji emerụ. Ọ bụ court premises ofuke abụrụ ka ọ ka agbagoro ndị ebe ahụ akụrigodi ese lụọ ọrụ ya ụlọ nke ha. Otherwise ọ bụrụ na a sustain ya Babangida tie mgbe ha emezi amendment of politics is independent. So that independent, there is no way deprive of the freedom of your association. You can associate on your own without associating with anybody. If you want to associate with me, you are free to join any of these two. Each other one men kegi as an independent. But I'm not bataging where the rich. I'm not bataging where the women, where the election.
Option A for you Kurumakia. Because Makai Horona Nordinsoa, no hope Timo ụfọdụ otu ndọrọndọrọ ọchịchị megasị anọ ya ejide posta ndị na-azọ ọkwa anọrọ agụ otu abụọ atọ anọ ruo n'iri agụọ narị na puku ụdị ha nwa kedu ka ishifu ya ọ na-akwanite anyị akwanite ka ọ na-akwado anyị akwada?
Enwere aka nye sị na fon na soshal midia agbago ụwa ọtọ. Ndị pati nke nọ na ya bụ NDC anyị mere option A4 na primary election. APC mere option A4 na primary election. Ndị PDP ka mara ka ha si mee nke ha mana ndị na-aba menụ ihe niile eme dị na fon ndị mmadụ. Ị ga-echeki ma na nwere ebe ifo a na-agụ nke ndị NDC agụgide mbọ otu anọ narị na iri then emergency we collect a vote in Nasi now. President with a primary election. Or join to Nigeria also. When they are naked, you say, because potentially can I'm a commando no register now. Na party. My party get about the register. A poor or a 9 gauge register. So if we are ready to go stock, it just go poor. When you do affidavit, no affidavit, but you are in a touch, send what I neck. Apply what to change there. Now we scrutinize there. Where you are going and where you are coming from. So we put here, that's option A4. Over party in the Mary abuse. Over the Mary of ma. So the angle my jump Mary abuse. Yeah, but I can't a quarter. So Bray Humphrey was a bonobi, but with the option A4. Yeah, I go see the open a bit of my money with an oboda. It would try what you can see me a bago. Otherwise, can you hear what sense? No, go go ili or go na the nabo. Can I agree enough? Lina boy, Lina to Lina no. Or goes down nari. Go and sell here what I know put a line, but it goes on what a hello madisi. If run a hollow.
Or the game be and hop talk when you see Allah. I get you option A for you, hop talk watching and Jiro Quadro, na get you option A for mayor. And the open I get you option A for mayor, or the Gikudi Hamere or deals on Norman.
I will option A for mayor. I bend the APC can notches. Okay, may I can you? I go there now. I go in I go on the hour. I wasn't I got has a gruzili. We go on that. No, I go for a god now. So, I come I can be a query. I can't say beer. I can be a quacker because Bacanande I never jeer. I can't you be lunch Bacanande and I jeer, but I can't put her. Yeah, I can go from my vote. ịpụta kpọrịta Tinubu tachi si agụ bịa na-ewu ka gbara eme elekshọn chacha na ajụọ ha ka o si dị ha n'obi mana ọ bụrụ na ịta ka o si Naijiria n'obi Naijiria chọrọ votu.
Ọ dị mma. Naijiria enwego ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya ọ dịgo afọ 27 isigo n'aka ọchịchị ndị nkịtị nyefekwa ọchịchị n'aka ndị nkịtị. Dịka onye nna o nwere uru ọ dị gị ka anyị ritego n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya kemgbe ebidoro ya kemgbe 1999
uru ebukwala ibu ọba na ya na-akpọta ya abụrakwa na were after all nwantọntọ oge Yar'Adua nọ o mere nnekwute ihe ịrịba ama ọ bụgodu ma Niger Delta amnesty ya ụmụ restiveness a na dị na Nigeria ọ kwụsị afọ 8 Obasanjo nọ Obasanjo yuzu ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ technocrats ndị maara ihe ekwe na-akụ ọ chọọ ime gị minista for health ọ chọọ na ị ga-abụ a medical doctor mana ị ga-agụ ihe gbasara medicine ya bụrụ ihe gbasara ahụ mmadụ maọbụ ahụ anụmanụ ha chọrọ ịbụ health before mee gị minista. Inene ndị ọkpọta ma ka esi echeki onye mere ọfụma bụ ọ bụ na iwelu PA gịnị a na-alụ na Aneke TV ilusi na Aneke TV maybe ebuza MD NTA na ya si okay na aka nwere provision for PA ya mkpọrọ m PA amụrụ ya nọ na Aneke TV that shows the PA na-eme ọfụma. I was going to meet Chalucheba now. I was lost all media again. Pierre Canaleva, and then Madame Maria, Marcos was having 1 hour. Granalo. I also get Furia, never got see Polia. Ndozo Kondi Walla, but Minister of Finance and the Coordinator of Economy, Ogo Passenger. Come and support Beba, World Trade Center, Yakagaria. Well, Soludo was governor. Otherwise, he was central governor of Central Bank under Obasanjo. Or beer is a question. Many of you in the role of Obasanjo using the technocrats, and all in our the organization can Nigeria. Agala Mana Buhari and minister. Can I be in the role of Buhari minister? Where are they? I can't wait when it is about to be a match. Can I change the vice president? A brown president gone out, or vice president gone out. Ninke na tinubu. Who are they? If you call them, they are not politicalnews ambassador. They know more clear. They are all my ambassador. FF Kennedy, FF getting back Keroba. Them. They know I'm a one. They can. He never cross. They go for you not to an if you was and I'm with the was over the same subject matter. Nakopoko. Where would I hear now? Country in the water. Or the corner, Tinubu the corner, Tandi, the Bunde when I buffet and the Dalat and I behind the like now the coagent and now what that.
Could you but on that what you did?
Because now Tinubu no we na law I go. I say the more that what not happened. You have to law. Yeah, if you were, you can't give what you don't have. Upon you were decency as a person. Upon able when you autonomous. Alo, Ori, you heard George Julish. It's our nigga Hagalo. It's our what to do to her. Even the cross bearers in Grey Message, you know, we are law of spiritual attraction. But all year is Zuri from Karana Moda, no well, Nakano, Kaduna, but I tell you, no good. If you get here, Holland now, railway station, and I had off go for I had somehow next Ibu. I say, guy, can I buy go to Taba? Okay, I go before I remember off go by Yazuri. What are you, Kuzerian or Yorin on Enugu? What are Kuzerian and NSA Ibu on Enugu? Yama Jayana, so not that law of spiritual homogeneity. Natural attraction na there. Not a no tell me with whom you follow. Yagwa you my I'm going to team every evening. I haven't got another first meeting before they are 4 o'clock ever. Which we have can a team. Oh, what I'm boy and I back at that bank at the age of 2 more. So Tinubu got Potakwan the code. So what you best pay Tinubu go Potal a cent. What Potalo a decade, but Potalo a Reverend Father the descent. Call your body minister. No. Got what the other guy, or see Akuleva. Maybe you see what we are go see picture of Bella at you see where they've been doing. Panatakwa.
Adama otu n'ime ihe ọchịchị onye kwuchi a na-eme bụ na ọ na-enye aka ebe ihe na-aga ọfụma na-eti ọkpọ na-asa aka ndị bekee na-akpọ accountability. Na Nigeria ọ dị gị ka ọchịchị onye kwuchi nke anyị onyegoro ndị mmadụ aka ka ha na-eme ka ndị nọ n'ọchịchị na-akọpụtara ihe ha na-eme.
Mba. Anyị na-eme accountability na Nigeria na-asụ ya n'oyibo. Gịnị bụ accountability? Enye gị 1 million to invest in this studio. It may say the internal auditor of Aneke TV will come. Give me receipts of the email. In here, or Talivia. Okay, Talivia 900 and something thousand. About 1 million. So okay, see what the contingency. Now we can cover 100 naira for it. But I'm going to 1 million to run the studio. It does Machi email, teach him it yeleva. And when you want to know the type of Pia now, Tanimoko calculator. Upon a year, whatever about 220,000. I said, this is case, they beg going to afford it. Today, I'm in Nigeria. And I publish every day, every month. Allocation here in the federal government, allocation here in the state government, allocation here in local government. Madam, local government, more even be on TV, you get the I can see both pull on TV. But like you go to local government chairman is Yago. They go know what in a month. Can you go to Germany is Yago? Nobody does that in Nigeria.
Kerebe milisi ba no pure bog. Osi India na church na ka kondi na church.
Ainchani ne. My bunda na chiyo. Mandu na chiya yo. Makara boy I can you say I'm a strong follower of peterobi. From days here, even in born on a PDP. Of Vice President article. We know today. Because all I want to say now, Monica contest the election. Win yeah. Oh you win the election, you know I am born at Bukorora. 1 ton to Japanese car. In 6 months, Ogo Highlander. In 1 year, Ogola and Enugu roll on Kebiri. Where father? To be a meperia no. Keberia better meperia no. In less than 2 years, somebody who could not afford 500,000 at once before. Now, the father will go to you. I be a coaca. Na guy, and ask whether I this guy in the Maple Neo, and Jana Bada. Also, come by get police. I be a good guy. I just found out I'm going to be a good supporter. Chineke goes because every man knows you know. So that is why you say, I ain't telling you to for guilty. But I put not to vote to Monday and not to vote to. Because it takes one person in a millennium, the car. Now he or a decade now he or in a million or 1,000 years, 100 years. If for mother the car, peterobi. Got a package low where. We have been in America some time ago. So Japan and Africa I benefited so much from rulership here. Obama but I used 2007 or so. People were saying how long Obama because even when the press corner, where do you say Obama? Of which ago, Igbo. I said, yes, many of them were in high school. A lot of them tested Igbo. Yes, we test. Whenever I had this, it's a go, but I let them hammer you. Buy a nago. But now you say, it's because they got no problem anymore. So, somebody they can be because I package your way as president in Nigeria one day. From CKC Abago. Goes and they careful about the provision. Provision I entered the hostel. Thank you. We can't prepare why this supermarket and all that. So only a whip no provision. As a student, we are on a CKC. Yeah, they go to a supermarket papier. No, not holidays they don't know a blue provision. I'll tell you 3 or 4 weeks at a time. A lot of people release a provision. It's very borrowed. They have a provision. Yes, but it's not also another the term. He replace it. Another way, quick become the each. But he had a year later, he's not going to be for Christmas. So he became so prudent from childhood. The kind of Chideka is not in a decade, in a millennium, can afford your. So such people comes once in every 30 years. Even Abiola was happening more years ago, 30 years, Obia. What on a business, so. But when I was not dying with all these big men, not your president or my head of president. But he wanted to add to the welfare of Nigeria. Of course, and man that have. So, within there, now once in a millennium. I go for him, Erufai in the peterobi win election, publish the results. Why is the American after all I had to clear go to the moon and say no again in there. Again in the Habona. In Cabiola nearly 30 years after, Kenny Goriana, like any way GCFR. Maybe I enjoy. When I keep it to look at Rianantiana, 100. So come on here win the election. So that is the difference.
The Madalurini Ozo Barrister Fokansi. Gonyama is Sonya Canon Otobo na Aneke TV. Nanku Hurucha in Lebanya to Nigeria Siwatakuruni Basara Ochichonye Kuchia. I got Baraka here. I latch Tazo, I agani Rugakwaniru, Nisonyorani.
Aneke television. How I get one with the father and I am what you How Mbo wabia ni ebube eme Mbo wabata ni ebube eme wa Aneke television na eme lobo ya mela madiya ina agba nkwu ina eme nkepute nwa ina akwozu ina agba akwụkwọ bịa wana Aneke television bịa ka ezu olu ozi ọma bịa wana Aneke television yidume he na eme lobo ya mela madiya umi Igbo bịa wo na nke a bụ nke anyị
The Madalurin Nyoman is on your indicating a Ganiru is on your eye no to Aneke TV. I can a little bit na Chonyo Kuchi and Kala in Nigeria, Kedeba Sorasu, de Berodo, or Kabukai Nozo Barrister Nadume, or Fokansi, Bonye, Onye Okiu, Mabrukunyo Rubo, Yano Iniku, Nacho Maka, Ikike de Madono. Also, Dalo, Tika in a Ganiru and Kangada. Or the Nabany or Chonyo Kuchia. Ihe isi ike ka na-aga n'iru atọpụ ndị mmadụ ọgọdọ n'ukwu kedu ihe mee na ihe isi ike ndị Naịjirịa mgbe ọ dị ka n'anya na ihe ga-akawanye mma n'ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ọ bụzie kịta ka ọnọdụ ka njọ
ihe kpatara ya bụ na ndị na-azọ okwe ndọrọ n'ọchịchị eburu ndị ha na-achị n'obi ọ famili ha onwe ha ezinụlọ ha ka bụ n'obi edazi buru onwe ha ezinụlọ ha n'obi ka ndị institution ma na-ewelụ nkeji na-atọ iji mee demokrasi executive, judiciary and legislative. Executive bụ ndị president na ndị police and ndị na-achị anyị. Judiciary bụ ndị court. Then legislative bụ ndị ụlọ omebe iwu. Ya niile nwere ndị bụ ndị ha na-achị n'obi ma ofu onye. Otherwise, kwana ụmụ nwaanyị ga-eji rụọ ọrụ ndị House of Assembly Enugu State. Ihe akpọ legislative quarters. Ọ ga-abụ ibicha imecha nke gị pụọ na-abịa gị. Ndị ọzọ ga-abịa House of Assembly akpọkwa ebe ahụ. Amonetize ya. Lerie ya. So Chimaroke lụrụ ya for ndị Kedafọ ya bụ ndị House of Assembly ezuzu ezuzu. Gwazie m nwaanyị ndị gọọmenti federal gọọmenti eji wee legislative quarter alụ na-apụ village for ndị senators and the House of Reps. Kama ya arapụ ya ebe ahụ, onye lụcha nke ọ na-abịa. And furnish ya within that period hand of break. Those quiet repent here, those are of ndị ọfụ na-abịa akwaba ebe ahụ. So ndị ọfụ na-abịa sị eje bi na hotel. Na-eri ego m na gị na-abụ. Ego eji lụrụ anyị ụzọ, ego eji ya anyị mmiri. So what I will interest anyị n'obi ya. Ọ na judiciary self kacha dị njọ. Because this judiciary in Nigeria bido. Fail by judgment dị pro people ya bụ nke ndị mmadụ ga-akụrụ aka. Kedu ebe ya bido? I has to go to man see from number 4 Bazaar First of judiciary. Come back council election and not election Abiola. What judiciary causes the problem? Oh, justice, but one ball half a judge, justice, remember. Well, candle, Nagas, just council of election, whom Nigeria to chat to or Mamma. All the same judiciary, election peterobi 2023. I don't possess every bullet. I'll carve a bullet and mobile to Cavalito. A Kawazana rules are inec set. Now, law conflict can never have conflict. Lawyer, inec, power cameru, inec mezeru, you go and come a brew and cabros law. Man, I remember him and I first I spoke about lawyers. Of course, I'm a lawyer, but I'm from George. And I've ever said it. The one was in you, Quado, the judge in on a table, cancel the election, declare yours a winner. Excuse me. How are you feeling now? Honor of man election. Like you didn't come from a being to follow. Now, so I was there. You go video, they in the police and pop that charge out to court. Like election, practice. Often if you not ever enough results, send them back. I don't want to have every issue until not to test vote. Because they say, I can't buy evidence before me. Which evidence before you? You to vote. Mother neck under the highest judge in the 7. What decide? Change if 200 million people decided. Everyone know whether there can be on the House of Assembly, on the House of Assembly as I can have well financial autonomy as it's a Apache and governor. Or the Nka Senate, Nka legislature. Up to the president or your mandate we shall stand. Give boy to check president. Man call them off, man, and call them off. You never put on your mandate we shall stand. You see, so here after I'm government and after I won't be a church or don't get Bunobi. I won't have I know be for a governor or president, one legislature. Well, Masi, the Hanachi, on a ditch. My Bible, I go Korea. Upon the righteous in power, the people rejoice. There will I be a state, my example. Come bido. Open the Jalaba to pull LSO Tabai. I went to Aba for a business trip one day. I was going to go through now. Hotel allow, but can't get the Almanas. Can't get the Almanas. Mosquito, where you remember me, manager Batata, Abadico. Or the righteous being in power.
Ọ dị mma maka oge anyị na-akpụdebezi nso mgbe anyị ga-eweta ya n'isi njedebe. Ọ na-abụ etu a na-akwado ịchụ nta nkwado ndị na-azọ ọkwa ọchịchị ọ ga-afọ ka ha bịa be gị zara gị ụlọ sara gị efere shiere gị ma nri ibute nri etu a gị na ha nọrọ na-eri mana asụcha ha n'ọkwa ha banye ada ndị ha na-achada abịazi ha nso gịnị kpatara ọnọdụ
ịma na ewere uche maka ewere uche ga-ama na ihe iwelu na-akpọ temporal employment all one mgbe ka ye gị 4 years ịma na after 4 years ndị ihe ọrụ ewelekwe ịchọkwa ha biko ọzọ ka ye kweghị ọrụ ọzọ kedu ihe m na-agha gị iji 4 years ahụ wee mee onwe gị nwanne ndị ahụ nye gị pawa maka anyị bụ ndị sign appointment paper ndị anụ na-achị ọchịchị ọ bụ na gị tụ votu anyị bụ appointment paper ji ha ọrụ ịjọla gị na-achọ ọrụ na Aneke TV emeghị interview your appointment paper. That appointment paper I yell nachi, but that's our voters card. On the uche where uche na mara na power. The Hindu man about transient. Taki jianaka, echiko me penare. Tell me, Buhari Omana has one who the that. Assuming without considering the fact no win election 2015. Jonathan is no more there as president. Obviously a common person like all of us. I'm not calling back talking. Why even though I fear of his security. Man, until the time Mutaiba has a Borota presidential system of government by America. OHC America can be for another Alaba. It was a president, young example now. Bill Clinton became president of America. Chicha 8 years. Because now, Ibe Monica Lewinsky, not last under oath. America me chekwa gbagharia o si anwa ya bụla chọrọ ịtọsala onwe excuse me as far as the economy had mma gicheba we tell us these as go just practice law go lawyer ko lawyer bụ ka ọ bụ American bar station we say na practice law because no guys under oath say na perjury o wole say chalk ya ba na Harvard Law School kuzi Obama Achisana president. Na cheers na NGO ya no ya na run. Adia wa Malia, the Richard and Papia. Magana Malia no into film production and show business. She has a private jet. Papi here president or the good had the possible in Nigeria. Ilucha council eba na je inatakwo ya njisa ebo ndi na to vote, mandana to vote the gate. Ijekulucha ya bo election all Nigeria say natakwo ore here lota. Muna asina ya abaruru na the House of Assembly now 4 years. But ego tesbo na ekwere. Azubin na ego na akwa House of Assembly ga rori ezbo na go ri ezbo vote. If I na me encourage. And no Thanksgiving, go see Moti, go see Onia, you know, Korea, Kakama as a police, Bapano, no use will go never. So now the huge is the possible. But now, Nde na church, Amaron a power and the ABH. Also, like to say, you get that a year vote or ban at tinted glass. If you say I can win the idea for you. Over 4 years, I can't go again. Or you're a barais, or you get 10,000, or you get 20,000. You know, there's not, but I said I last 1 month. And 4 years, 360 days, times by 4. No, we're Monday Mutaria. And not because Nabia weaponize the area of Melbourne Adobiam. So you have no years in the Lorden Kaki. Because 4 years in Conaland, already healed it. So you're 20,000 Kaki. So I'm Kaki, like, man, we have seen a map. In a year ago, you just want to get your vote.
Achọ ka anyị metu ọnụ n'okwu gbasara ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa. Kedu ka ajọ ọnọdụ nchekwa si agba ọchịchị onye kwuo uche ya mgbe okpuru?
Ọ ya bụ nsogbu onwe. Gakịta, ọkwa for security or insecurity. Ya bụ nsogbu anyị nwere na Nigeria. What is ebe to save? Na ha bịa for ndị Holland. I think I'm not from Holland. I be for the Jews. I said, thank God I'm not a Jew. I'm not a Jew. I be for guys. Thank God I'm not. Till eventually I'm making it. I be always there. I know. See the I apology. Nigeria. The first people that wanted to challenge the hegemony of the ruling class in Nigeria, Bundibu, and they unleashed masculine on them. A Bundibu can a boo okoko. Ujuji declare Biafra. Across that Biafra in 30 months. Fine. The Benue, and the soldiers, and I'm marching on the Biafra. Awolowo, Sina Yoruba, declare famine. She say blockade. She is in Bonni, and I call Aka. Nda hey la ka me abi he. Gide na meta. Bago na Benue. Bago from Benue, Plateau. All the Asaka village at your signboard of government and look at clean low. Ndi Yoruba but I go oil. I told them what I was here. Sick, I go say and had a will, and one of my bed for English. Under a blockade, say is Nandi Bunny, man and wagon. I go for a look to go now. Good. Nibun ecclesia and hatches a hodge because Nibun egalitarian by nature. I find it in a buyable. Lions or Tiela, it would take 1 million, find it by Jack about 1 million. Give us here about enabling environment. We prosper. What I need with the idea man of Angeli, we are self-contented in most of the time. So here, Batalon, that's insecurity. Because Noyana is easy. Say Moyana was the cousin like Sipolia. Now, what I have about Nomara, Chegas, Nigeria, can do in actual unity. I don't belong in Cape. As in Babu idiots, eventually, Kita, and I was a marriage, was on the Biafra, and a boozy, the Benue, and a Bundi TV. But one on the way like a crush and keys is say was no money anyhow. Because you couldn't stop this bloodletting. What else on they wanted blood, it was so much. And they were independence. Remember, the 3 regions in Nigeria, north, south, east, and west. How which are their own different logos and coat of arms. And every economy is independent. And the Southeast was the fastest growing economy in the world. I'm not talking about Africa. The fastest growing economy, opera regime. Go and Google it. Now, everything has come back. It was a federalism. Abuja. Or one as an NHK location. It was from oil and Niger Delta. I'm not going to hear what I like. So here never so here were cause of like insecurity and them. And the world of Nigeria border in the porous. The PC but the from work after some and the bandits here from other neighboring countries of Africa. So you find out that people are confessing. But confession, where does it lead us? Insecurity will continue until Nigeria says no to nonsense. Upon I couldn't know to nonsense, it will continue. Because I have a challenge
or the Nigerian, I think come area or the Nigeria or Gadim, open or Gadim Makinika game, I think come area to.
You need to vote the right candidate. If you vote the right candidate, the day Nigeria gets election right, the day Africa is saved. I'll stop it there.
Odema, Ozo barista na di mo focus dalụrụ nne maka ịbịa sonyere anyị n'otobo nketa anyị na-ele anya na mgbe ọzọ anyị kpọkwa gị na ị ga-abịa. Gonye ọma sonyere anyị na nketa ata etu aka siri tie ọkpọ ma saa aka na nketa ata. Nigeria ga-adị mma mana o sitere n'aka mụ na gị ka anyị mee ihe ndị a kwesịrị ime etu a na-akpọ oku ka agbata akwụkwọ ikike ji atụ vootu onye ọbụla pụọ ị nwere oke n'ọrụ mụnwa nwere oke n'ọrụ anyị gbakọta aka ọnụ asị anyụka mmiri ọnụ ọgbọ ụfụfụ daalụrụ nne maka isonyere anyị na nketa ata chebiri anyị amani oge a ụbọchị Fraịde ka anyị laghachite azụ anyị na isiokwu ọhụụ. Abụ m Joshua Ozioko na-ekele gị maka isonyere anyị. Udo dịrị gị.
Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboji ogugu kakwa ogugu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezu oru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Umi Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site. Aneke television. How agribo mu die ku nkwazo na ahia mgboji ogugu kakwa ogugu ema. How mbo wa bia na ihe ebube eme. Mgbagbu wa gbatawa na ihe ebube emewa. Aneke television na emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Ị na-agba nkwụ, ị na-eme nkepụta nwa, ị na-akwa ozu, ị na-agba akwụkwọ. Bịawa na Aneke television, bịa ka ezu oru ozi ọma. Bịawa na Aneke television yidume. How na-emelu ogbe ya emela amadi ihe. Umi Igbo bịawo na nke a bụ nke anyị. Ị mara ebe oge ọrụ etiwo mọnwụ ntakịtụkwa mọnwụ si nne. Ya mere ha ji wee weta Aneke television. Ọ bụ onye mgbagburu ahụ nna. Ọ dị na soshal midia. Ọ dị na mgbagbu. Ọ dị n'Enugu site.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds in two dominant ecological identities: the lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts. Stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara, Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines, supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us to protect the natural heritage we share.
Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.